Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My colleagues and I from the Center for Civic Education are very excited to welcome you to the Conference on Educating Students for Civic Engagement. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Diana Owen. I'm a professor in the graduate program in Communication, Culture, and Technology and director of the Civic Education Lab here at Georgetown. We truly appreciate your coming to Georgetown to take a deep dive into the impact of civic education in preparing young people for democratic participation. We're looking forward to 2 days where researchers and practitioners, teachers and scholars can learn from one another, share best practices, and discuss ways of meeting the challenges of educating democratic citizens in the current environment and into the future. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces and to host you here in the nation's capital. I'd like to introduce President John J. DeGioia of Georgetown University, who will welcome us and open the conference. For 4 decades, President DeGioia has helped to define and strengthen Georgetown University as a premier institution for education and research. A Georgetown alumnus, Dr. DeGioia served as a senior administrator and as a faculty member in the Department of Philosophy before becoming Georgetown's 48th president in 2001. As president, Dr. DeGioia is dedicated to deepening Georgetown's tradition of academic excellence, its commitment to its Catholic and Jesuit identity, its engagement with the Washington, D.C. community, and its global mission. Dr. DeGioia is a leading voice in addressing broader issues in education. Among his roles, he has served as chair of the board of directors of the American Council on Education, chair of the board of directors of the Forum for the Future of Higher Education, and on the board of directors of the Carnegie Corporation of New York. He currently serves on the Business Higher Education Forum. He concluded his service as a member of the NCAA Board of Governors and the NCAA Division I Board of Directors in August 2023. He has also served as the chair of the NCAA Board of Governors, as chair of the NCAA Division I Committee on Academics, and as a commissioner on the Knight Commission on Intercollegiate Athletics. We are very happy to welcome President DeGioia.
Well, thank you very much, Diana. Come on in, everybody. Good morning. What a pleasure it is to be here with all of you. And let me begin by welcoming you to Georgetown. I want to thank you all for being here. We're so excited to have you with us and to share this gathering virtually with colleagues participating in Civic Learning Week around the country. This conference, the work all of you are engaged in to support civic education, reaches into the very purpose of education. It touches our most fundamental responsibilities, educating young people for lives of service to our nation and to our world. And I know around this room and over the course of this 2-day convening, all of you, educators, researchers, policy leaders, students, are helping to sustain and advance what it means to provide civic education in the United States. And we are so glad to have you here. We're grateful for the work you're doing every day. I'd like to recognize our colleagues at the Civic Education Research Lab at Georgetown and the Center for Civic Engagement, who have enabled us to be together in this way. Over these past few years, virtually and in person, through the challenges of a pandemic, they have found a way to forge a special partnership. And my colleague, Professor Diana Owen, has guided this work at Georgetown, and she has shared with me the invaluable contributions of the Center for Civic Education in supporting schools, teachers, and young people. I'd like to offer a special word of thanks to Donna Phillips and to Elisa Ryan Groth. I've been practicing that, Elisa. With a last name like DeGioia. So I want to thank you both. I want to thank your colleagues, the program coordinators, the teachers who've been a part of the Project Citizen Research Program. I want to thank you all for your engagement in promoting civic education and your partnership. And to Diana and her research team at the Civic Education Research Lab, we're so grateful to you and so delighted to see the culmination of this 3-year research partnership between you and the Center for Civic Education and what may emerge as a result of your findings and the conversations this week. This project would not have been possible without the support of the Institute of Education Sciences at the Department of Education. We're so glad to have Vanita Chabra with us today. And I welcome back to campus Ed Metz. I want to thank you for your support of this work and for this lifetime of engagement and the urgency of these matters. So we're honored to have all of you here to contribute to this broader effort to advance civic education across the United States. Throughout our nation's history, education has played an integral role in preparing an engaged citizenry. This is one of our most fundamental responsibilities of education, whether at the elementary, secondary, or post-secondary levels. I'd like to describe briefly 3 roles that constitute the structural integrity of the university, of every university, and the role that we play in supporting the kind of work that you will be discussing, the kind of work to which you are dedicating your lives, and the role that universities have in this moment. There are 3 fundamental roles that constitute the very idea of a university. We support the formation of our young people. We support the inquiry, the scholarship, research of our faculty, and we contribute to the common good of the communities in which we participate. These 3 elements, as I said, constitute every university. They provide the structural integrity of every university. The 3 elements are inextricably linked, mutually reinforcing. They cannot be unbundled. So let me just say a word about each in the context of this convening. First, formation. I think all of us, across all levels of education, are responsible for the formation of our students. For students that pursue post-secondary education, they arrive on our campuses and our campus communities shaped by the many experiences of their childhoods, by their many different contexts in which they grew up. Young people emerge out of families, faith communities, primary and secondary schools, youth sports, artistic experiences. They're immersed in popular culture, connected to each other through social media. They've grown up with an array of cultural norms and assumptions, and these settings and contexts all contribute to their personal development. And it's our responsibility, once they arrive on our campuses, to further this development, to enable them to answer a fundamental question: what constitutes an authentic life? Who are they as individuals called to be? For our convening today, I think we can ask, how can we ensure that this work of formation is shaped and connected to the ideals that animate civic life? How can we nurture a commitment to service, again, to the common good of our communities? How can we weave these values of civic engagement and social responsibility? Universities is inquiry. As educational institutions, we contribute to knowledge that shapes discourse and policy. We support our faculty in their research and scholarship. There's nothing in our society quite like the university in advancing knowledge. The collaboration between the Civic Education Research Lab here at Georgetown and the Center for Civic Education is a great example of the kind of partnerships that can engage the resources of the university to advance knowledge and understanding. And third, as institutions, we have a role in contributing to the common good of the communities in which we participate. Depending on our institution, what that means can vary significantly. For a big public university, a land-grant institution, the responsibilities for the local economic development of a region can be quite central to the mission of the university. For a place like Georgetown, in the heart of an urban context, different responsibilities we might have to help engage in the development of this context. Common good, the good that we can achieve together that we could never hope to achieve alone. It's a third responsibility that comes with being a university. Our schools contribute in many different ways to the commons. In the context of this gathering, we recognize the invaluable role that our nation's educational institutions play in preparing and educating an engaged citizenry. As we look back over the past 2 centuries of the American project, we can see the role that each generation has been asked to play in fulfilling the promise of our nation. This is urgent and enduring work. Our democracy, like any community, is constantly evolving, unfolding, growing, emerging. Democracies require an engaged citizenry, a public that has been prepared to engage and to take on the roles and responsibilities that sustain civic life. There's extraordinary hope represented in this room and in the many gatherings that are taking place this week and the opportunities for civic engagement that we can provide our young people. There's great promise in the students who have contributed to the research at the Civic Education Research Lab here, those who have led projects in their own high schools, and all those who take part in civic education projects and activities across our country. It's a privilege for me to be able to be here and offer these welcoming remarks. I want to thank you all for being a source of hope that we can all share. And I wish you the very best over these 2 days and the work that will unfold and as we deepen the experiences and opportunities available for our young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President DeGioia. What an inspiring way to start this conference. I think the idea of hope for civic education and civic engagement is really a theme that we should keep in mind throughout these next 2 days. Now I'm delighted that Dr. Vanita Chabra is joining us. Dr. Chabra earned her doctorate in educational psychology from the University of Virginia. She has a background in special education with an emphasis on reading disabilities and has extensive experience in literacy development and research. She has worked in the public school system, completing cognitive and educational assessments. She has also worked as an evaluator at the NICHD Yale Center for the Study of Learning and Attention. She has published in the area of reading disabilities, and she joined the Institute of Educational Sciences at the U.S. Department of Education in 2011. She joined as an education research specialist, overseeing the literacy research portfolio and coordinating the National Center for Education Research's dissemination activities. And she currently serves as program officer for the Civics and Social Studies Research Grants. Welcome, Dr. Chabra.
That was quite an inspiring speech by the president. And I think that what he talked about really resonates with me starting yesterday at the Civics Learning Week forum that we went to, and really heard the word hope, even though people were saying maybe we shouldn't be using that word. And all I kept thinking about is coming here today and feeling like this truly is the sign of hope, especially within education research and at the National Center where we work, because this project is the first efficacy project to come to fruition in civics and social studies instruction. And that is a huge accomplishment. Yes. So for those of you that don't know, the National Center for Education Research is part of 4 centers at the Institute of Education Sciences, which is the research arm for the Department of Education. And CER supports research that contributes to the solution of significant education problems, including civics and social studies. And through rigorous research, NCER is advancing understanding of teaching, learning, and education systems in order to improve the quality of education for all students. As a funding institution, we focus on funding education research as a broad topic area, but we also include research conducted by state and local policymakers. So those of you that are in that area and interested in that field, please make sure to come talk to me or look at our website. In 2019, IES recognized the need for social studies research, and we implemented what we called a special topic in the request for application that year. As a result of that application season, we awarded 2 grants, one of which was the Project Citizen Research Grant Program. With over $3 million, the project team set out to work. They evaluated the effectiveness of the Center for Civic Education's Project Citizen teacher professional development and curriculum over the course of 3 academic years. They persevered through a pandemic, pivoting to virtual instruction and virtual professional development lessons. They forged ahead and worked diligently to where we are today. Since 2019, IES has funded 8 civic and social studies projects, and it's now a standing topic in our education research portfolio. And as long as I am here, we will continue to keep that as a continued project, and yes, thank you. And as the president mentioned, Dr. Ed Metz was the original program officer for the portfolio, and he has big shoes to fill, but I believe that the culmination between literacy and civics and social studies is really important. So one of the goals that I have this year is really to try to forge that collaboration. I don't think that we need to look at social studies or civics engagement in a silo. It needs to be incorporated across all subjects. And so that is my standing charge, and I work with our commissioner very closely to be able to move that to the public. So Elisa and Diana, you have set a high bar for accomplishment in the portfolio, as you will hear about today. They have involved students and teachers and provided access to a curriculum that will bring potential growth to a much-needed research base. Yesterday, at the National Civics Learning Forum, the Secretary of Education noted that while issues such as recovery in the classrooms from the pandemic is critical, he said that we are in an opportune time, calling for a civics renaissance. He talked about looking at where we are as an opportunity for comprehensive learning and experiences and said, and I quote, "Civics needs to be baked into the DNA of how we reimagine schools." I think that you will find today that the results of the project have done just that. Project Citizen Research Grant Project exemplifies effective teaching practices and civic engagement. So I'd like to welcome you to this conference, and while I have been monitoring the grant, I am just as eager, if not more so, to be involved in the rich discussion and hear the cumulative findings that will hopefully spark future research ideas and opportunities in civics and social studies instruction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chabra. I really appreciate, and I'm sure everyone in this room does, your vision for how social studies and civics should be ingrained into the DNA of every citizen, and that it is something that's really important across the curriculum. I'd now like to introduce Elisa Arian-Groth. I've said it right, I'm sure, because I know you for so long. She's just been an incredible partner in this whole process, and for years. We've known each other for many years. She's currently Director of Program Grants and Innovation at the Center for Civic Education, and she's going to tell us about Project Citizen.
Thank you very much, Diana. I'm very honored to be here today with everyone. I'm going to say a brief welcome before we talk a little bit more about Project Citizen. So first, on behalf of the Center for Civic Education, I would like to welcome everyone to the conference. The Center for Civic Education is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to promoting an enlightened and responsible citizenry that's committed to democratic principles and actively engaged in the practice of democracy in the United States, as well as in other countries. We've been very excited to have partnered with Dr. Diana Owen and the Civic Education Research Lab at Georgetown University on the Project Citizen Research Program for several years. And I would like to thank Dr. Vinita Chabra and the Institute of Education Sciences for their integral support in us being able to do this program in the first place. So thank you very much. And also I would like to thank President DeGioia, who was here earlier, and the Georgetown community for welcoming all of us here today. Through our partnership, we've been able to reach many middle school and high school teachers throughout the country in the Project Citizen Research Program and to examine the outcomes with their students. I also wanted to remember to thank all of our partners who are here today. We have many volunteer state coordinators in the Project Citizen program who are integral to the project and into the ongoing work that we do with teachers throughout the year to promote civic engagement amongst students. I'd also like to thank everyone on the live stream who's joining us as well from throughout the country. So together, we hope to work together on a joint mission to make government and civic life more inclusive for the myriad of voices and experiences in our nation. So that's my little welcome, and thank you for all being here today to join us for this. So I think I'll transition myself. I would like to tell you now a little bit more about Project Citizen, and my colleague Emily Voss will also join me in doing so. So our next segment here is an overview of the Project Citizen program. And I think I have the clicker, so I get to click. So some of you know Project Citizen very well, but other people who are with us may be less familiar. So I thought I would briefly introduce what is Project Citizen. So Project Citizen is project-based learning and civic engagement at its best, or at least that's what I like to think. So young people are able to engage in public policy at the local level, in their school, in their classroom, in their community. In Project Citizen, there is a grassroots research and civic engagement process that begins with young people identifying a problem in their community, coming to a consensus on what problem it is they want to address as a group of young people, as a class, etc. They gather information on that problem through grassroots research. They examine alternative possible policy solutions to that problem. And as a class, they come together and create public policy that they would like to promote to help address that problem. Then they develop an action plan for how they're going to educate others and hopefully influence folks to have their public policy enacted. Young people engaged in Project Citizen create a portfolio of their work and present it to others. That could be a portfolio like this we see with boards here, or a digital portfolio, or any way that best represents their work. In this example, this was a portfolio showcase in Amman, Jordan. And so I would like to mention about the global reach of Project Citizen. Project Citizen was first developed in 1993 in a collaboration with Disney, but since then it's expanded as a program of the Center for Civic Education. Now it's 2024, we've reached over 2.7 million students, could even be 3 million students, over 44,000 teachers, 17,000 schools in the United States, but also millions more around the world. The program has been adapted for use in more than 70 countries, so in almost all the continents, but not Antarctica. I don't think the penguins or whoever's down in Antarctica is doing Project Citizen, but so we're very excited. This is a program that goes all around the world. We even have a couple of professors from Japan who have joined us today on their own accord, so I'm really excited that they're here with us too. They're at the back of the room. They will also be sharing some of their work during the Civic Education Roundtables tomorrow. Oops. Click, there we go. So Project Citizen is adaptable to many different contexts. It's been used with elementary school students, high school students, in college community service programs, in other community-based programs, both in the United States and around the world. We will hear more from some of our presenters how it's been used in incarcerated settings, for example. So it's very adaptable because it's largely a process that gets young people engaged. And it obviously brings student voice into policy discussions because they're selecting the problem, they're developing a proposed policy solution. It's very learner-driven, hands-on, hopefully motivating, and every student that's working on the project gets to participate. They're all part of the design of the project and the presentation of it. So, Emily, would you like to share with us? This is my colleague, Emily Voss, by the way. And I would probably get your title wrong. It's Senior Program Manager of
National Programs and Professional Development.
Yeah. So, thank you very much, Emily.
Of course, absolutely. So yes, briefly then, how Project Citizen is implemented at a nationwide level depends very heavily on a lot of the state coordinators that are here in this room. So if you are a state coordinator for Project Citizen, could I please ask you to stand up and we can recognize you? Thank you. Oops, nope. Other direction. The green. Great. Okay, so thank you so much, state coordinators. And we, of course, depend very heavily on our state coordinators to execute all of the training that happens for teachers to learn how to use and implement the Project Citizen program. And the workshops that our state coordinators produce, they can be in person, they can be virtual, and the center offers a variety of programs to this end as well. For example, last year we had a variety of mentor teachers, many of whom are here today, participate in a multi-part series that we offered for teachers interested in learning more about Project Citizen and troubleshooting some frequently asked questions or frequently encountered issues in the classroom so that we can encourage Project Citizen teachers to continue with the program year after year. So all of our programs that we offer at the center, in addition to the programs offered by the state coordinators, are intended to provide the teachers with as much support as possible. So a full understanding of the curriculum and a full understanding of implementation in the classroom. So we are always looking forward to seeing the different spins that our state coordinators put on those different programs. All right, and the students, Elisa mentioned, the students create portfolios at the end of the Project Citizen experience. And those portfolios can be demonstrated to the public in the form of a showcase. So we have a lot of showcases that happen at the school level, and the students have an opportunity to demonstrate their projects and their research to other members of their community. Our state coordinators will often also host a statewide showcase. So in that instance, all of the participating schools will select one, maybe two portfolios that are particularly exemplary and bring them all together in one place to demonstrate the work of the students across the state level. We also then have an opportunity for each state to submit portfolios to a national showcase. So this is really an amazing opportunity for the students to be recognized for their work. And the national showcase includes both physical portfolios, as you see there in the picture, in addition to digital portfolios that often look like websites or PowerPoint presentations. The students are really, really creative with the work that they do. So when we look at those portfolios, we're able to evaluate them, encourage students, provide some recommendations for future modifications, because the students get so invested in their programs that they often will really want to pursue their problem solving as high as they can. So any feedback that they receive from our evaluators can go towards improving the students' project going forward. And the exceptional projects will all receive accolades and certificates, and we'll be able to link them from our website so that we can acknowledge the dedication of the students as well as their teachers for an entire academic year. So you can see work on our website now that the students submitted to last year's National Showcase. And this year's National Showcase in July will feature a new round of really amazing student projects. So we look forward to seeing many of your amazing portfolios coming this year. Okay.
So just to wrap up our Project Citizen overview, I'll address a few points about why Project Citizen and its impact. I would like to mention that Project Citizen addresses the themes and design challenges identified by the Educating for American Democracy roadmap, such as Theme 1, Civic Participation, Theme 7, A People with Contemporary Debates and Possibilities, and Design Challenge 1, Motivating Agency and Sustaining the Republic. And there is an excellent website for the Educating for American Democracy roadmap, so certainly you can dive into that and explore these themes and the design challenge further there. Many of you are already familiar with it. So Project Citizen, as we'll hear much more about from our research team, does address knowledge, skills, and dispositions, civic knowledge, civic skills, and dispositions. And through that, hopefully, is building competence, confidence, and commitment, as well as building informed and reasoned decision makers. So this sort of table, I think, guides a lot of what we do in civic education in terms of the curriculum we develop, the professional development we conduct. We incorporate all of those different elements in what we're doing. Project Citizen, even prior to the current randomized controlled trial study, also is supported by decades of research, some of it more qualitative, some of it quasi-experimental. But through those decades of research, which occurred both in the United States and in other countries, we've definitely seen that Project Citizen integrates English language arts skills, reading, writing, and communication, interdisciplinary skills, important communication, collaboration, and critical thinking skills. The studies in the US and other countries show that Project Citizen is effective in empowering students with a wide range of civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions, including problem-solving skills in the realm of public policy and beyond, civil discourse skills, persuasive writing ability, and increased tolerance and support for the rule of law, both in the United States and in other countries. So I feel that Project Citizen is very important, and other programs like it that engage young people are very important to building new generations of responsibly engaged participants in our democracy. Project Citizen focuses on improving our communities, starting locally. Through Project Citizen, young people are learning skills for civility and learning to talk and listen to each other during times of conflict and disagreement. Because, even within the class, when one is engaged in Project Citizen, students may disagree on what the problems are or what solutions might be effective. And so there is a lot of back and forth and communication, civil discourse that happens through that process. It's just very organic. And hopefully Project Citizen is also bringing a greater diversity of voices into policy dialogue. So we hope to bring Project Citizen to as many students across the country from all different backgrounds, and really use it to help build the voice of folks who may be traditionally marginalized in the political system as well, as a way for them to be involved. So I feel that Project Citizen is very important in the current social and political environment. There is some more information and some books were out there, but I'll put some more books out on the table about Project Citizen. We will have some students with us. Did you want to say anything additional at this point? Okay, thank you. We will have some students with us later around 11 o'clock from Virginia and Maryland, who will share about their projects in kind of a roundtable setting, and you'll have the opportunity to talk to them about their policy ideas and ask them questions about their projects as well. So thank you very much. You can certainly visit our website to learn more. And then I would like to transition to our next group of speakers, so I'll give you a moment to come up. But Dr. Donna Phillips is our Vice President and Chief Program Officer at the Center for Civic Education. She is our intrepid leader who comes to us with many years of experience in curriculum and inquiry-driven instruction. And she will be moderating our next group of speakers and teacher testimonials from expert teachers who have done Project Citizen. So thank you, Donna. Come up.
I invite my teacher panelists to come up as well, and while they're making their way to the dais, I want to just personally thank and commend Elisa and Dr. Owen. When I started at the center about 2 years ago, this project was in full swing. It was the first project and curricular experience I got to have at the center. And just seeing its impact and then being able to jump right in and learn more about the work that had been taking place, especially through the pandemic, was really powerful for me. All right, I'm going to join the teachers, and we'll continue introductions, and we'll hear straight from them about the power and impact of Project Citizen. You all look so nice. You all look so nice. Oh, I got to see everyone. Oh, wow. This is like the first, everyone should take a chance to like come up from this point of view. It's really wonderful to see everyone here today. As I said, this was the first project that I personally got to be involved in as I started at the center about 2 years ago. Prior to that, I was on the other side of it as a district level leader and learning about Project Citizen and seeing how even once the pandemic hit, our state coordinators and our center team still persisted. A lot of things stopped, right? A lot of things just stopped when the pandemic hit, and this was not one of those things. And so seeing how it continued to impact students and teachers virtually, hybridly, and then back in person was really powerful. So I had the pleasure of being able to visit some of the state sites over the summer, and I met some fantastic teachers and mentors. I got to see in real time how Project Citizen transformed the teachers. And that was really exciting because it's when the teachers' dispositions are shaped, that's what changes in the classroom with their students. And I got to know that through the mentors I met there as well. So I introduced to you 3 remarkable civic educators, Jackie Vienna from Miami-Dade, Florida, Brian Grinrod from Connecticut, Kim Wayhouse from Kansas. They will each introduce themselves further, and they're going to share with you the transformational impact that Project Citizen has had on their students and some of their favorite stories about that. So with that, we will start with Kim Wayhouse.
Oh, goodness. Good morning. Good morning. So my name is Kim Wayhouse, and I have been teaching high school for 30 years. This is my 30th year in the same school building. Yeah. So in 2017, I went to a conference in the summer that I was dragged to, and I learned about this really cool thing called Project Citizen. And of course, if any of you know my state coordinator, Tom Vance, you know that he is absolutely a Pied Piper who believes every single bit of how important civic education is, and I was in hook, line, and sinker. So I began using Project Citizen in my classes, and the thing that I found was that by giving students words to use, by giving them the ability to come to the table with not just complaints, but with solutions, that they became more confident, that they were more invested in their learning, they were more invested in their education and in their cities. And we've done some really cool projects over the years. So my students have lobbied, and I totally cheated and wrote some things down because I knew I would forget and get nervous. But my students have lobbied for in-health or in-person health classes. We had moved to computer ingenuity, but you can't teach things like consent. You can't teach things like the importance of gender education in a situation, and I guess I should start with that. So I don't teach this through I teach Project Citizen through a women's studies class for high school level, ages 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. And so this is a piece that I am able to help them with policy, not just women's history, but actually bringing policy into the classroom. And so that some of the things they have done include that health classes, a no-shame dress code, because most dress code violations are gender or culture-based, from access to feminine hygiene products, but also Title IX issues. They found out that the girls' the girls' game uniforms were the same as the boys' practice uniforms. So watching our students find things in their school, to find things in our community that are upsetting to them, and then actually challenge each other in their elevator pitch section to come up with solutions to those issues is just a really amazing thing that I think we're all going to end up saying the same things for that. One of the other pieces that's really, that course is kind of a niche course, and I have both males and females that take it, quite a few of them. But I also have students of all different levels. So I think one of my favorite memories was when I had all different people zooming in. Donna was one of them, but I had different people that were zooming in to judge their presentation that they were ready to do. And you couldn't tell which were my special ed students, which were my CBR students, which were my gifted students, because they all presented. Every one of them spoke, and every one of them spoke with the same passion and same empowerment. And so that is another piece of this, that it really brings all of our students together to work on one project in one classroom that they probably haven't done since elementary school. So working together to come up with solutions to issues is just a really cool thing. Sorry, did I go over two? I'm just a little bit passionate about this, just a little.
Thank you, Kim. And now we'll hear from Brian.
Hi there. Good morning. My name is Brian Grinrod. I am a high school history teacher at Wilbur-Cross High School in New Haven, Connecticut. I've been there for over 10 years, and my journey with civic education began when I first started working in that school. That was my assignment, and I had no idea what I was doing. In 2017, I started with We the People with the James Madison Legacy Project, and that's how I developed a relationship with Mike Trophy, who was the Rhode Island state coordinator until he passed away a few years ago. He reached out in about 2019 about Project Citizen and about how he was going to have a cohort. I signed up, and I was a mentee. And yes, the pandemic happened, and yes, we were building the plane while trying to fly it. And yes, weekly mentor meetings on Zoom became a common thing every night. And then my students decided to create their project. Hybrid, in-person, online, it was crazy. But all 5 of my classes, my current events classes that are just college prep classes, to my AP comparative government class, to my honors level class, they all participated in Project Citizen. Their program is still implemented at Wilbur-Cross High School today. It has lasted 3 principals, and it is great. This is what they came up with. They knew coming back from the pandemic, how are they going to go back to school? And their project had a lasting impact. They focused on the social and emotional learning in their needs as students. They advocated for an extended homeroom period where the students can just go to another teacher's classroom. A teacher could create a program where they could just relax. Last Friday was SEL Day nationwide, and we had extended homeroom, and the students went to their different programs, open gym, to mindfulness exercises, to a talk from the New Haven Police Department about recruitment. These are different things that kids get to pick. Our goal now is for students to develop those programs as well. And we do have that with a juicing class on how to make healthy protein shakes. I'm doing research for my school. It's part of our school improvement plan. This is how much this program has impacted our students, in which 86% of our students have regularly said that they enjoy programming, they want it weekly, and they want it longer. This is what's getting students to come to school. We're in a school that has 1,700 students. We're in a high needs district, and this has been an impact on my students. So something that came from the pandemic is now a lasting legacy, which Maureen McGurl and I will be talking about some more tomorrow in the roundtable. But Project Citizen does have impact on other students. When year 2 and year 3, after I was a mentee, I became a mentor. Mike entrusted me with that because Maureen wanted my help. And what happened was we worked with teachers via Zoom. I got to work with many teachers from the state of Connecticut. And my former district, Bridgeport, one of my former coworkers, he was part of it. And he got his students to advocate to their Board of Education to have Eid as a holiday on their calendar. And they won. And that's another impact. We also saw other projects within Connecticut where we saw a Junior National Honor Society work with their, work on a project as well. And the students are just engaged in their learning, and they're doing the learning. For students learning together on project-based learning is very more impactful than a teacher-centered activities. So these are, so Project Citizen has had its impact, and these are lessons that I try to continue today. Now, I'm also now the state coordinator for Connecticut. This is how much this program has helped me. And my goal now for the state of Connecticut, starting within my district, is to provide these programs to teachers. I believe that this has been the best professional development that I have ever received as a teacher. I have gone to talk to congressional leaders, and I've told their staffers that we need more funding for this. When we talk about professional development for teachers, it's usually like, this is actually impactful. This has made me a better teacher, and I could see this continuing to make more teachers much better as in their classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Jackie Viana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackie Viana. I come from the great state of Florida, folks. And I am a teacher. I'm an educator. I was a teacher of law studies and civics for 15 years. My principal told me, you're teaching civics. And to be honest with you, I was very, very nervous. I had never taught civics before. And I found a box of books in the back of my room. And it was closed, nobody had opened it. My department chair said, go ahead and use it. I had never attended a training. It was my first year teaching. It was 1996, and it was a box of Project Citizen Project Citizen books, I'm sorry. And since that very moment that I implemented the program in 1996, it was a pilot program in Florida, it really changed my life. And I know it has changed my students' lives. So how does Project Citizen change students' lives? I taught at Hialeah Middle for 12 years, and then for 4 years I taught at Hialeah Gardens Middle, mainly low socioeconomic children of immigrants or immigrants themselves, who were eager to learn about this wonderful country of ours. And Project Citizen really empower the students to believe they can create change, because they really do. So my students in my tenure as a teacher introduced 8 bills to the Florida legislature. 2 of them became state laws. I was blessed enough to work with amazing legislatures. And if you think that civic education teaches the students to be of one or the other political incline, that's not true. Civic education, true civic education, teaches students to meet at the table, to compromise, and come together with solutions. Another aspect of Project Citizen that I love is that when students believe they can create change, they truly create change. Instead of complaining, or instead of saying, look, the government is not working, or this should be changed, they are the change. I was also blessed enough to work with legislators who believe in my students. I work with, many of you know him, Rene Garcia, who's now a commissioner for the county commissioner. But Rene can only sponsor 6 bills as a state legislator. And he always said, I only have 5 bills, because 1 bill is for Project Citizen. As a matter of fact, out of the blue, he just called me because his office helps me put together the Project Citizen Fair for Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So I'm like, I can't talk to you right now. But that's how involved he is. I now work as a supervisor for Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and one of my tasks is to oversee the law programs. So I oversee a law academy in which teachers that participate must be part of must be able to participate in Project Citizen or with the People or Mock Trial. And I am really thankful that these teachers love this program. Miami-Dade County, before the pandemic, we had 30 schools participate in our local Project Citizen Fair, and this past year we had about 15. And these teachers in Miami-Dade are doing amazing things, from influencing policy on assisting young adults with autism to changing traffic lights or stop signs. It depends. I also have been blessed and lucky enough to be part of Civitas, the international program for the Center of Civic Education. I have been to countries like Peru, Panama, and Romania, and see the effects of Project Citizen, the Project Citizen curriculum in developing democracies. And as that really touched my heart. Sometimes when we live in the United States, we think we live in a box. But when we go and visit other countries and see other schools doing the same thing, we feel part of this global village. And so if you ask me, how has Project Citizen changed my life? It changed who I am today. It changed the educator that I became. It helped me become the teacher that I was and the district person that I am today, thanks to Project Citizen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. I don't know about you, but I've heard some really strong themes throughout our teacher testimonials. And although it's not stated, in addition to hearing about the teachers and how it impacted their students, did you see how their faces lit up every time they talked about what they do? So that was like a trick. We wanted them to see you. But really, there's a really democratic nature to Project Citizen. The entire class works on a project together, and there's lots of ways you can, differentiate and change it up and innovate. But when every student in a class, as you heard Kim saying, works on the same project, it's really powerful. The differences among the students in their academic levels become indecipherable because every student is lifted up in that process. And so it's a I'm going to get the word wrong, democratizing, is that a word? Mm-hmm. It's a democratizing process while they're learning how to do democracy. And it can be implemented in all different levels of classes. There's nothing off the table, all different kinds of contexts. And what I really loved hearing come through with all of you, through the pandemic and, over the course of a career is that Project Citizen transforms the teacher. And although we don't have data on this, I'm just going to throw it out there. That Project Citizen, we're going to get the data. I'm going to put it out there, then we're going to get the data. That Project Citizen helps with teacher burnout and retention. And because it grabs hold of who you are as an educator and helps sustain you for the work and helps you move forward and really continue to move forward in that civic mission of schools and civic mission of the nation. So I don't think I'm overstating it because we see it right here. You'll hear it from the students and then in the research results, which we'll get to next. We have a couple minutes. Do any of the three of you have any last words or fine points to put on this?
If any of you is visiting, has never participated in Project Citizen, I always share this with the teachers that attend the professional development for the first time. Just try it. It's not going to hurt. And I guarantee you, you will come back and you will do it again. That's what I want to share.
The curriculum gives you a fantastic structure in which to use, but as Donna already said as well, you can manipulate that to work in your classroom no matter what class you're teaching or what age kids you're teaching. So it does give you a framework, but you can work within that as well. One of my students, their favorite thing is the elevator pitch that they do with each other. And then one wins, and the one that wins, we begin immediately working on solutions. And then those solutions that don't win become our alternatives for the program. So having different ideas when you come to the table and sharing those with each other is just a really cool part of that curriculum that works within the system for all of our kids.
And I think the one great thing about this is that we're able to have projects, but these projects do not have to look like the projects that are presented in the textbook. Mm-hmm. They could be any way that the kids get. As long as they do the process, that's what matters. The process is what is the most important thing about Project Citizen.
I want to close with, I don't know if we're closing. I see the 5 minutes, but I have a little story to share with you. So my students were working on a topic for assisted living facilities. And my legislator, his name is Rene Garcia, he sent a lobbyist to convince us otherwise. So the lobbyist came, my students let him talk, let him share, and then my students had prepared very well the research and share with them. When he left, my legislator called me and told me what happened. And I said, nothing, we had a discussion. He said that the lobbyist called him and said, who are these kids? My answer is, they're Project Citizen students, that's it.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to share the same thing, was that we had our students worked on, I think I've told some of you guys this, that they were putting in our city one of those really big pools that have the lazy river and all the slides and things in it. But they were spending millions of dollars on this pool for the whole city, but they had not even graded the trail that went all the way around the park. So you couldn't take a stroller on it. It was not ADA compliant in any way, shape, or form. And so my students they went door to door, they talked to the people who backed into that trail. They had found different cost points of what it would cost the city to grade it versus blacktop it versus pave it, and what the maintenance was for it. They had done all the research, and they had signed up to speak at the city council meeting in the public comments. And it just dumped snow. And I got these phone calls from parents that said, our kids are not going tonight to this meeting. So we canceled. But the good news was the city manager called me the very next day and said, I would like to come to your classroom because I'm pretty sure they were going to embarrass me last night. So they get this idea that our students are prepared, they speak well, they it is just this all-encompassing project that I could talk about it for hours. And believe me, anyone who knows me, I can talk for hours. So.
And I could say about student voice is that they do go to the city and say, hey, this is what we need. Like, I had a group of students that, it wasn't part of Project Citizen, but it was part of my curriculum, my class, and they advocated for athletic fields and turf fields, and they went to a Board of Alders meeting, they went to the environmental meeting, they talked to the city planner and the city engineer and advocated for why they needed to have turf fields and how they had to fight environmentalists to get those fields. I mean, that gave them their voice, and that's what Project Citizen's also about, is providing that student voice.
Thank you, all three of you. Project Citizen isn't just a project, it becomes an identity. Project Citizen teachers, Project Citizen students, shapes them for the rest of their lives. I encourage you to keep talking. We can all talk for hours, and luckily we have hours today and tomorrow, so please keep talking to our three wonderful teachers throughout the next 2 days to get even more insights as to how transformational this is. And I know, like I'm selling this to the choir, of course, but we have so many different innovative ways to support Project Citizen. With that, let's give them a final round of applause. And I reintroduce Dr. Diana Owen, who's going to underscore these testimonials with the hard data. We know, we've got proof.
So I thought it was great to hear the reality behind the numbers that you're going to hear about now. I just have to say that part of the research itself allowed us to go into the field, or actually zoom into the field and observe some of these classes and teachers in action and the portfolio presentations, and always so inspirational. My colleague at CERL, Katie Hartzell, is a senior research specialist, is going to help me with the presentation today. But I'm just going to start off by talking a little bit about Project Citizen, the research program, and what we went through because of the fact that it started with the pandemic. So as you've heard, the Project Citizen research project evaluates the effectiveness of the center's Project Citizen teacher professional development and the curriculum over the course of 3 academic years. And those academic years were 2020 to 23. And as Elisa has described, the teachers attended a summer institute. They go through follow-up professional development. They meet over the course of the academic year with their mentors, and they instruct the Project Citizen curriculum in their classes. Middle and high school students worked as a class. They research and develop proposals for solving a policy problem in their schools and community, and then they present it to stakeholders. They either do it more informally, or they have a panel that sits there and asks questions. And so, again, the adaptability of the program is there. The research project assessed how much Project Citizen increased teachers' civic content knowledge and developed their ability to implement active learning pedagogies associated with project-based learning. It evaluated secondary school students' acquisition of civic knowledge, civic dispositions, and civic skills, including their ability to engage in the life of their community and to be prepared for civic engagement. In addition, the PCRP explored students' development of civic-related CERL competencies such as problem-solving and expression skills, as well as their use of STEM in their civics classes. The study used a multi-site, school-level, randomized control trials where pre- and post-program surveys were administered to teachers and students who had received the Project Citizen intervention, and control group teachers instructing traditional civics, social studies, American histories, and American government classes with their students. The quantitative data was supplemented with qualitative information from interviews and observations. So my team at the Civic Education Research Lab conducted studies of 3 cohorts of teachers and students during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. The initial plan was to field the study during 3 typical school days or school years, but the pandemic upended those plans. So what to do? We consulted with our program officer, who we've already heard a little bit about, Dr. Ed Metz at the Institute of Education Sciences. And he said, if you think you can make it work, go ahead. And so we decided to go ahead with the implementation of the Project Citizen Research Program. The center quickly adapted the professional development program that was going to be in person at institutes around the country for a virtual format, and developed innovations to the curriculum that would enable teachers the flexibility to use Project Citizen under conditions that were constantly in flux. And as you've just heard from teachers who were implementing Project Citizen during the pandemic, they were also innovating on their own as they were putting the project into place in their classes. What I think is really interesting and kind of in retrospect important is that the research was conducted under 3 sets of conditions. It wasn't just the one pandemic year. Each year had its own set of challenges and own set of characteristics. So cohort 1 took place during the first year of the pandemic. And the curriculum was taught entirely either fully virtual or in a hybrid instructional environment. Most schools during cohort 2, which was the 2021-22 school year, began with classes meeting in person, but most ended up being virtual for at least part of the time, as you can see there. 64%, they all kind of started in person, and then some of them, more than half, had to go were virtual for part of the time. And then cohort 3, which took place in 2022-23, most of the schools in the study met in person with some short periods of virtual instructional continuity. Each of these conditions presented its own challenges. For example, students are all kind of back in school in person in cohort 3, but the baseline civic knowledge of students in that cohort was notably lower than for students in the prior 2 years, after having dealt with significant disruptions in learning. So we're seeing those kind of lag effects on student learning even through the project here. The pandemic created challenges for the research as well. In addition to the usual reasons for teachers leaving a study, such as taking a new position or personal matters, teachers had difficulty adapting to virtual and hybrid instructions. Some felt overwhelmed and took a leave of absence, or some even left the profession entirely. Their classes were taught by substitutes who were not enrolled in the study. Close to 90% of the students in the sample were from schools that serve large numbers of high-need students. This population was especially vulnerable during the pandemic. Truancy rates were high. Steps were taken to curb attrition that I think had some pretty good success. And I would like to thank a lot of the people in this room who worked really hard to maintain close connections with both the Project Citizen teachers and their students and the control groups so that they would continue. We did increase the stipends for participants, which seemed to help a little bit. And as a result, the samples met WhatWorks Clearinghouse, which is the research arm of the Department of Education. It met their liberal or conservative attrition standards in each year. And here's the numbers so you can see how many schools. I actually kind of oversampled to begin with, knowing that there would be more attrition. And so I think that we're in pretty good shape with the study. Project-based learning, like Project Citizen, can take a special effort to implement under the best of circumstances. And during the pandemic, the classroom environment was very unsettled, as you all know. Quarantines, school closures, all sorts of unanticipated situations kept teachers and students out of the classroom. One of the big issues that teachers trying to implement Project Citizen raised was the fact that they lost a lot of instructional time. And because of that, they had to adjust their lesson plans and they had to change their pedagogies quite rapidly. Students themselves face disruptions in their school and mental health challenges that had adversely affected their learning. And here's a quote from a Project Citizen high school teacher describing her experience in the first year of the pandemic. Teaching during the pandemic presented numerous challenges this year. Teaching online all year and hybrid for part of the year made it difficult to conduct parts of the project. Not having the face-to-face conversation and having different numbers of students per class in seat and online, I can't even imagine that, made discussion difficult. I was forced to move course content to the forefront of my schedule, which made it difficult to work in some elements of the project. But I find Project Citizen to be very engaging and look forward to trying it next year under more conventional circumstances. So they persevered and were able to successfully complete the program. The findings of this study offer encouraging evidence that Project Citizen was effective in producing positive outcomes for teachers and students under these most demanding and challenging circumstances. Project Citizen's teachers' knowledge of American government and the policymaking process, which they work on in the summer institutes and in the follow-up PD, increased significantly. Teachers adapted active learning pedagogies to virtual and hybrid instructional environments, which in some cases has resulted in innovations that have persisted beyond the pandemic, which we've just heard about here in the testimonial. Project Citizen teachers were far more likely to emphasize civic dispositions and civic skills in their classes. These are things that aren't often emphasized. There's always a lot of emphasis placed on civic knowledge and kind of conveying the content, as opposed to having students, acquire civic skills and civic dispositions. But as a result of Project Citizen, these dispositions and skills came to the forefront of the lesson planning. Teachers' self-efficacy improved as they felt better prepared to promote students' civic learning, self-care, self-management, relationship skills, and respectful classroom discourse. And I think this ties into what Donna was just saying. We weren't looking specifically at teacher retention, but what I did find were huge increases in teachers' self-efficacy among the Project Citizen teachers that were not evident for the control group teachers. As a matter of fact, in some of the cohorts, the self-efficacy of the control group teachers actually declined over the course of the academic year, where we saw increases for the Project Citizen teachers. And I thought that was a pretty remarkable finding. Teachers were also able to successfully convey CERL and STEM skills to their students. Just kind of as a broad overview before I have Katie show some of the actual data, Project Citizen students' gains in civic knowledge were consistent with the outcomes of prior research that I've done on the JMLP and some other projects. As Katie will show, large improvements in knowledge were found for both middle and high school students. As I said, conveying civic dispositions and civic skills is often really difficult in the civics classroom, but this study found that Project Citizen students' sense of civic responsibility increased along with their belief that they could effectively take part in civic life. Students gained confidence in performing the civic tasks that are integral to the Project Citizen curriculum, including monitoring government and politics, paying attention to societal issues, and working with others to solve problems in their community. The gains in civic dispositions and skills, they were modest in some instances, but I'm someone that believes that even small gains are worth looking at. And there's been a kind of, I think, a revision in the way that small gains in education research are being treated. The standards that were kind of used since 1968 that were done in an experimental context have been discovered to really have us dismiss and not look at things that really we should be taking care of. Small, significant changes are really important. So we had gains in civic dispositions and skills that were very noteworthy, even with the complications of the pandemic. So now I'm going to turn it over to Katie, who will take a look at some of the actual data.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here again. This is such a delight to see you all and be interested in this really, really important research. So a focal outcome of the PCRP for teachers and students was the acquisition of civic content knowledge. Teachers answered questions that covered general knowledge of public policy process, federalism, branches of US government, non-governmental organizations, and importantly, these questions are not overly aligned to the Project Citizen curriculum. They're not testing them on things Project Citizen specifically teaches. This is general civic education knowledge. And as you can see, across all 3 cohorts, teachers had statistically significant knowledge gains. The percentage change was 8% for cohort 1, 15% for cohort 2, and 21% for cohort 3. You can see improvements for the control teachers in cohorts 1 and 2, but you can actually see a decrease in cohort 3. But all these changes for the control teachers were small and not statistically significant. And one Project Citizen teacher shared, learning about public policy was very helpful. I didn't really understand it before. I feel better able to explain what it is. I enjoyed hearing from experts in government. There we go. For Project Citizen students, the increases in civic knowledge scores were higher than those of students in standard classes for both middle and high school students. And again, these results were statistically significant. Middle school Project Citizen students' knowledge improved by 44% in cohort 1, 76% in cohort 2, and 66% in cohort 3. For high school students, in Project Citizen, knowledge improved by 27% in cohort 1, 56% in cohort 2, and 32% in cohort 3. And one high school student shared, I have thoroughly enjoyed partaking in Project Citizen. I learned a great deal about the political systems and the inner machinations of our government. I can proudly say, thanks to Project Citizen, I will be an active and knowledgeable participant in my community. Civic dispositions, as Dr. Owen talked about, are the public and private traits, attitudes, and ingrained habits of the heart that are consistent with the common good and are central to a functioning and healthy democracy. Civic dispositions include things such as respect for the rule of law, a commitment to justice, equality and fairness, trust in government, civic duty, attentiveness to political matters, political efficacy, and political tolerance. Studies have shown that civics instruction at elementary and secondary school can impart lasting democratic attitudes and practices that develop over a lifetime. However, they are also much more difficult to impart authentically than civic knowledge. These trends are reflected in the fact that less than 20% of civic education studies focus on civic dispositions. So building civic dispositions is a foundational goal of Project Citizen and was reinforced in the professional development, both in the summer institutes and the continuing education during the school year. The lack of focus on civic dispositions can be seen in the teachers' reports to the question, how much emphasis do you place on developing students' dispositions to become involved in community affairs? Because all of these started really low in the pre-tests, and there were huge gains for Project Citizen teachers. So this is looking at the number of teachers who answered a great deal. In cohort 1, the number of teachers who indicated they placed a great deal of emphasis on dispositions grew from 21% to 46%. In cohort 2, it increased from 21% to 50%, and in cohort 3, the percentage grew from 17% to 32%. And these were matched by significant decreases in the number of students or teachers who said not much. This finding was not found in the control group, where the percentage of teachers reporting a great deal in cohort 1 remained consistent between the pre and post surveys, and in fact decreased in cohorts 2 and 3. And to understand how participating in Project Citizen informs students' civic dispositions, we constructed a civic responsibility index. To form this index variable, the survey asked students how much responsibility they felt to 1, follow news about government every day, and 2, get actively involved in their community. The response options were not much responsibility, a great deal of responsibility, and 3, top priority. And this additive index ranged from 1, not much responsibility, to 5, a top priority. Middle school students' sense of civic responsibility did not change over the course of the study, which is not surprising given the age range of the students. And those results aren't statistically significant. But what's interesting is the high school gains. which were statistically significant. Cohort 1 improved by 4%, cohort 2 11%, and cohort 3 14%. In contrast, the change for the control group was non-significant in cohort 1 and was smaller than the Project Citizen group in cohorts 2 and 3. Project Citizen helped teachers encourage voting. The percentage of teachers who reported they could do a great deal to encourage electoral participation grew from 51% to 70% in cohort 1, from 55% to 71% in cohort 2, and from 47% to 54% in cohort 3. And in comparison, the number of control teachers who reported there was a great deal they could do actually declined in cohorts 2 and 3. And it remained pretty much flat in cohort 1. Focusing on the high school students' results, as these students are closer to voting age, on average, high school students in both the Project Citizen and control group felt a great deal of responsibility to vote prior to their civics classes. So there was a baseline of, yes, we should vote. But the Project Citizen group's mean scores on the duty to vote increased slightly and was statistically significant in cohorts 1 and 3 and approached significance in cohort 2, whereas the control group differences were non-significant for cohorts 1 and 2, although in cohort 3, their gains for duty to vote were slightly higher than the Project Citizen group. And again, focusing on high school students who are closer to joining the workforce, the number of high school students interested in government service increased 8% in cohort 1 for Project Citizen students compared to 6% for the control students. This was the smallest change because in cohort 2, Project Citizen students increased 20% compared to 12% for the control students. And in cohort 3, there was a 24% increase compared to 9% for the control students. So this program really made them excited to participate in government. Civic skills refers to the range of proficiencies required for democratic engagement. They include the ability to monitor the media, gather information, and critically evaluate issues and policies. Participatory skills are associated with following public events and issues, as well as taking action to improve conditions in the communities. They consist of voting, listening to and processing diverse views on issues, speaking openly, expressing opinions, working collaboratively to solve problems, and advocating on behalf of a cause. Project Citizen helped teachers to emphasize civic skills as an instructional objective. In cohort 1, the percentage of teachers who reported they emphasized civic skills nearly doubled, rising from 40% to 73%. In cohort 2, it rose from 57% to 71%, and from 22% to 47% in cohort 3. In comparison, the number of control teachers who felt they emphasized civic skills actually dropped in cohorts 1 and 2 and stayed fairly flat in cohort 3. And then finally, students' perception of their civic skills was measured by combining their scores on 3 items. Students were asked how much they agreed with the following statements. I have a pretty good understanding of the important political issues facing our country. I can help organize people to solve a problem in my community. And I can find the government official or branch of government that is responsible for solving a problem in my community. And they could respond with 1, strongly disagree, 2, disagree, 3, neither agree or disagree, 4, agree, and 5, strongly agree. And these 3 items were combined into another index with a low of 1 for low perceived civic skills and a high of 13. Middle school students who had taken Project Citizen had more positive perceptions of their civic skills after they received the curriculum. The percentage change was 8% from cohort 1, 13% for cohort 2, and 6% in cohort 3. High school students' perceptions of their ability to engage competently in civic life also improved by 7% in cohort 1, 10% for cohort 2, and 9% for cohort 3. And these changes for the middle and high school students were all statistically significant. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Owen.
Thanks, Katie. We looked at a number of civic skills that for students, we looked at their skills in problem solving, civic expression, and several others. And I just use this as an example that the Project Citizen students' civic skills increased significantly over the course of their semester, especially compared to the students in the control group. I guess, I thought I had a couple of, there's a couple other slides here. Anyway, this is just a sample of the findings that we have from the study. First, I'd just like to also recognize the members of the CERL Research Lab, but also point to you that the report, we have a full report that's been completed. Again, these are just a few things that we pulled out of the report that I thought were particularly interesting. I especially like that finding of, particularly among the high school students, that they actually felt after taking Project Citizen that they might want to engage in government service, actually take a job or a career in government service, and even run for public office, in the future. And that was kind of a very big shift. But there's a lot of other exciting findings in this report, and you can find it online at the CERL website. Just to talk a little bit about the way that I organized the report. I basically looked at what the teachers were conveying, what they were doing at the time, whether they were teaching about civic skills, how much they emphasized it, and then I report how much the students gained in those particular areas. So that's the basic organization of the report. I also look in there at students' orientations towards civic engagement. That was something really that will come down the line, I think, from Project Citizen. But I asked students about how much did they anticipate that they would become involved after taking Project Citizen, and the results were significantly positive. I think we have a couple of minutes left, and I'm ready to take questions if anyone has some questions about the research findings. I know some of you took part in the, were helpful with the research. Yeah, Elizabeth. Oh. There's also one-pagers over there with some of the highlights that you could pick up.
You mentioned a randomized control trial. So were these teachers randomly assigned to this versus something else, or were they self-selected into the program? How were the teachers assigned to actually participate in creating the results that you're documenting?
Thank you. So the way that it works is that we're looking for schools first, because Project Citizen can often be school-based. They have more than one teacher that are, kind of in charge of it, and they'll work on projects, maybe even jointly. So the center recruits the schools and then the teachers through their network of civic educators, and then they're randomly assigned to the Project Citizen and control groups. So the way that we keep the control group, or what's offered to people that end up in the control group, is, first of all, they do get a stipend, but they also have the opportunity to take part in the Project Citizen professional development in the program the following year. So there's a number of incentives if you end up in that group that you could end up in the Project Citizen group going forward.
I think that's so wonderful, because one of the problems that we have in trying to get anybody to do experiments is nobody wants to be in the control group, but then we can't move our knowledge forward. So that's a great way to make sure they can participate, but you also get good data. Thank you.
Yeah, and something was interesting when we, normally when I've been doing like the James Madison Legacy Project and some other, kind of large RCT projects, you end up losing more of the control group. That didn't happen here. And I think part of it was that, A, we're giving them a stipend, but B, they, I think some of the teachers just in Project Citizen, some were able to do it, a lot were able to do it, but some just couldn't put the project part in. And I have a theory about why the student knowledge was, student knowledge gain was so great, and I got that from some of the teachers' comments, is that when they couldn't entirely implement the project part, they started relying on the knowledge part and teaching about the process. And so they really gained, the students gained a lot of information, a lot of knowledge about how the process works, even when they didn't complete the entire project. So, I think teachers adapted beautifully to what was going on, with the pandemic. And in some cases, they shifted their focus a little bit more towards the knowledge aspect. Particularly, they found it hard to break the students down into groups on Zoom. And as you heard from that testimonial I read about the teacher who had half the students were in person, half of them were in the same class. And, so she actually ended up doing 2 projects with 1 class, which is double the work, but that's how she was able to make it work, and it was very successful. Yeah, Glenn.
So, I don't really need this, but Dr. Owen, you mentioned retention in your remarks a couple of times with regards to that. So that wasn't a real focus of the research, but could you elaborate a little bit more on how this does impact that? Because when you're having conversations with district leaders, that might be a good topic to kind of entice or recruit folks for this. And as states struggle with teachers getting in the profession and staying in the profession, this could be enlightening.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Glenn. I think there's a number of indicators of that. One is what I already talked about, was that teachers that were enrolled in the program had an increased sense of self-efficacy in their ability to really get across to even tough students. And constantly keep in mind, in addition to this study being done during the pandemic and 3 different conditions during the pandemic, it was, 90% of the students that were in the study were high need students of different types. So they already were starting off, kind of with some challenges to begin with. And their efficacy kind of grew. And one of the reasons, or several of the reasons behind that, I think, that came through in the qualitative research was that they felt a connection. I think a lot of teachers during the pandemic felt very alone. They're working from, remotely. They're not having the same kind of interaction with their colleagues. But the teachers that were involved in Project Citizens had regular meetings with their mentors. They had the follow-up professional development. They really started to feel part of a community themselves. And I think that really helped to keep them, engaged and kind of, help with teacher retention. I think I do have qualitative data that I can look into on that issue a little bit more deeply, but that's, I think, what I think was feeling. Also, I think that they saw the motivation of their students in, when they were doing their projects, and I think they found that personally rewarding as well, that this was something that was different, active. They weren't just, kind of giving rote information and having students kind of spit it back. They could try and be more dynamic and more innovative. And I also think that that was kind of a good challenge to some teachers who found that it was really kind of enhanced their professional development, even on their own. So I think there's a lot of reasons why it worked. And I think these are things that carry over even in a period when it's not the pandemic. But my time is up, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have. It's a 10-minute break.
Diana, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, if we could gather back together. Thank you so much for joining us. We took a little extra 10 minutes on the break to get a few of the slides in order with some technical issues. So thank you very much for rejoining us. And I will permit my colleagues to kick off our next session, Educating for Civic Engagement Research and Practice.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Mary McHugh. I'll be the moderator for this session. I am the Executive Director of Civic and Community Engagement at Merrimack College in North Andover, Massachusetts. And I'm a member of the Political Science Department, and I run the Service Learning Center. And in my spare time, but thank you for joining us. I think we have a very exciting panel today in terms of looking at the topics of civic engagement research and practice. So we're going to start kind of at a higher level in terms of setting out sort of experimental design, right? And we're going to work down and drill down to kind of work in the classroom. And we have three panelists with us today. Where we'll start off with Elizabeth Benyon, who's the Chancellor's Professor of Political Science and Director of Community Engagement at Indiana University, South Bend. We'll then turn to Diana Owen, who of course needs no introduction because we all know.
I think people are sick of me by now.
We'll see if she, no. And then we have Sarah McGrew, who's our Assistant Professor of Teaching and Learning Policy Leadership at the College of Education at the University of Maryland, College Park. We wanted to note that Brett Levy is on the program, the original program, but he's unable to attend due to some family circumstances. He sends his best to us, and we send his best, our best to us, our best to him. Right? So let's turn it over to Elizabeth Benyon to get us started.
Thank you so much, Mary. Recently, I was involved in a journal. It was a special collection by the American Academy of Political and Social Science on civic education in a time of democratic crisis. And what that collected volume really focused on was how a renewed civic education would look in the current environment if we want it to be successful in bridging the deep political divides that plague debates in our country today, in teaching students how to compromise and express disagreement with respect and empathy, in being able to synthesize opposing viewpoints and engage productively across lines of difference, how to balance traditional knowledge of civics-based learning with this inquiry-based civic learning that focuses more on problems of people's communities and lives, and also looks at that critical role of K through 12 education in teaching civics and inquiry-oriented skills to their students, thinking, of course, also about policy and how to teach this when states are passing bans on certain kinds of content within the high schools and the college settings. And finally, how to really engage students who may feel marginalized or disaffected by the narratives of American history in a type of reflective patriotism that looks at what they can do, not by changing history or ignoring some of the less pleasant parts, but really in thinking about their role in shaping that history, all of our role moving forward. I think what's so excited about Project Citizen is that it really does all of these things, right? Bridging the traditional civics knowledge with more practice and practice at civic engagement, more deliberation among the students, and helping to work together to solve community-based problems. And that's what's so exciting about it to me. The other thing is that it merges practice with research. So you have individual cases where your students are working on issues that matter in their schools, like we heard about in the teacher panel, whether that is access to sanitary products or playing fields, right, or passing laws that students care about, that they're doing things that matter to them, yet we can assess it at a national level. So to me, that is the perfect type of civic research that we need to be doing and collaborating on as a nation. Diana asked me to talk a little bit about some recent book projects I've been involved in. And how that all relates here. So of course, teaching civic engagement, as we've been discussing today, involves teaching knowledge, but also skills, dispositions, and giving students experience so they have practice that then they can continue to use that knowledge, those skills, and their commitment to democratic institutions and participation once they graduate from high school or from college. Really, practice then becomes our pedagogy. There are 3 books that I was involved in through the American Political Science Association. Many in the room were also involved in about teaching civic engagement. And I mentioned them to you, this appears a little different than on my original, because they provide examples that you might want to draw upon in addition to the ones you heard today. They are all free to utilize, and you can see the website there where you can get them. Looking at working with local government on best practices research, stakeholder interviews, resource guides for people looking for jobs, looking for housing, et cetera, in their communities. And these are kinds of projects that high school students could do as well as college students. Undergraduate legal clinics working with a variety of different populations. In another chapter, there was an immigration law clinic where students would look at country conditions. Students would do interviews with people applying for asylum, and then they're working with attorneys. So a lot of innovative ways to do the kind of practice that we've been hearing about teachers doing today, as well as all kinds of experiential learning that we can work into our classes, whether that is working the polls or engaging in student issue conventions, partnering college students and high school students in a model UN or some other kind of simulation, right? And so there are lots of things to do. Sheree Strawn, who's in the room here, and I also look at how to use student organizations to develop those civic skills. So all of that is available, and I would encourage you to look at some of those examples as you're thinking about what projects you might want to provide to your students as examples of the kinds of things they might do. We also looked across the disciplines, of course. Sometimes this gets pigeonholed in social sciences or political science, but of course, this type of work can happen across all disciplines. And globally, we have our 3rd book was about teaching civic engagement globally. You see some of the countries that were featured in case studies. And as you learned this morning, this same basic method can work in different types of countries, different types of democracies, including emerging democracies, because the students are working with community partners to define the issues that matter, and they're using a good process and developing skills rather than coming in and imposing some preconceived idea of what works. So this really is civic education at its best. The other thing I would say is that we need to think about experimental methods and teaching students at a minimum the logic of experimental methods, because we want folks who ask those what if questions, right? What if we try to register students to vote inside the classroom? Is that worth the time? Does it result in more registrations and more voters? What if we use Project Citizen versus a traditional curriculum? Does it produce added gains, right? Those kind of what if questions that students ask all the time about the world around them can be answered in the experimental method. And so we can get them asking those critical thinking skills, thinking about causal connections, developing an appreciation for evidence-based decision-making and scientific literacy, right? And giving them some marketable skills. The actual experimental method is not complicated, right? You're randomly assigning and then comparing what happens. But what it does is really empower students to know that they can be researchers. And it empowers all of us to have that evidence-based information we need to bring to policymakers, to bring to school administrators, et cetera. And that's really what my most recent book, Teaching Experimental Political Science, looks at. One of the chapters that's particularly, or a couple that are particularly interesting, is Eric Lepp from University of Wisconsin, Whitewater, who has a template. So instead of students getting bogged down in how many pages is this, how to formulate it, what calculation do I use, they're asking the questions, right? They're putting in the variables they care about, and they're coming out with a nice report. This could work well in a high school context as well. Similarly, we have a sort of show on the road, do an experiment, a survey experiment in real time with students answering different versions of the same question, and then You can have one person calculating the results while you're talking about US government, while you're talking about civic engagement. You're getting that content, but you're also showing them this is a method that you can use, and they're excited to see the results. The other thing, of course, is that we need to share what we're doing. That's one of the things that's great about the report on Project Citizen, is allowing the students to share what they're doing and then keeping a place to share that out with a larger audience and to assess it. So a number of projects that I've been involved in are talking about how we discuss difficult issues in the classroom, and I'm happy to talk about that. That's one of the things I've talked with Chronicle of Higher Education about quite a bit. Training people in graduate school to do this kind of work, training them to work at regional comprehensives like I do that are going to work on community problems. All of these kinds of books are trying to look at this, so there is support in higher ed. So we need interdisciplinary collaborative research. We need to know what we're studying, backward design, some common metrics, so that we can have a meta-analysis and look longitudinally at what works. I want to just briefly show a quick example. I asked that question about do classroom registration, does it matter? So this is an experiment that I did. As you can tell, we had a lot of students, right? And it did make a difference, both in terms of registration and voting. But a lot of campuses just want to send out an email that meets their legal compliance with the federal law. Did it matter? No. Students skipped the table, slightly negative. What about directly connecting them with a registration, an online registration system for states that have that? Somewhat effective, but not as effective as going into those classrooms in terms of creating both registrations and votes. So there's a lot we can do if we collaborate to study what works. And so the other thing I would just say, you can start really small. You don't have to be involved in a huge project to have your students do these kinds of things, right? Practice those skills of letter writing, of advocacy, of federal rule change, of going to a neighborhood association meeting, a local government meeting, et cetera. You can even do this on online courses, which are increasingly common in colleges and universities, and some high schools as well. Okay, so this is just my final advice, is that we have to work with K through 12. We have to study things at a broad level, but also pay attention to what is happening in each school, what students need, what they want, let them generate the questions. And work with college and university professors who have time and often have research as part of their role to help collect data on what you're doing that you can then share with administrators and with policymakers. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We're now going to turn to Diana.
Oh, okay.
I think you're next, right?
I thought it was last.
Okay. Right. Just double check it's not one.
So I actually was going to start off by talking, because the topic here is how there's a symbiotic relationship between research and practice, and how we can get together and actually have better understanding. So I was going to talk about a project that I'm involved in now, again, with the Center for Civic Education, that's also supported by the Department of Education, which is called the James Madison Legacy Project Expansion. But I think I want to also start out by saying that I learned so much from teachers in the classroom at the K through 12 level. I've picked up tips for how I can be better in the classroom, but I learn an awful lot about, what's happening, what works, what doesn't, by listening, talking, observing, and respecting. And I just want to call your attention to a panel that's going to be happening tomorrow that's going to consist of it's going to have some civic educators, people that study civic education at the university level, but also have some practitioners on there. And we're going to talk about how, I'm not on that panel, thank goodness, but it's not every panel. But it's my idea. It was because I believe that we need to have more cooperation. We need to work together, and we need to learn from one another. And it doesn't need to just go from, oh, you're at the university, you're the one that imparts the knowledge. No, it comes both ways. And once we learn that and we gain from that, I think we're all the better for it. So that is tomorrow. But kind of an example of that is what I want to talk a little bit about now, which is a design-based implementation research project that I'm working on again, as I said, with the center called the, oops, this is Sarah. I knew that it was, I don't really need my slides, I guess. That is, some of you in here are involved with it, the James Madison Legacy Project expansion. We had, oh, thank you. So, oh, there it is. Oh, great. Okay, thank you. There. So it's basically the center, probably the first big grant from the Department of Education that the center and my lab got was the James Madison Legacy Project. Again, many of you in here participated in that. It focused on the center's We the People curriculum and how it could be implemented with high-need students nationwide. It was a very large study, and we conducted it, I think it finished a couple of years ago. And so we were able to get this expansion, not expansion grant, what is it technically? It's a mid-phase grant, because we had the JMLP. And so it's a multi-year project where we look from the data that we had from the original JMLP, we found that there could be a better effort at making We the People more accessible to students with disability, I guess what's called now emerging multilingual learners, but in the grant it's ELL, and I was told to keep that language, but I'll use emerging multilingual learners and students of color, focusing specifically on adapting the professional development for teachers so that they'd be better able to serve these students, and also adapting the curriculum, the We the People curriculum, so that it would be more accessible, but also more relevant to these groups. And so we're using, because this is in the middle of it, see, I can go back. Yes. We're using a design-based implementation research process, which involves kind of a two-way process between people that are in the field, the implementers, and then myself and my team conducting the research. And these DBIR, any project, they're very adaptable. This process has a number of common elements. First, it focuses on persistent problems of practice, so what's really going on, what do we need to address? And then it's an iterative collaborative design. So you do need resources to do this. It has to take place over a period of time in different stages, and allows a lot of feedback in, kind of an adaptation, feedback and adaptation, until ultimately you get to the place where you want to be. It has a concern for developing theory and knowledge of classroom learning that doesn't just come from, academia imposing it on, people in the classroom. It's a two-way street. And I really love that idea. So it's really reconceptualizing the relationship between research and practice, that it is, again, this give and take, a symbiotic relationship. So just to quickly go through, this is still in the field, as I said, oh boy. We have a number of phases. The first part was, and where I worked very closely on this particular project with the center. The first thing we did was talk to teacher experts about how we can better, how this student populations could be better served. So I did a survey of 33 middle and high school educators that serve these populations in 14 states, came back with some ideas for that. And then the center staff used the insights from this report to develop drafts of lesson plans. And then based on these teachers, most of them I think were the ones who participated in this little pilot study. They implemented the new lesson plans in their adapted lesson plans in their class, and then my team conducted a pilot study in the spring of 2022-23. And it showed that the lessons were doing a good job of getting content knowledge, but they were not quite, there were some places that could have been tweaked. Specifically that for the English language learners, they needed more translated materials. It pointed to a whole number of things that could be done. So wasn't happy when I had to present that, but that's how you learn. And so the center and the teacher experts that they were working with and consultants in these fields took the information, they adapted the lesson plans again and the professional development, and then we went full scale into the field this academic year. And so we'll see what's going to happen, but what I really appreciate about this, this process is that, it involves, I can really, kind of get into kind of what's really going on the ground in a way of how the research helps what's happening there, what's happening on the ground helps me to better understand what's going on and to solve the problem. And so I'm excited, the data are starting to come in. We had the pre-test is done and the post-testing is starting to come in, and we'll meet with the teachers again, I guess sometime this summer, and continue the process. As I said, it's labor intensive, it's resource intensive, but to be honest with you, I think this is a good way to do research and really get kind of the results that I think are mutually beneficial. Thank you.
No, right? That was magic. All right. And our final panelist is Sarah McGrew.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to shift a little bit and talk about the work I do with teachers and students, but that is all focused on teaching teachers and students to evaluate information online, and want to encourage us to think about that context in the midst of teaching these kind of civic inquiry projects. So I want to begin with something that will not be surprising to any of you if you spend any time hanging out with teenagers, but that is that this Pew survey from August 2022 found that about half of teens said that they were using the internet almost constantly, right? And then the other half is saying several times a day. So this isn't surprising, again, but I think it speaks to both where young people are deciding what problems matter to them in their lives, right? And also where they're going to find out information to do their research when they're engaged in problem exploration. So the question then, I think, and a really vital one for us to ask as teachers and researchers is, how should we prepare young people for civic life given this, right? Like what is our reliance on the internet a change for us as citizens? And Joe Kahne, who you guys are lucky to hear from later today, and his colleagues developed this model of thinking about what participatory politics look like in the digital age, and argue that digital participation has shifted in all of these ways, and that schools need to adjust to be responsive to those changes, right? So it's changed how we engage in dialogue and provide feedback, how we produce and circulate information, how we mobilize for change. And then where I focus, it's changed how we investigate topics and conduct research on things that matter to us and our communities, right? And there's some great things about the internet, right, in terms of widening the scope of stories that are told and the voices that are telling them, lowering barriers to information access. But it also means, of course, that there's so much more information available. Misinformation spreads really quickly, and it's increasingly up to us to decide what to believe, but also trickier to make those decisions. And my research over the last several years suggests that young people, and really all of us, need a lot more support deciding what to trust online. So this is an example that I want to quickly show. So this video, as you can see, posted on Facebook several years ago, claims to show 2016 Democrat primary voter fraud caught on tape, and it's posted, as you can maybe see there, by this account IonFlix. So I'm maybe, if you guys can hit play, going to show you if the video plays. Not sure that it will. There we go. Okay, there's no sound, but so you're not missing anything there. But this video is purporting to show voter fraud in Illinois, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. Okay, so if I asked you if that video provided strong evidence of voter fraud, hopefully most of you would say no and raise some questions, right? Like, we have no idea who posted this. We have no idea where this video came from, if it's showing voter fraud, what it's showing, like there's no context, right? All really important questions we'd want to raise about the source and the context of the post. And in fact, if I gave you like 2 minutes and you did just a quick search, you'd learn that this video was originally posted on the BBC website with the headline "Russian voting fraud caught on camera." But my colleagues and I have now shown this video to thousands of high school students across the US and asked this question: does the post provide strong evidence of voter fraud during the 2016 primary election? And explain your reasoning. And the majority of high school students give responses like, yes, it shows video evidence of fraud in multiple different states at multiple different times, right? So these students are not raising those critical questions about where the video is coming from or the sort of limits of what the evidence in the video actually portrays, right? Seeing is believing for these students. And I said half of students, the other half aren't necessarily giving strong responses. They're saying things like, the video only shows a few specific instances and is not enough to blame the whole Democratic Party of voter fraud. So this student is raising some questions, but is still at base level trusting the video, right? Which is really problematic if you think about the place we're in as a country. And this doesn't magically get better when students get to college, not surprisingly, right? So in work that I've done with colleagues at Maryland, we found that just about a quarter of our students, undergraduates, can accurately describe how search engines' algorithms rank search results. Under a third know that a .org website is not always more reliable than a .com website, and fewer than a quarter can effectively evaluate a website that contests climate change consensus and is backed by fossil fuel companies. So, and I'm guessing, if you think about your own social media feeds, that you all have evidence of many of the adults in your life having similar struggles, right? This is a problem that, unless we've received really recent explicit instruction, we're probably all susceptible to. So the question, of course, is what do we teach? So I've done a bunch of work thinking about what expert approaches to evaluating information might look like, and then thinking about how to translate those into classrooms and help teachers take up teaching them. So Sam Weinberg and I designed this study where we looked at how professional fact checkers evaluated online information compared to a group of professional historians, history professors, and a group of freshmen at Stanford. And we found that the fact checkers were both more efficient and more effective at evaluating information because they routinely relied on a couple of really key strategies. So first, they did what we came to call lateral reading. So instead of staying on a website and engaging in carefully reading it, like we spend a lot of time doing with students in school, these students, or the fact checkers, landed on a site that they realized was unfamiliar and immediately left the site, opened new tabs on that lateral or horizontal axis, thus lateral reading, and quickly did a search for more information about the source. Relied on sites like Wikipedia, that we often tell our middle school and high school students never ever to use, and just got a quick sense of where the website was coming from before they decided whether that site was worth their time to go back and read, right? Recognizing that there is so much information available on the internet that we should not invest time in carefully reading everything that comes across our screen. We should quickly check if it's worth our time. So again, fact checkers distrusted what sites said or showed about themselves, left the site and searched for information about the source through other reliable sites. And they did not engage in this kind of vertical reading that we often teach students to do in school, or at least sort of condone through the sort of close reading that we teach, which is very appropriate for printed texts, but doesn't work so well online, right? So things like judging information by the quality or amount of information, whether it has links and references, whether it has a .org or a .edu URL, whether it looks professional or has ads, or what it says on its about page. And again, all of these things maybe used to be true about the internet, used to work, but don't work very well anymore, and our education just hasn't quite kept up with it. And then the other sort of strategy that fact checkers used, we called click restraint. So when fact checkers were on search results, instead of really quickly clicking on that first and second result, which research suggests most of us do, fact checkers scanned the results page, reading titles, URLs, and snippets, and used that information to sort of put together a picture of the territory they'd landed in with whatever question they were asking, and to make a better decision about where to click first. Right, that first click on search results for us is often destiny, right? Like we never go back to the search results page. So it's really important to make a smart first click. So the question is then, and I said I've done a bunch of work with teachers in classrooms with thousands of students, designing and understanding what lessons could look like to teach strategies like lateral reading and click restraint, and asking this question of, does instruction strengthen students' evaluation strategies? Because of course that's the important question. If it doesn't, then none of this matters. And the short answer, because I don't have much time, is yes. And have to have, again, studies that I've done, that my colleagues have done, and that folks around the world, in Canada, Sweden, India, and other countries have done, that suggest that teaching these evaluation strategies explicitly really works. And just a quick example of that was a quasi-experimental design study that my colleagues and I did with 12th grade government teachers. And you can see there teachers on the left teaching a standard government curriculum that didn't include digital media literacy, and then the treatment group with 6 lessons on things like lateral reading and click restraint. And you can see there that the student scores almost doubles, goes from about 2.5 to 5 in the treatment condition, but that's out of a possible 14 points. So students doubled their scores, but still have a lot of room to grow. And that leads to the point that I want to kind of end on, which is there's still so much work to do here in collaboration with teachers, thinking about integrating instruction and evaluating online information across the curriculum, right? This is not something that should only live in government or social studies classrooms. It should live everywhere. And then thinking about engaging students in learning to evaluate online information on topics that they care about, right? So that we're actually engaging in those evaluative processes in ways that might transfer to our lives outside of school, and as part of a larger process of civic inquiry, where we're taking the credible information we find online and engaging in discussions and taking action, just like the projects that you all are working on. And then finally, thinking about supporting teachers to engage in this work. So teachers are adults who also may need to learn to evaluate information effectively and think about turning around and supporting students in those ways. And we need a lot more work on the kinds of supports that are necessary to do that work. So I'll stop there. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So in our planning for this session, we figured we would open it up for some discussion, right? So if anyone has any questions or would like to raise a point, we can talk amongst ourselves for sure, but we figure we might like to hear from you. There are a couple of microphones on both sides if you'd like to come up and join the conversation. All right, well, I'll start it off. Thinking about kind of this collaboration between high schools and elementary schools and colleges, have you found kind of a good way to go in to actually initiate a partnership?
I think sometimes the school system will come to you if you're visible. So that is one of the things that happens with me. I host a weekly program on our local PBS affiliate, so some people find out about me that way, but also starting with the administration or with a government teacher who you know is interested in this and then can help with this with the rest of the school seems to be very effective. So just identifying the right person, and often a superintendent can help with that so that you can find not only the right teachers but also the right schools as partners in that process. I want to just say also the issue with the information literacy and the reliance on videos, I think, becomes more pressing than ever with deep fakes, where we really won't be able to believe our eyes. And so this need to include information literacy with the kinds of deliberation skills and critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills that we talked about earlier can't be overstated.
I don't know if this is on. Yep, it is. Yeah, I think it's really important to start from the needs of teachers and districts themselves, right? Like I try to say yes whenever districts and schools ask me to come do professional development or something, and often research relationships grow from there. I think, right, like it's not useful for me to go in with an agenda to a district and say, like, I think you all should be doing this, right? Because that's not what schools and teachers and districts need. So trying to learn what they need and then set up, a relationships that's really mutually beneficial, where we're learning from them and they're learning from us, hopefully in a real two-way relationship.
I would just say that I'm very lucky to have partnered with the Center for Civic Education, with the, the very vast network of civic educators and coordinators that really help me to, make those contacts within the districts and the schools, and then to identify what programs might be the best. But I've had some other, I think there's a lot of places that would like to have a partnership, so I've done some work also with like the Clinton Foundation, which does a lot of going into schools, which is kind of interesting because I didn't think the Clintons themselves would participate, but there they are, actually. But we did one, my husband did an interview with one of the students, and he had never been out of his tiny town in Arkansas, and he came, to Little Rock, to the Institute, and they had a lunch, and he said, I sat so close to Hillary Clinton, I could have touched her. And now I want to be, in government service. So I think it comes from all different places.
Thank you. All right, we do have some questions and comments.
So one of the things that I've heard in all the presentations this morning is that our kids are online 100% of the time, that the research was conducted during COVID over the interwebs. And everyone's research seems to be talking about a piece of digital citizenship, but I don't really see it specifically mentioned in any of the research. So I'm wondering if you're considering those kind of overarching skills, like digital media literacy and civic discourse. Those are pieces of a bigger umbrella, and I'm wondering how that plays into, or if you address it in your research.
I can talk to that because the center and I have a new project, Project Community, that specifically deals with digital media literacy. And it's just now started. And Michael Blau, you could probably talk a little bit more to what, there you are, about what you've been doing on your side. We did an initial survey to see what the needs were among teachers and how, what kinds of things they were doing already, what they would like to see in professional development, kind of where was the greatest, kind of lack of available resources, those kinds of things. I was surprised that there wasn't more out there. This really is an area that I think, this is the next frontier that we really need to look at carefully. Michael, did you want to say anything?
Sure. I'll just add, and this is a shameless plug for the next edition of Project Citizen, Level 2, which is you can sign up for a pre-order on the table. But as part of that grant and collaboration of the next project, Project Community, that we're working on, we received a federal grant to help incorporate media literacy skills directly into Project Citizen Level 2. So we're actively working on our team with a media literacy consultant, putting together 8 distinct lessons on media literacy and how they can incorporate into the project process. A lot of these elements come in through the research, but also just identifying problems in your community in those early steps of the process. So we are developing those 8 lessons, animated videos with those lessons, and incorporating text shout-outs, cutouts, and more explicit instruction in the text of the workbook itself for the students in the new edition. So it's a really exciting project. If you want to know more, there is a one-pager up on the table over here if you want to learn more, or see me, or Taja, or any of us.
Thank you.
Is this on? Can you hear? Okay. This is not really a question, just a request. All of that was really amazing resources, but I couldn't write it all down fast enough. Is there any way that we can pull all that together and get that sent out? Because that was, thank you. I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
We're getting nods from the table.
Yeah.
Did you want to?
Well, I was thinking the same thing. I know some of the things like some of the projects that a colleague and I used for online courses in terms of civic action projects are available for free on Apps Educate. So I was just thinking it'd be neat to get those links out to people because they're really concrete and nice jumping off point for your own projects. But also in terms of this idea of digital citizenship, that there are a lot of things that you can do and that if students are there, they need to do better. And so we're looking at ways to teach that. But also even in regional comprehensive universities, community colleges, 100% online high school or university degrees that we're seeing now, how do we have those folks get involved? It can't be, in my view, we don't want it to be exclusively digital citizenship. And so another thing that we talk about in that piece, which again we'll put in the resources, is how to mobilize students in their own community, even if they're taking an online course. And so a lot of us are doing this work in the community as a group with students. But if you don't have that, how can they assess and learn about the community resources and learn about the community needs and get involved in real time and then report back in meaningful ways? And I think there are some good ways to do that. And we need to look at that increasingly as we do see many students now who are doing their learning not just on their spare time, but their actual school is online. So how do we get them both to do that in a smart way and a useful way, but also to engage offline with people face-to-face in their communities? I think that's a critical thing to look at.
Bring this down a little. I'm wondering if you had any suggestions for, I'm in an area where there's a lot of hostility between everything, and so trying to just educate, even putting out, I also do a journalism class, so even just putting out current events in news is met with such resistance. And so I tried to ally with my government teacher, who's a senior, and he's been there forever, well-respected, bold figure, to do a mock election next year. And I was shocked that even he backed off. He's like, not this year, how about in 4 more years? So how do we, that's such an important exercise. I used to do that every year. We'd bring in the ballots, we'd have the booths, and it was so fun. And, they each take a candidate, we had the cutout figures and voting. And even to do the online voting last year when we had more of a local election, a lot of classes wouldn't do it. So how do I do these important, simulations and government activities in a way that sort of backdoors and doesn't meet with so much, I'm not the enemy. I'm just trying to put some facts out there. Do you have any suggestions for that?
I think one of the really critical things is getting the administration involved and also having some clear talking points about the difference between behaving in a partisan way and a nonpartisan way. Sometimes schools are concerned about the results. If the results are lopsided, that will look like they're indoctrinating. There are content bans. We just have a bill now in Indiana that has gone through our state legislature to look every 5 years at folks who have tenure about whether they have sufficient intellectual diversity, by which they mean ideological diversity, on their syllabi, and then they can be removed if not. So somewhat similar to the Florida bills. And so a lot of people, instructors, whether the K through 12 and college levels, are sort of running scared, and the easiest thing to do is just not engage at all. I think that's where that buy-in from the administration can be critical, having those key talking points about the fact that we do have a duty, that part of the purpose of education, and particularly public education, is educating students for democracy, that can be powerful. And if they have some incentive or they feel that the school will have their back if a parent complains, or get in front of it with the media in terms of having your own press release. If media is going to find out and that's the concern, good, frame it the way that you want to frame it and the way that it really exists, rather than somebody else creating a story that suggests a completely different counter narrative. So I think all of that can be very helpful, and it's important to very explicitly watch language. For example, when I talk about civic learning and democratic engagement, or our campus democratic engagement plan, that's what a lot of the national organizations call it. I don't call it that. I say electoral engagement. because it's too easy to misunderstand and think that you are trying to promote Democratic Party politics. And you can say, no, it just means democracy, but why explain if so many people will misunderstand? You can make a language change. And then when our folks put out a press release about renewing our relationship with civic learning and democratic engagement with the American Democracy Project, which I also direct for our area, I changed it in several places to explicitly talk about the fact that our interns, our democracy fellows, are from different partisan and ideological backgrounds, but work together due to their commitment to civic education and democracy. So I think we need to be explicit about those things with the media, with the public, with our students, with our legislators, so that folks understand what we're doing. And when you're really clear about that, people are more willing to come on board, or at least that's been my experience.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. We have come to the end of our time. I'd like to thank our speakers again, if we give one more round of applause. Thank you, and we will turn it over to...
So we'll have a, oops, I don't know if this, there we go. We'll have a brief break now. After the break, or during the break, our students will be coming in to share with you their project citizen projects. And the way in which we're doing it is we've numbered tables, and so I'll explain this a little more when we come back from break. But we are going to situate students at the different tables. So, and then have you sit with them for about 10 minutes and then rotate to another table to sit with another group of students. So I would ask that during the break you maybe clean up your materials a little bit so that you're able to make that rotation in this kind of cramped, not cramped, but with the limited space that we have. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for sticking around with us for a panel after lunch. I appreciate everyone quieting down. So good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. My name is Jessica Sutter. I'm the Chief of Civic Learning Initiatives at the Institute for Citizens and Scholars. And quite a long time ago, I was a Project Citizen teacher. Then I worked at the Center for Civic Education. Then I went back to being a Project Citizen teacher. So I'm thrilled to be here today with graduate students from Georgetown to have them tell us about their research on civic engagement and to get in discussion about what they've learned. So I'm going to turn it to them to introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about their research, and then we'll get into some discussion. Sound good? All right.
Oh, this is not on. It's on? Okay, great, thank you. Hi everybody, remember me from before? I'm Sebastian, I'm an undergraduate at Georgetown. I work for the Civic Engagement Research Lab, and I am part of the public decision-making group.
Hello everyone, my name is Mona Zhao. I'm from Japan, in China actually. And my main research from undergrad was focused on film and media, and now I'm enrolled in Georgetown CCT program, meaning Communication, Culture, and Technology. And in the Civic and Media Engagement class, we're taking an approach from identity group.
Hey everyone, my name is Ariana Salazar. I'm from the Philippines, currently a second-year student taking up Communication, Culture, and Technology, and I'll be covering agency.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Miller. I'm actually a DC native. I am a second-year master's student in the Communication, Culture, and Technology program as well, and I work with Sebastian on the public decision-making team. Here we are having a whole conference on something that isn't even well-defined. And if you sit in on any of our classes, it pretty quickly becomes clear why. Civic engagement is an amorphous concept that changes based on who's looking at it, the way you look at it, and even the day you look at it. Nonetheless, you can't study something you haven't defined. So we looked at the work of Brabrand and Braid and definitions from Deli Carpini and Ehrlich before embarking to define the term for ourselves. As a group, we conducted an open card sort that generated well over 20 ideas, concepts, and examples of what civic engagement is. We were pretty quickly able to categorize those into about 6 themes, but synthesizing those themes into a single definition was a process of review, discussion, and editing that went on over several weeks. In our conversations, we agreed that civic engagement was both formal and informal and could be in service of communities both large and small. One characteristic we really wanted to convey in our definition was that civic engagement is not limited to organized political action or advocacy, but encompasses participating in community affairs, caring for your community, and caring for those in your community. It is voting and protesting, but it is also discussing important issues with your neighbors, picking up trash, and feeding the homeless. Ultimately, we came up with this definition. Civic engagement is voluntary involvement in community affairs that is put forth in the public interest. It is active participation that involves community service that is collaborative and works towards addressing areas of local, national, and global concern. Civic engagement encompasses individual and collective action. For purposes of our research, mapping civic measurement, we then selected 3 particular elements of civic engagement to study: agency, public decision-making, and civic identity. We formed 3 small groups, each of which elected to focus on one of these 3 elements. To gather data that will ultimately inform the development of our survey, each group conducted 6 to 7 semi-structured interviews of current undergraduate and graduate Georgetown students. Volunteers for these interviews were recruited by purposive, convenience, and snowball sampling. The interviews were conducted variously in person, via Zoom, and by phone, depending on the participants' and interviewers' availability. And although we did not evaluate for this specifically, no difference in the quality of responses was observed depending on the medium of the interview. To discuss our initial research on agency, I'd like to introduce Ariana.
So from the overarching definition of civic engagement, our group focused on the topic of agency. We asked ourselves, what does it mean for students to have civic agency, and what opportunities are present for students to be able to express themselves civically? From there, we put forward the following definition of agency. We find agency to be an individual's perception or belief in their ability to affect and inspire change within their community. Within our interviews, we sought to find where and how students are participating or engaging to express their civic agency. We looked for perspectives on the impact of their activities and how being at Georgetown has affected their participation. We identified 4 pillars of agency that informed how we structured our interview questions. The first is the motivation to participate, looking at whether or not students are driven to engage civically and how or what drives them. Individuals with a strong sense of agency are more likely to actively participate in civic activities because they believe their actions can make a difference. We therefore ask why the students chose Georgetown, and if or how their university encourages them in any way to participate in civic activities. Second is the efficacy of action. High levels of agency are often associated with a greater sense of efficacy, the belief that one's actions can bring about desired outcomes. Since we are honing in on agency in particular, we centered more on the students' perception of the efficacy of their actions and whether they think these were impactful. Third is the capacity for collective action. Agency is not just about individual empowerment. It also reflects the collective capacity for action within a community. It was significant for us to look at individuals as part of a collective and whether they believe they had meaningful opportunities to organize. Lastly, we have long-term impact. Individuals with a strong sense of agency are more likely to continue their engagement over time, contributing to the long-term success of their communities. Focusing on the act of engaging rather than engagement itself, we ask whether their actions had any lasting effect on them as individuals and whether it would be continued long after they leave campus. While we are still in the preliminary stages of this whole process, we were able to gain some significant insights from our semi-structured interviews that we believe will help us shape the next stages of this project. First is that majority of those interviewed choose to participate in groups either related to their academic interests or major, or in clubs or organizations defined by the student's self-identified affinity group. Additionally, students, for the most part, feel they have a strong sense of duty or responsibility to participate. Participating through affinity groups like the Black Graduate Student Alliance or the International Student Association allows students to address social issues within their passion or interest. Within these communities, students feel they can make an impact which will have ripple effects over the larger society. Learning and dialogue with their peers with the same academic pursuits is also an avenue for agency. Within their program of study, students expand their networks, explore and share interests as they continue to increase their knowledge and apply their experiences on campus and beyond. However, we also identified roadblocks within this environment that have hindered students' agency in terms of civic engagement. Being a full-time student takes up much time, which then affects any participation outside of campus academics, despite having a desire to join in a club or activity. Many students have expressed that there are many opportunities to participate, but due to workload, actually engaging can be difficult. This is especially true for first-year students. Attending higher education can also be quite costly. With all those factors in mind, students feel they have limited opportunity to pursue more civic engagement activities as they are hampered by the constraints of class schedule or are limited to working in paid positions on or off campus. While students demonstrate a strong desire and sense of duty to participate in civic engagement activities, they often face challenges related to time constraints or financial burdens. Despite these obstacles, participation through affinity groups and academic networks remain a key avenue for students to engage meaningfully with social issues and expand their impact within their communities. I now turn it over to the next group, public decision making. Oh, identity, I'm sorry.
Okay, now let's move on to the identity part. So the first The first things that we actually learned in class is that there's no one definition that can apply to all the community. So our group decided, as all of the rest of the group, we decided to come up with our own definition of what is the identity element for Georgetown community in and out of the classroom. And here is the definition we came up with. Of course, we had some keywords that we were inspired by our core reading book, Mapping Civic Measurement, which are belonging, community, and responsibility. And our definition is an individual's sense of belonging, responsibility, and duty in the community through continuous participation in community building. If I made to break this definition into two parts, I would say the continuous participation in community building. The second part would be more like the front stage, like how people perform as citizens. And the first part, an individual's sense of belonging and responsibility and duty in the community, is more like the backstage, which is like the process that leading them to perform. And as an identity group, we wanted to focus more on the first part and see what are some motivation, what are some drivers that make students to perform or to doing whatever they are doing right now. And with some brainstorming and phrase, we interviewed seven interviewees so far. They're as introduced, undergrads and grad student mixed, and we came up with 4 major questions as listed here. But a little side note here is that we did a mock interview with each other before the actual interview, and we decided not to plan the interview in a very detailed way, because an approach from identity can be very the direction we're heading towards can be very dependent on what interviewee answers in the first few questions, because sometimes it's very personal, and we wanted to hear their more like life stories, so we wanted to leave more room and space for follow-up questions. As a matter of fact, a lot of our information was gathered from those follow-up questions, but of course we were on the same page that there are certain things we wanted to get out of our interviewee. So we had some core principles. For example, we wanted to know what are some identity building activities they were participating in and why not. And as I mentioned earlier, because we wanted to be mindful of Georgetown as a specific unique community because it's located in the heart of DC. So we wanted to know if they have anything their identity has ever shifted after they moved to Georgetown, and explore some resources that were available in Georgetown for them to join the civic engagement. So as you can see here, the first 2 questions are more personal and asking what they're engaging and why, and the 3 and 4 questions are more about the Georgetown community, like is there any resource, or like how are the professors, university are helping with. And our first initial result. So as kind of expected, the motivation and drivers for the students are mainly personal identity, past experience, and long-term goals, which are kind of like a whole process, because the past experience sort of shaped this individual's identity, and because of they have the long-term goals, they kind of they have set each step to achieve that goal. And with that being said, they're engaging in the identity building are highly related with their personal goals. So like interested for like social connections, but they're not necessarily political. For example, we have a pre-med student. He just wanted to, because of his past experiences, he wanted to study medicine so he can help people. So he started to join those organizations. He believes that he can give back to the community, to the society, and that's how he ended up kind of being very active in this civic engagement. Some others, we call it organic, meaning it's not very driven by like organization or like very ambitious goal, but more like, because I have interest in this thing, I joined this group, and my peers in this group are interested in this kind of activities. That's how I ended up also being engaged in those kind of activities. And of course, professor and university here played a huge roles in terms of engaged students in the community. And as introduced earlier from the agency group, some barriers our students faced were also the time management, as a lot of students are expecting. So like it's more like the identity or conflict with themselves. So their identity as being a citizen and wanted to be actively engaged with the community versus their identity as a student. They have to turn the assignment in, or their identity as a friend, as a family, they have to share time for others are pretty conflicted. And another thing I found pretty interesting is that some of them actually mentioned because Georgetown has too many activities, it's hard to find what they wanted to do because it's not actually like marketed to everyone. So it's more like, oh, I am interested in this one, so I have to go find whoever what organization is actively planning this event, and I can register for it, which I think is pretty unique for Georgetown and for the DC community. But that's what we have so far from the identity approach, and now we're passing on to our public decision making.
Much like the other groups, we wanted to create a definition that was not only broad enough to encompass a wide scope of activities, but also concise and understandable. We began by discussing the elements or qualities of public decision-making that we felt were essential to its meaning. We came up with what we thought were some key terms: ability, action, engagement, community, and effect. We then had to question which of these terms was most important and if we needed to define them in the definition. For example, whether ability or action was more important and what the consequences of including that in the definition was something we debated nonstop. Something like the idea of community, what exactly that encompasses, what people think that encompasses, we also debated that for a while. We came up with this definition. Oh, that is the, okay. Oh, it's the green, okay, so. No, there we go. So our definition. Now that we had this very broad definition, we had to decide what we wanted and needed to know about students' public decision making. We wanted to know what public decision making even meant to students and how they chose to participate in those processes. We wanted to know what processes they were involved with, what their motivations were, and if there were any obstacles they faced in getting involved. We also wanted to know how their engagement made them feel. Did they feel it was effective? Did they feel that it gave them a sense of community? This is quite obviously a lot of questions to ask someone, so we came up with the idea of trying to get the person to tell a story about their public decision making and then asking them questions about it. This is our semi-structured interview. Like the other groups, we really wanted this to be a loose structure, try to get the person talking as much as possible. Often we wouldn't even ask a direct follow-up question. There'd be an aspect of someone's story, and we just ask them, hey, can you tell us a little bit more about that? A major discovery for us, which perhaps should not have been that considering how long we spent trying to come up with the definition, was that students weren't always sure what public decision-making actually meant and had difficulty defining public decision-making in their own minds. I remember the first interview I did, I asked a student about public decision-making and they paused for like 30 seconds and they told me they didn't know what I meant. This was a wake-up call for us that we needed to change the way we did our interviews. As we continued, we found it was more helpful to provide students with the definition and allow them to react and respond to that, and then asking them to provide their own definitions. Students provided examples of public decision-making that ranged from participating in classroom discussions to voting. We also found that students' perception of public decision-making was affected by the presence or absence of established procedures, suggesting that students perceive public decision-making as more of a structured process. Furthermore, the impact of power dynamics, whether students were leaders or followers, and whether they had the autonomy in their groups, impacted their perception of what it meant to participate in public decision-making. When we ask students about what public decision-making means to them and their experience in public decision-making processes, most of them shared specific examples they had participated in. After analyzing all their experiences, we found that there are certain norms and rules involved in power relationships in these communities. Most groups have a set procedure they need to decide on public affairs. It can be voting on proposals to work on for the semester or strategies to carry out a new campus event. Despite the differences in decisions, members of the community all follow the same rules to participate, including when to have meetings, how to contribute, and how the decision is actually made. The formality of these procedures depends on the structures of the group. In some groups, all members share equal rights and roles. In others, they're relatively flexible. Everybody can voice their opinions or contribute to the agenda in a collective working environment. Therefore, some members are more involved in the actual decision-making process, and others will participate in either the preparation or execution of the decision. The groups with a more hierarchical structure usually had supervisors or an executive board to help organize the group and provide support. Besides the usual technical support, such as requesting spaces, the supervisor of some groups will also provide training and distribute relevant readings. Based on our interview data, students are involved in public decision-making processes at different levels and in different roles. On an involvement spectrum, we have students at one end who are simply members of the organization. At the other end, we have community leaders. Naturally, students engage more actively when they have a significant role in the organization. One student we met with was in a leadership position in one of Georgetown's organizations, and they shared a lot of details about the organization's mission, value, past events, and future development strategies, as well as other same student-level organizations' informations. Students who are only affiliated with the organization shared more about their own experience with less knowledge about the system at large. The level of involvement is also related to organizational structure and specific roles. In a more flattened group where all members share the same responsibility, group members are more directly involved in the decision-making process, and these groups tend to be student organizations. In a more hierarchical organization, there would usually be a clear system of making decisions, and students have specific roles to indirectly impact the decision-making process. For example, being an intern is very common for a college student. In a more structured civic engagement organization, we interviewed one student who is interning at an environmental firm and another student who's applying for internships in environmental departments. They're definitely active and involved in public issues that their organizations are working on, but they see their involvement to be more of a supporting force instead of directly affecting those decisions. They need to conduct background research on policies, gain knowledge on the job of how these decisions are made, and deliver reports to their superiors.
Thank you. So we have just a few minutes together, but I want to start with a deep appreciation for the research here. So your central text that you started with, the Mapping Civic Measurement Report, was actually written by colleagues of mine. So watching this play out today and watching this Mapping Civic Measurement work and those maps that led you to your starting 3 pieces about civic identity, public decision-making, and agency is really powerful. And frankly, I'm very excited to go back to my colleagues and be like, wait till you see what they've done with this. So congratulations. I'd love to give them another round of applause. I want to offer 3 reflections on things I found really valuable, and then I've got 2 questions for you, and I think we can get through all that in our next 5 minutes. So the first thing is the process of your iterative qualitative research approaches was really fascinating. I have a background in qualitative research myself. I did my dissertation as a series of qualitative case studies, and watching your approach to determining the right definition that helped you get a grounding in the concept, and then how they built the interview protocols, the semi-structured interviews that let you really reflect on were you getting the information you needed or not, is really impressive and seems really well suited to understanding something as complex and amorphous as civic engagement, because you really got to grow in your understanding of it as you went through. So kudos on that. Second, I really appreciate how your findings and the way you've displayed them uncover the multiple dimensions and layers underneath each of these concepts. If you haven't seen the report yet, Mapping Civic Measurement, this is a shameless plug to go to citizensandscholars.org and take a look at our 2 maps of civic measurement. One is about civic identity and individuals, one is about civic opportunities. These wheels have these concepts in the middle and then grow out to ever more complicated rings of concepts. What I'm seeing here is that even that outer ring has many layers underneath each of those components. So you've given me a lot to think about and a lot to take back to our organization to say, there may be more work here to uncover. And then finally, You offer some really interesting findings, both about the engagement and the roadblocks for people actually engaged in the work of civic learning. So that's my first question to you. You've got a lot of educators in the room. You've got teachers and coordinators, and I'd love to know, based on your research, what advice do you want to give to educators, including folks who are working in middle schools and high schools and preparing people who may someday end up in college, like the students you interviewed? Any advice or insights?
I'll say, for me, it was really revelatory to even discuss what civic engagement was as I introduced, the process that we went through in defining it. I grew up in an area that I would consider to be actually pretty active in terms of civic engagement, but it wasn't something we talked about as a formal concept. And I think even just starting by having these definitions helps make you think about how do you understand it and what is your role in your community?
I would say, students nowadays, because I guess due to this is the age of information, students nowadays know exactly what passions they're interested in, what social issues they're fighting for. And it was really interesting, I think when I was in college, I don't think I was this much civically engaged in anything, but the students that we interviewed are very much aware of what they want to fight for and what issues they want to join. So I think just listening to them and seeing how, and just knowing or letting them know what opportunities are out there in accordance with their passions and their interests, I think is really important.
Yeah. So actually, by the end of each interview, we ask student a question: is there anything you wanted to say, or any last word you want to say to the student or your teacher, your professor? Because we're presenting this in the conference, and most of the answer we got is, can we please have more free time to explore whatever we want? So I guess that's a perfect answer for your question.
I love it.
I say it's important to acknowledge civic engagement as a social function. A lot of times people have very complicated reasons and deeply held beliefs, but other times it's more about, oh, my friend's doing something that seems cool, I'm gonna try it out. Or this group gives me a sense of community, or gives me free food, or allows me to spend time with someone. So just acknowledge that civic engagement is a social function like anything else.
I love it. All right, so we have been given the 2-minute warning, so I want to ask you all one last question as your last word. And it's my favorite question to ask of any researchers. What do you wonder next?
Do I have to start again?
No.
One thing that I'm interested in is how do students' digital literacy affect their civic engagement? If a student, knows how to use social media or is proficient in a coding language, is this going to directly impact the way they engage with civics? And what are the barriers that may prevent someone who's more STEM-minded from participating in things that are typically associated with the humanities?
I'll build on that, actually. My focus area of research is actually harms associated with digital media. And so I'm really interested, as we study civic engagement in relation to digital media and digital natives, how we can leverage the benefits of these technologies in contrast to the harms that I normally focus on.
I guess pertaining more to this project and this research, I am really interested. A lot of the people we interviewed were of a certain demographic. All of them were people of color, and all of them were, sort of we're on the work study program and all of that. So I'm interested to see, what if we expanded that demographic, if we entertained more from other circles, what sort of answers we would get.
I think my interest would be more how media is affecting people's civic engagement, because it's a perfect time to connect with the world just with a device you have on your phone, but also your focus, your attention is too short on this one specific kind of topic. You can jump around from what's ever happening in China, and then the next time you see a news, it might be about the U.S. So I'm more interested in how students can find what they're really interested in this kind of explosion of too many informations time period.
Thank you all. Another round of applause for our researchers. Awesome. Well done.
Sure, I'm going to introduce you.
Thank you.
Oh,
They're
thank you.
amazing. And I'm going to ask you to send me the deck.
I think I left my water bottle.
Oh, sure.
Here. Thank you.
So I have to say that those are my students, and I'm so, there they are. Such a great group. And this research project is basically supported by President DeGioia, and there's university presidents throughout the country. And that does lead into my introduction of Dr. Joseph Kahne, who will be giving our keynote address, because I'd admired his work for years and years and never got to meet him until the first convening of this measurement group out in California. And since that time, I think we've been meeting in person, 3 or 4 times, and I've never met him in all the many years that I've been reading his stuff. So I'm very excited that he's here and is going to be giving our keynote address on the topic of educators as partisans for democracy. Dr. Kahne is the Ted and Joe Dutton Presidential Professor for Education Policy and Politics and co-director of the Civic Engagement Research Group at the University of California, Riverside. His research focuses on the influence of school practices and digital media on youth civic and political development. For example, with funding from the Institute for Education Sciences, in partnership with scholars from Ohio State, Brown, UCR, his institute has launched and is studying the impact of connecting classrooms to Congress. CCTC is a social studies curricular unit that enables students to learn and deliberate about a controversial societal issue and then participate in an online town hall with their member of Congress, which again, it's that same kind of project-based type of curriculum that I think is so important. In addition, Dr. Kahne and CERG are currently engaged in related studies of efforts to promote youth voice, live civics, and a broad vision of social studies reform tied to the Educating for American Democracy roadmap. In addition, he and his colleagues are currently devoting particular attention to the politics of democratic education by examining ways the political context of school districts shapes possibilities for educational reform and the varied ways educators respond. Dr. Kahne was chair of the MacArthur Foundation's Youth and Participatory Politics Research Network. He was a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences Commission on the Practice of Democratic Citizenship. He currently chairs the Educating for American Democracy Research Task Force. Professor Kahne is a member of the National Academy of Education and a fellow of the American Educational Research Association. We are very, very grateful that he has come to the Hilltop. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Diana. It is fabulous to be here and to have this opportunity to both hear a little bit about, and especially the results of the very exciting work that the Center for Civic Ed is doing and that you've been studying. Because for reasons that I think I will come to at the end of what I'm going to share with you, I think those kinds of actual examples of the possibilities, even though we know they aren't realized all the time and they aren't realized nationally at the scale that we need yet, are vital to continuing to build the momentum that will allow for us to forcefully pursue the democratic aims of education. And those democratic aims have always been important, and they feel perhaps particularly important, but even if not especially important, they are certainly important for very particular reasons in today's context. I'm going to share some thoughts about that and thoughts about, even though it is always fun to talk about sort of empirical studies and what we learned about, this works or that's vital. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about the political context today, because that's also, I know, in a room full of educators, something we are all acutely aware is sometimes enabling and often constraining our ability to do what we most need to do, and to think about how can we wrestle with those challenges, and in particular with partisanship and strong partisan feelings. So I'll share a little bit about that. I'm not going to go super deep into the empirical side of this, though perhaps in our questions we can go into more depth on that. A lot of this work comes out of a project I did with John Rogers at UCLA. John is also a professor of education. He runs something called CenterX, which some of you may know is a major professional development and school change initiative in the LA region. And we've been wondering, as I'm sure many of you have been, how do we understand the ways in which the political context of schools shape what's possible? And so we embarked on a study that allowed us to do a nationally representative survey of principals, as well as to do many in-depth interviews with principals, roughly 36 principals from all around the country in all kinds of different contexts. And we're moving forward with that work, actually engaging with superintendents at this point. But I'm going to just draw a little bit from that and then try to build off of that to thinking about some of the challenges of the partisan age. So I'll start with a principal in Ohio, and the principal really is in Ohio, but his name is not Sherwood Thompson, though we call him Sherwood Thompson. And here's what he told us. He said, in a community that he characterizes as pretty close to 50-50 Democrat and Republican, the political turmoil has been bubbling up. These interviews were conducted, just about 2 or 3 months after the enormous amount of conflict at school boards that I know we're all aware of and related things. The CRT fight was still very strong with CRT at the center of that fight. I think that structure has moved a little bit at this point. He said, and all of it, and Sherwood Thompson emphasizes this, grew out of the experience with COVID. He said, hardcore conservatives from the more affluent side of town have confronted more liberal parents in pitched battles over pandemic policies. Neither group is happy. One group, he said, told us, if you reopen schools, you're going to have blood of dead kids on your hands, while the other responded, if you don't reopen immediately without any mitigation strategies, you're falling into the big COVID hoax. The two groups were divided, and there was no middle ground these people could agree on. They hadn't had your curriculum, and as a result, we're not ready to manage. There is so much heat on us right now, these parents' groups, that we're treading very carefully. His staff has become scared, worried that if I talk about the civil rights movement and Jim Crow, I'm going to be accused of telling white people they are bad. These concerns have affected teachers' willingness to address certain topics and has led several to consider retirement. Thompson explains, I get it. Why would you be under the microscope 24/7? He's also changed some of his own leadership practices, never meeting with parents alone because, quote, I assume I'm going to be accused of something I didn't do at some point. Amber Reynolds from Iowa told a very similar story. Our teachers are just so overwhelmed and anxious about being able to teach and not being accosted by a student or a community member for what they're teaching. And so it's just a more hostile environment for a lot of them. And I got to just pause there for a moment. I was a teacher. I've been in schools for a lot of years. The idea that schools are a hostile environment, she said like a more hostile environment. Like schools, in much of my experience, have not been a hostile environment. They've been exhausting, they've been complicated, there have been moments of anger, but they haven't been a hostile environment in the way that so many of these folks are describing the world in which they live. And I know that we're getting to a place where that becomes normalized, but I do think it's important that doesn't have to be the norm, right? Schools could be just happy places where there are lots of kids and, et cetera. The kids were just so stuck in their trenches, they weren't willing to be open or even listen to the other side, and so we had to bring it out. She told a story, I apologize, I just jumped. She said, I had some kids who were screaming at each other in classes, and I'd have to come down and help this teacher. This was a veteran teacher who'd never had problems having discussions. The kids were so stuck in their trenches, they weren't willing to be open or even listen to the other side. And so we had to bring it out where it's like, quote, okay, we can't do any current events topics. We're just going to ixnay all of that. We're just going to ask questions like, should the atomic bomb have been dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Look at that pro and con. So again, it's sort of amazing. Who knew that was a light topic? Should we have dropped an atomic bomb on 2 cities? But it does again speak to, and this is a principle we've actually interviewed through several cycles, a very thoughtful, deeply committed, capable person. When she walks into the room, you believe that even if the kids were yelling at each other, they would stop. She knew what she was doing, and her solution was to stop having conversations about current events. And I think of that as I think about what all of you are working on and the important work. But if we can't make those links between the work of government and the work of history and the challenges that we are facing currently, the logic of public education around democratic aims breaks down in profound ways. And so that raises a question about what can we do? We've heard versions, and I'm sure you all have versions of these stories, too numerous to mention. There are at least 2 dimensions that I want to pull out of them that I think are fundamentally important. One is the challenge of parent and community pushback and conflict and resistance. So one is the ways in which leaders of schools and social studies teachers, as well as teachers of other subjects, librarians, are dealing with community pressures. And communities in a democratic society have a right to apply pressure. It is their school. So no one is saying they shouldn't do that. We're saying that's happening in ways that may be getting in the way of many of our educational goals. So how do we manage that? And the second are the challenges that this brings to the actual classroom, because some of these things aren't actually directly about the classroom, but some of them really are. And if kids can't have a conversation with each other without screaming at each other to a degree that leads a principal to have to come down to the room, or if decisions are made that say, we just won't talk about that, I won't teach about Jim Crow, or I won't ask certain questions because it might make someone report that they felt bad, then our ability to conduct education in classrooms is undercut in a profound way. We have quantitative data that says this is a big deal. RAND released a study recently. 25% of teachers are reporting doing less work with controversial issues because their administration told them to, and 65% of teachers are reporting that they chose not to talk about controversial issues because of fear of community pushback. So there is a profound chilling effect. In our own work, where we worked with these principals, we surveyed more than 500 principals, a nationally representative sample, and we coded each principal's district by whether in the presidential vote it leaned blue, it was purple, or it was red. And we asked about professional development supports for a number of very important sort of civic priorities. One of them that we asked about was, did your school provide professional development on how to best teach about the history and literature of different groups within our society? The history and literature of different groups within our society is not a radical educational idea, right? We've been doing this for a while. We found that between 2018 and 2022, because we did this survey in both 2018 and 2022, there was basically no change in blue communities. It actually increased by 2%, but that's not statistically significant. That's probably random. We found that it dropped by 10% in purple communities, and provision of that professional development dropped by 27% in red communities. And that's not 27% of the total. That's from 54% to 27%. So a profound indicator of the diminishing support and the diminishing comfort that people are having doing what we think of as a basic task of education, educating people about the history and literature of different groups. That's the context that we have to think about. I said I wasn't going to do statistics, and now I'm doing a lot of statistics. Sorry. So this sits within a context of partisanship, and there's a lot of evidence that partisanship, I know this isn't news, is grown dramatically in the US. So in fact, a recent survey of OECD countries looked at 11 different countries, the US had the biggest increase in the partisan divide of any of them over the last 20 years. If you go back to 1978, there's a thing called a feeling thermometer that folks do, which is just basically, you know, how do you feel about people in your own party? How do you feel about people in the opposing party? And then you look at the difference between those two. Well, in 1978, the difference was 27 points. So that's not small. By 2020, the difference was 56 points. So the exact same question from 78 to 2020, and literally a doubling of the gap. But when you're talking about 56 points, right, that's like, is that 80 and 30? I'd have to think of what it is, but it's a lot, right, within 100. Here's another cute stat, though it's sort of painful. It's very painful. 15% of Democrats and Republicans, this is one thing where Republicans and Democrats are similar, 15% of both Democrats and Republicans agreed with the following statement: we'd be better off as a country if large numbers of the opposing party in the public today just died. 15%. So I think we look at this question of this partisan context, right? And now it's true, it's easy to agree to that on a survey doesn't mean you're going to enact a policy to try to kill the other. I don't believe 15% want, well, at least they aren't enacting that. But it is quite a thing to say, yeah, that makes sense, right? And it does speak to a lot of the dynamics that we're seeing, right? When we see how hard it is, especially for adults, kids do better with this, being open to other opinions. Because if the other group that is expressing opinions you believe would be better off if they were dead, you're not going to find what they say all that compelling in terms of opening up a conversation. And I think it speaks again to the value of the work you all are doing in giving young people an opportunity to have those kinds of conversations where they might not fall into this kind of simplistic characterization of those they disagree with. There's a lot of other data around the impact of what we call affective partisanship, this idea that those that are in the other party, we don't just disagree with them, we think they're bad human beings. We know that partisans are much less likely to socialize with those not in their group, and we know that increasingly communities have become far more polarized. There are much more blue communities and red communities where there used to just be much more mixing. But it's also true that partisans are more likely to believe that those in other parties will break the rules to achieve political goals, right? And so if you believe that is true of your opponents, the whole legitimacy of democracy falls apart. And we are seeing that, right? And we're wrestling with that right now. It's much less likely, you're much less likely to seek out or believe equally credible information of those from other parties. So, researchers do these experiments where they use the exact same text on an issue that the public doesn't know a ton about, but the exact same argument, and they just change the person making the statement from Democrat from North Dakota said blah, 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 or Republican from North Dakota said blah, 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 and they just say, how strong an argument is this? Everything in the text is the same. If you're a Democrat, you end up saying it was a better argument when it said the Democrat made the statement, and if you're a Republican, it's the reverse, right? So these dynamics make this sort of fundamental thing that we try to do as educators, teach people how to judge the credibility of arguments, that much harder, right? And I think it's worse, I should say, this is worse for adults than it is for young people. Education doesn't help, right? People who do better on, the SAT or whatever are just as or more susceptible to these dynamics than people who do less well. So it isn't the kind of thing where if we just, if we just educated people better, we would get around it. It's a cultural phenomenon, and it affects all of us. It's easy to see why this threatens democracy. It's easy to see why this threatens school boards, right? Like school boards are these places where people have to come together even though they disagree, and the thing at stake is their kids, so they really care about it. So it's easy to see why if you believe people on the other side, will lie or manipulate the situation, it's easy to see why those board meetings don't go well, right? And so these dynamics that we're seeing, I know this is all stuff many of you have experienced, are both understandable and troubling. So what can we do? What might we do? And I guess I want to argue for a few moments and then really just open up for a little bit of conversation this idea that educators can be partisans for democracy. And by that, what I mean is there is a real risk to educators being partisan for a political party. And I won't go into great depth. I think most of you get that. Inevitably, there's a wonderful and powerful quote from Horace Mann from 1848, where he says, "Once the schoolroom becomes a legitimate theater for party politics, with what violence will hostile partisans struggle to gain possession of the stage?" Mann prophesies that if the, quote, "tempest of political strife is let loose upon our common schools, they would be overrun with sudden ruin." So here he is in the 1840s trying to promote the public school movement, recognizing that it's essential for public schools to be separated from partisan politics. And so, some folks may be well aware, that's why traditionally school board elections don't occur when other elections occur, because they wanted to separate it. That's why the vast majority of school boards are nonpartisan elections, because they wanted to separate it. And it is interesting that increasingly people are both allowing partisan identity in school board elections. I think 6 states moved to do that in the last 2 years, and that they are more often occurring now as part of the regular election cycle, which will amplify those effects. So what would it mean then to be a partisan for democracy? And I guess the argument I would make is that while it may not be reasonable to say as an educator, I'm going to privilege one political party or one political party's policies over another, it is reasonable for an educator to say, I'm going to privilege democracy. And what might that mean? What might it mean to say, I'm going to privilege democracy? Well, one thing it might mean is that we will privilege the democratic process. And I think we can think about that in a lot of ways, but I think a lot of educators I've talked with struggle with the question of why should I grant equal time to a position that I think is ultimately anti-democratic. And I think that is a fair question to ask, but that's different than giving equal time or support to a position that is not your position, if that makes sense. So saying it's okay to lie or privileging coherent arguments is a part of what we need for the democratic process to work. So critiquing incoherent arguments or critiquing the use of falsehoods is literally standing up for democracy. That is, and falsehoods are not, one party's game only, as I think we all know. The use of violence as a force to try to get what you want can be wrong, independent of political party, right? That's a democratic principle, that we need to enable people to have fights, in quotes, without violence. So there is space still for saying, I'm not going to say, what the Ku Klux Klan did is just as justifiable as what, some other group did, and therefore I'm going to give equal time. You don't need to say that. But if people do disagree on legitimate issues for legitimate reasons, there is a real role for us, if we are going to be partisans for democracy, with giving kids opportunities to wrestle with this. I got a little lesson in this from this project, Connecting Classrooms to Congress, from one of our teachers, he's a riot. He's a very good teacher. He's sort of a conservative libertarian. And we were doing climate change, and there were readings on all sides, and the kids were learning about climate change. And we wanted to know how they felt about 3 possible policy things. One was to embrace the Green New Deal, one was to do nothing, and the third was somewhere in between those 2 extremes. And there were sort of descriptions of what those would be. And he said, the people who created the curriculum wanted these 3 options, and I don't think that's enough. We're like, what do you want to do? So he wanted a 4th option, which was burn more fossil fuels. And, that's not my answer, I'll be honest. I don't think that, but I didn't even think of it as a possible answer. And he did, and why not? I mean, fortunately, not many kids embrace burning more fossil fuels as the best policy solution to climate change, but it was a totally legitimate thing for kids to see and wrestle with and think about. Or at least I would argue it is. And they would have to then present reasons why that was the right thing to do. But they'd have to give reasons. I think that's all consistent with this idea of being a partisan for democracy. So I will leave it at that. I know we only have a few minutes, but I would be curious to hear folks' thoughts in relation to all of this. Thank you very much.
Hi, I want to ask a question about what you mean when you talk about privileging democracy and the democratic process. Because part of democracy is the principle of majority rules. And sometimes the majority wants things that may, we may think violate certain parts of the Bill of Rights or are not based on facts or will lead some students to be left out or discriminated against. So how are you defining that, and how do other parts of our system fit into that definition of democratic principles and processes?
So I should think about my audience when I use my terms, and I was not clear enough. You're just totally right. I think if I were trying to be clearer, I probably would have said be a partisan for a constitutional democracy. But I think that even that, I would be willing for kids to debate. Do you believe in a constitutional, that feels to me like it's in the zone of that conversation, and I think you're right. Would you be comfortable with a position winning because it had a majority, even if it meant dehumanizing, for example, other people, which I would also say is part of what a commitment to democracy is all about. A commitment to democracy is about recognizing and providing equal respect and respect for all individuals. But I think you're right. I think the word democracy, if understood to simply mean majority rule, is insufficient. Thank you.
Hi. I had a question, and I wanted you to, if you could, to elaborate a little more on kind of what you meant about, so you said something about like when having discussions about issues or thinking about stuff like that, it has to be a legitimate idea and there have to be like legitimate reasons. And I was just wondering, like, that brings up a ton of questions about, well, what counts as a legitimate reason? Who's the arbiter for determining what reason is legitimate, what isn't? I think could be one role of like an educator, but then there's so much wiggle room in that in terms of thinking about, like, I feel like students should have room to grow and question and like think really critically about things that might seem really kind of just like matter of fact that they've never really considered before. But I also think that if you're kind of trying to say that as long as people are just like debating things that are legitimate, it really brings up a question of like, well, who determines what's a legitimate thing to debate and what's not a legitimate thing to debate? Because that can become like really partisan really quickly. And then it can also, I could imagine there could be pushback from parents or even other educators being like, well, this teacher has their own political viewpoints or their own opinions, and like, by saying like, oh, this is, like, who are they to say what counts as a legitimate reason and what doesn't?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I know time is running short, so I'll respond, and then we'll cut it off. I really appreciate that, because I think that your question points to just how hard it is to deal with these challenges, something that I know all of you are wrestling with, and I think it points to the fact that there is no solution to this problem. Right? Part of why we both embrace democracy and why we have to be committed to a democratic process is because there is no ultimate truth in relation to how one would answer, is that legitimate evidence? So I think part of my response to you would be, Well, it's a procedural answer, right? The teacher does often have a great deal of authority ultimately, but if the educator or the teacher in this case is using that power in a democratic way, they have to give a good bit of space for how does this work before exercising what is their ultimate authority to say that's a better answer than that is, or that's inappropriate, or something like that. And wrestling with that and thinking about how to do that well is part of the big challenge. So I don't think there's an, quote, answer, but there are better ways to come at it. And I think some of it, too, is about sharing the rationale. So even though in any given moment or given classroom, a teacher may have the ultimate case, so if some kid, and we've all seen these things, wants to argue there is no, COVID is a hoax, and you're a science teacher, you may say, what evidence do you have? And then if you break down that, you may say the way we're handling COVID isn't the right thing, but you're saying it's a hoax, there's just no evidence for it. At least, and I don't even think at least, because I think this is really important, if the teacher is treating that student's statement with respect and is responding with reasons and evidence, they are modeling what democratic discourse needs to look like. And at least then, they're allowing for those who may disagree with them to have heard those reasons and to be able to come back in a different way, right? As opposed to, I'm just not even going to respond to that, be quiet, right? Which is ultimately getting to the same place, but it's doing it in an undemocratic way. And I think that sends a very different message, right, to all of the others, not just to that student, but to all the other students in the room. And so I think that's the kind of thing one wrestles with, and I think it is striking to me, and I think some schools are moving in this direction, that many schools haven't clearly articulated how issues like that should be handled. And I think that puts every individual teacher in a space of having to negotiate that from what is for them also, they may have more power than an individual kid in the class, but they are very vulnerable too, absent a broader structure of the district or the school, making clear a process for managing those kinds of disagreements. And I think that is part of what we're going to need if we're going to move forward in these contexts and create space for the kind of work you all are doing. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Joe. And we have a 10-minute break now, so feel free to stretch your legs and get something to drink.
Wrap up that conversation, grab that coffee, get that cookie. Okay, I'll go ahead and get started here. Thank you for staying with us through the afternoon. It's getting a little warm. It's getting a little late in the day. Busy day, but man, this is fun, right? We're having a good time. I'm really excited for our next panel here. My name is Michael Blau. I'm the Director for Civic Learning and Strategic Partnerships at the Center. We have a distinguished panel from all around the country that is going to be able to speak to policy innovations that are happening at the state level across the civic education space. So a few things, just because I'm a teacher, I want to make sure I say what I need to at the outset for how things are going to go. I'd love to get to questions at the end with about 10 minutes left. So as you're listening, be thinking about questions or comments from your state experience that you'd like to come and bring them up to the mics. Please do speak into the microphones so you can get those in. And then we're going to do a little work together because there's a lot of decision makers and powerful folks, people that are highly motivated. This is an exceptional room of true national diversity. We're going to spend some time in working groups and roundtables discussing your own state context, your local context, and what kind of policy innovations you can do, what power you have to recognize civic excellence in your state and your context. So I'll do introductions. I'll join the panel in a second here. But we have with us today Tara Bartlett, Senior Research Analyst from Arizona State University and co-director of the Arizona Civic Coalition, Joy Hacker of the Social Studies Program Manager for Georgia, the Department of Education there, Ruben, who's my good friend I used to work with out in Massachusetts, now works at DESE as the History and Social Science Content Support Lead, and Jeannie Massey, who is in Maryland, just a hop away, working as the Maryland Civic Education Coalition leader, one of them. So you can give them a round of applause. Yeah. Do it. So one of the things that I want to just to give us some background and preface is a lot of action is happening in the civic education policy space around civic seals and civic recognition programs. What I mean by civic recognition programs are programs at the state level often that either recognize student excellence in civic education, teacher excellence in civic education, or school excellence in civic education. They recognize that, prioritize that, even incentivize that in some cases. And there are a number of different ways to go about this across the states. And this chart should represent the diversity of things that are happening across the states in this space of civic recognition programs. But it's also incomplete. It's a fast-moving pace, so much so that I tried to put together a white paper before this conference. Last week, Indiana and Maryland both moved on legislation to create civic seals. This was by Friday. So we've been talking a lot about media literacy. This is also, it integrates, and this will come up again, but I think I heard Sean Healy say yesterday that 17 states now have incorporated some form of media literacy into social studies standards. 4 states in the last, I think, 6 months, I think he said. Very fast-moving pace, very bipartisan, actually. There's a lot of hope in the difference. Indiana and Maryland, as I said, very different political contexts, but are moving in this space to recognize, again, civic excellence, elevate that to the same level of priority as other disciplines, and even incentivize that where they can. So there's one thing I would just want to turn your attention to. There's a few different programs, and I was talking to Christine before this. This is also diversifying rapidly too, but a lot of the recognition programs are civic seals in particular, and that can quite literally be a diploma seal that goes on a student's diploma when they graduate. Also, it could be at the teacher level. So my Florida team over here I was just talking to, they do a Civic Seal for teacher certification and require a course for that, so we can also discuss that kind of piece. But Christine was telling me Nevada is also probably going to move into a direction of recognizing teachers as well, and schools at that school level and district level. So as many states as there are, we'll probably have 50 different ways of recognizing civic excellence, but what's really encouraging is that we do have real movement in this space, and we want to talk to some of our panelists about this. The other thing that I'm going to mention is that projects are often, as you'll see on the far left side, or sorry, your far right side, are often a key component of this recognition program in civic excellence in many different states. And Project Citizen, quite honestly, fits the mold for quite a few of these different project requirements, which is obviously the connection to our conference here today, which you've learned so much about and saw quite literally for yourselves the civic excellence from all these students here today. So with that, I'm going to jump up to join my panel. And I'd like to ask my first question and just go down the line, start with you, Joy. And you can introduce yourself and your context and the program that you have in Georgia, and what problems or challenge, or what problems was the program trying to address? How did it come to be, and what's the purpose of it? What is it trying to address?
So I'm the Social Studies Program Manager for the Georgia Department of Education, and I've been there since 2015. We got new standards in 2016. We started research on a diploma seal in 2018 and started the program in 2019-2020, which was fun. We wanted to, our Superintendent Woods, is a former social studies teacher, and he is, right? Ooh. He has always tried to make space for social studies and recognize those achievements. And so it was, he actually came to my desk and said, let's find a way to recognize either schools or students. And so with the help of the Georgia Center for Civic Engagement and district leaders, we came together and decided on a Civic Seal program that includes 4 criteria. The first is kind of a gimme. It's take all the social studies credits you need to graduate, which is important. The second is passing an American Government Basic Skills Test. The third is service-based learning, which there is a specific number of hours that are required for civic engagement, and then the rest could be community service, or you could do the whole criteria with community service. And then the last is a capstone. And that brings all of the other criteria together. It's what did you learn in your classes and your coursework? What did you learn going out into the community? And so what? What are you going to do with it in the future? How is this going to shape your civic engagement? So the program is created by the state, but Georgia's a local control state, like I think most states are. So we create the criteria for the seal, the districts facilitate it. And the Georgia Center for Civic Engagement helps districts recognize students with cords and other certificates for graduation. So it really was a, as the superintendent likes to say, Georgia owned and Georgia grown, way to elevate social studies in the state and recognize students who really were already doing some great work.
Great, thank you. Jeannie, this is a different context, but it's
Yes.
also very exciting.
So my name is Jeannie Massey. I work with the Maryland Civic Education Coalition. And I'm here today, like many of you, I think, because Marcy told me to be here. And Maryland has a pretty great curriculum framework. We have 23 county school systems, and the city of Baltimore is separate, that follow these curricular frameworks and roll out civic education in pre-kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way up through the 3 high school required credits. It's embedded in the social studies curriculum. However, while we do have a wonderful, long-serving 75-hour graduation credit requirement for kids to do service learning, we also have local control of education in Maryland. And each of the different counties in Baltimore City handle civics and service learning beyond the curriculum very, very differently. We have 2 counties that have website portals that are innovative and connect young people not just with an opportunity to volunteer, but to reflect, to have leadership opportunities. And then there are counties that perhaps look a little bit more like Florida, where the funding is not there, the self-censorship or the overt policies to limit how much you can do or talk about or engage in action civics is very limited. And we wanted to try to reinvigorate this concept of the civic mission of schools, that it's not just about career skills. That C3 framework we know in social studies includes civics for a reason. And we want those elementary school teachers to see themselves as building future citizens with a small c. So the Civic Seal right now is SB 762. It's the second year it's been in the Maryland legislature. First year was complicated. We worked with one Republican in a Democratic majority legislature. This year we have bipartisan support, simplified the bill, and it will honor students who have good grades in the 3 core social studies high school courses, complete their 75 hours, and also do a 30-hour project, which the local agency will have to figure out how that process will work. So we're hopeful. I'd say like 95, 96% chance it's going to pass. It did pass in the Senate last week, as Michael mentioned.
Ruben, another unique context, but really informative for everyone here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel a little bit like I snuck onto this panel because we're not on that list that you showed earlier, the seal, and we don't have a civic seal. But we've been doing a lot around civics in Massachusetts for a number of years now. So you asked like what the problem is that we were trying to solve, and I think the problem is like exactly what you were just saying, like all the problems of like civic decay and students' lack of civic efficacy and polarization and all of those pieces, and really wanting to recenter social studies on the civic mission of schools. We're really lucky in Massachusetts to have a phenomenal and rich coalition of organizations, including the organization you used to be part of, Democratic Knowledge Project, iCivics, Facing History, like some real powerhouses of national civics work are based in Massachusetts. And so back in 2018, that coalition as well as the department worked together to sort of implement change from 2 fronts. So we implemented new frameworks, new standards, as well as a piece of legislation. And I think that those 2 things really go hand in hand. So from the standard side, we redesigned our standards to really put civics at the center, not just of like an 8th grade civics course, which we have, but of the K-12 content and skills progression. So students are engaging and building their civic skills and knowledge and dispositions, like that is front and center as like the purpose of social studies across K-12. And then alongside that, and I think in some ways the bigger change was a legislative requirement that all students, both in 8th grade and at least once in high school, be provided with the opportunity for a student-led civic action project. So as part of not an elective, not in a sort of an after-school thing, but as part of their coursework or their advisory time. Again, we're also local control, so it looks very different, but really like a real-world action-based, systems-based opportunity for student action. We actually explicitly contrast it with like community service or service learning. That's been a lot of the push of how do you move beyond the community service approach to a more policy systems thinking approach. And so that really set the foundation for the work that we've done since. And I won't go too deeply into that now, but happy to talk more. But then you sort of move to the problem of like implementation. So then the problem becomes, okay, we have this new requirement. We're asking all of our social studies teachers in 8th grade and high school to do this sort of a project, which is not how they normally teach, maybe don't feel comfortable. 2020 was when the law first went into effect, which is both a really hard time to make change, like technically because we're all on Zoom, and politically because the context of teaching about American history and civics like got much more challenging. And so how do you support teachers through that change with resources, with professional learning, with sort of the systems and structures that they need? I will also say we were really lucky to get funding attached to this requirement. So every year the legislature has appropriated money to support both work from the department's end as well as direct grants to schools, which I think has been really critical in the success of that work.
And also, you developed in 2018 practice standards too, as well. That's just something that's very unique. Can you want to say one?
Yeah. So we have alongside our content standards in our framework, practice standards, which mirror, but because we're Massachusetts, we do our own thing, so they don't exactly reflect the C3 framework. But they orient students to that arc of historical inquiry. So standards like generating questions, engaging with primary and secondary sources, making arguments. But we really frame those even there, not just as the work that historians do, but the work that citizens need to do. To sort through competing arguments to take action. One of our practice standards is around action taking. So not just doing the work with stuff in the past, but actually doing it with things in the present day. And then again, how do you find resources? How do you create resources? We've been doing some curriculum development to help teach students and give teachers the tools that they need to teach those practices as well as the content.
Great, thanks. Tara?
Yeah, thank you. Can you actually go back to that first policy menu? So I'm going to tell a little bit of a contextual story behind this before I jump into the seal specifically. The yellow that's missing next to Arizona is actually the first civic policy that we had started, and you are correct in that it does not exist anymore. So in 2013, our Arizona Department of Education had created a school recognition program modeled in recognizing schools around, at the time, the 6 proven practices of civic education, which have now graduated to 10 after 2017. So at that time, schools could apply, show what they're doing to align with those 6 proven practices, and receive an award recognition ceremony. At the time, it was being discussed to add to their school letter grade, since we use that rating in Arizona for schools. Entered 2015, 2016 Arizona politics. That did go away. But during that time, we did have some really other recognizing policies. Critiques aside, we were the first to have the US CIS test as a civic test that's now been rolled out over 34 states in the US for students to use as a COMPETE exam. In Arizona, we still use it for high school graduation requirements, and that is actually the only requirement, social studies, civics related, in terms of high school graduation in Arizona. And in 2018, we did do a requirement for a civics and government course, half a semester in high school, so that one could be added up there.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and 2019, enter the seal. So we do currently have the seal. It is voluntary. So voluntary meaning schools, districts, parents, students, whoever it is that is interested in having the student pursue that seal, they contact the Arizona Department of Education to essentially say, I'm doing the seal, what do I need to do to track the requirements? It's also an unfunded mandate. So there's actually nobody that's really monitoring this necessarily at the Department of Education. I would say the same about our civics exam, that any scores are just monitored at the local level. Our state actually has no data on students' performance on that civics exam. That will change in 2026 because we passed a legislative law last year to start tracking that. But the same with the seal. There's no legislative funding. There's no backing behind it. It is simply very much like it sounded like in Georgia, perhaps district-led. And so you can imagine, that happening in 2019, pandemic occurs. That's a lot to ask teachers and districts to really take on that onerous of tracking what the students are doing to earn that seal. And I will say our seal is under review right now in Arizona because there are some pretty high expectations around fulfilling the different aspects of our seal. So the first one being, one, students have to take their social studies courses and pass them, but with a 3.0 GPA. So you can imagine that's a pretty high bar to achieve, especially in classes that, some students might be taking AP courses and balancing an entire schedule. So that really negates, I think, access in terms of that being the first thing for the seal. The second thing is taking the Arizona civics exam, which is the USCIS test, and passing. Right now it's at 60%. In 2026, it'll be a 70% threshold. Not terrible, but again, it's just rote memorization of static facts and figures. And then there's actual categories that students have to track and fulfill on their own. So the first one being they have to do 3 civic learning activities, and those are standards-based. So those are things like We the People, Project Citizen, programs within the school that are being implemented that students are learning some type of standards that's in the social studies and civic standards. You can think about that also in terms of access, right? So there's a lot of rural schools, tribal schools within Arizona that teachers aren't privy to, oftentimes that professional development, or even have the bandwidth and capacity and resources to enact those programs with students in their schools. So that's definitely a barrier within the seal itself as well. The next category is students have to fulfill 2 civic engagement activities within the community. So that could be a wide range of activities of attending public meetings, campaigning for specific initiatives or political candidates, but something that is rooted within the community that is not service learning, because that's actually the next component. So the next component is 75 hours worth of service learning, which again is a pretty high threshold. So that's all to say that yes, we have a seal. However, in 2022, we had 0 students complete the seal in 2022. And last year, 39 students complete the Civic Seal. And I just want to compare that to, we have other seals. So we have a biliteracy seal, we have a financial literacy seal, and hundreds, if not upwards of over 1,000 students complete those other 2 seals.
Yeah.
So our seal's under review for a lot of the reasons that I stated. We'll see where it goes, but our State Board of Ed is revising, I think, some of those really high thresholds that make it really unattainable for a lot of our learners to achieve that seal.
Yeah, Tara, you jumped right into challenges here, but I am heartened because I saw the feedback form that the department sent out, and I think it was around 1,400 students qualified for the biliteracy seal, and it was 39, and that's worth looking at. But that's a challenge. Maybe let's do on the way back here, Ruben, to talk challenges. Local control came up, data tracking, barriers to access, assessment. What kinds of challenges are you facing in Massachusetts with these programs?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just named a lot of them. So I think definitely data tracking is one. This is a requirement. So actually, we are high local control. Our standards are even technically expectation or guidance. They're not legally required. This project is a requirement, but we don't have great data on actual school and district implementation. We've asked them to report it, but in just spot checking that data, we know that it's very incorrect. And so even answering something as simple as, are students all getting a project, is surprisingly hard. And then the next layer, when we're doing some evaluation work to try to figure this part out, is, are they getting a high quality project? What we have learned is that there is just a lot of both willful ignorance of some of the pieces, but I think more common is teachers misunderstanding the expectations. So one key piece for us is this is a real world action project, that students are out in the community doing something. It's not just talking to their classmates or saying, here's what you could do. It's actually make the phone call to the city councilor, set up the meeting, write the petition, go and present to the authentic audience, do the actual advocacy work. And that piece has been, I think, often we don't get all the way there. And then just the change management piece, I think the deeper challenge of teachers who have been teaching for a long time, who feel very comfortable with the way that they've taught civics, the way that they've thought about civics, asking them to jump into something that's really different and really messy. There's no way that a civic action project isn't really you can't plan every day of the next 3 weeks, because you're going to send an email to ask someone to come into your class on Monday and they won't get back to you. Or your kids find an article that you need to spend time unpacking because it brings some whole new idea or possible solution. Or you don't even know what issue they're going to choose. And all of those pieces are really hard for teachers to wrap their heads around. And so it's been, I think, I've been at the department for about 4 years, the gradual shift from conversations being really focused to what's the minimum we need to do to comply, which is very much what we were talking about in 2020, was is this enough? Is this okay? And now more of it is okay, but what does this look like? We actually have a workshop called What Does This Really Look Like? Because that's where teachers are, which is great, it's a good place to be in, but it's a big lift.
Yeah, yeah. And Jeannie, you got a different experience, but challenges that you faced in trying to recognize and prioritize civic excellence.
We obviously don't have the seal yet, so there's no data for that, but data for social studies is very, very limited. There are federal requirements that you have access to science and reading and math, so all of the assessments that kids take in Maryland, you can go to the Maryland Report Card dashboard, you can see your school, your county, the state, how are they doing in 3rd grade, 5th grade, 8th grade. There is an exam in 8th grade US, there is an exam in high school government, but to find that data, and it's not in a clean, happy format that's visually understandable, you need some statistics understanding, it's hard to get to that data. So parents don't see it. They're not judging schools based on the civic readiness that their students are experiencing. So how do we address some of these challenges that we have in equity when it comes to civics? We know that there are urban challenges to civics. There are civic deserts when it comes to rural areas. One of the collaborative things that we've developed over the last couple of years is a partnership with Allegheny College of Maryland out in little bitty Cumberland, way out where, it's past the little bottleneck right in the Western Maryland area. They partner with the local school system, and they bring school buses from all 4 of the high schools, there's only 4, and they bring students to the campus to see what their future could look like and go on a tour and think about careers. But it's a service fair, and the kids are invited to compete. They bring poster boards about their favorite service project. They see what others are doing. It's celebrated. There are prizes. And we invited organizations to come and table, and it's grown over the last 3 years. In that very rural, spread out area, we had 22 organizations show up this year. So there's space for innovation that can reach these spaces, these young people who want to have a bright future and maybe want to have it where they grew up and are looking for those opportunities. But equity and data is definitely a challenge for us in Maryland as well.
Yeah, and that's one thing that's very true. I think across the country, parity with other disciplines, especially in data quality, assessment, accountability, that's a big challenge. Lots of places. Joy.
I have notes. Just remember, you asked. Okay, so first, Georgia has 222 school districts. We're second only to Texas.
Wow.
Of those 222 school districts, only about 24 have a full-time person at the district level to support social studies. So, take a moment. It's not that they don't have a curriculum director, they do, but that curriculum director is over all of the content areas. Much of Georgia is rural. And so that one person has to be in charge of all the contents, and as you can probably guess, they're not social studies, generally speaking. So when we first started the CERL, we had a committee of leaders from around the state. We also have 16 RESAs, the Regional Educational Service Agencies who support the districts. We had some district leaders, we had some RESA leaders, we had some organizations like the Georgia Center for Civic Engagement, the Georgia Council for the Social Studies, and we kind of created the process. And that helped us that first year during COVID. But that first year, we had about 24 districts participating. You see the, right? Some of those were rural districts. And then that first year, even during COVID, we had 311 CERLs awarded. And our districts pivoted to allowing students to participate in civic engagement activities online, to submit their hours online, to do their capstone presentations digitally, either synchronously or asynchronously. And that's the beauty of allowing the districts to kind of mold the capstone project. Like, they have to send in a rubric to the DOE to get approved. But once it's approved, how the presentations are done is sometimes different for each high school in the district, but they all have the same rubric. So I think that really helped. The 21-22 was kind of it was a rough year because of some of the things we've heard today. Teachers that had classes that were both live and synchronous at the same time in the same place. So we saw a little bit of growth, but not as much as I wanted. But as of last year, we had 30, at the end of 2022-23, we had 30 districts participating and had awarded more than 2,000 CERLs. This year, we have 42 districts participating. Part of that is because I reached out to some of the RESAs in more rural areas and said, listen, help. They had a lot of onesie twosies, meaning we have several districts that have one school building K-12. So there's one high school social studies teacher, period. And so they can't manage that in every other hat that they wear. And so one of our RESAs stepped up and became the person who facilitates for all of the districts in their region. And that might only get a handful of students, but there's a handful of students who get recognition for something they're already doing. So the second thing, there's 5, so number 2. Number 2 is that we have an application process for the districts. And that application process comes to the DOE if the district wants to participate. And really, it just tells me, are you prepared to help students be successful with this seal? Are you offering opportunities after school for them to be civically engaged? Do you have mock trial? Do you have ROTC? Do you have youth in government? Do you have Model UN or Model Arab League? What elective courses do you offer outside of the required courses that students could take to fulfill the seal? And then we talk back and forth until I'm satisfied with their preparation, and then once they're approved, yay, it's all on you now. But we also have the open communication with them so that if they have a question about whether or not something counts or what something should look like, then not just I can help them, but the other leaders in the group can share the rubrics, can share ideas, can share different ways that students are presenting those capstones and how they're collecting the data virtually. So that application process by district, not high school, because 222 districts is a whole lot of high schools. And I am a team of 4.5. And I don't have time to review that district with every single high school. So that application process has been a really big help. The third thing is an understanding from the Department of Education and all the districts that civics and civic education goes beyond social studies. I'm pausing for emphasis. If they're working in STEM, if they're doing ROTC things, if they are doing things with their churches, with the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, if they're doing things and being active in their community outside of their class time, voluntarily, that's a big part of that, and something I have to emphasize every year. It can't be part of a grade. It can't be a mandatory requirement for a course. We want it to go beyond their coursework. So if they are doing that and being a part of their community, great. It counts. So that is a big piece as well. And then kids get their hours plus some. Yeah. Their capstone, we don't have a project. It's a capstone presentation, and I think that opens the door to, like, if you say project, kids are like, nope. I'm a senior, I don't need one more project on top of my 52,000 AP exams and all of my college applications. But if you say a capstone presentation and you allow them to do that as an essay or a documentary video or
a portfolio,
perhaps. Or a portfolio. Yeah. Or Project Citizen, or any of those things, if you open the door to allow them to mold what it looks like, then they're more likely to participate. And then the last thing I already talked about, but that open community, we have a virtual community for district leaders, and their ability to both communicate with me, each other, and statewide organizations that support what the students are doing is helpful in breaking down those barriers.
Yeah, great. So I'm going to go back to Tara. You started us on challenges, but I do want to hear a story of success. And it's a story of success from your context that may be helpful for someone else to hear. Someone might be heartened to hear that of something that you're doing you think is really working.
Yes, Arizona is not just doom and gloom in terms of the civic education landscape. May seem that way sometimes, but I have two things that I think I'm particularly proud of in Arizona that have more recently flourished, if not have been taken up. So the first one is a democratic innovation called participatory budgeting that's been done in municipalities across the globe. And Arizona was actually in Phoenix Union High School was the first in 2013 to pilot that in schools. So that essentially looks like when you have your budget folks at the district making decisions around where to put a shade structure, whether that excess funding should purchase some type of supplies that maybe sit on a teacher's shelf and aren't really being utilized and in their best interests for students. Maybe it's where the refillable water fountain will be located on campus. Why aren't students part of those decisions? So school participatory budgeting includes students in the budgetary decisions that happen at the school level, where a portion of the budget's either wholly allocated to students to go through a democratic process to decide how to spend that, or they have some type of input along the way, and they actually work with procurement. So they learn the policy processes within their school and often do presentations, deliberative discourse with their peers to really hone in on what do we want to spend this money on, how should that look. We've been doing that since 2013. We're now upwards of 70,000 students in Arizona doing that each year within their schools and districts and deciding how to spend an allocation of their funding. And we've had some really awesome projects come out of that. A school therapy dog in one school, and then the entire district decided to adopt school therapy dogs in all their schools. And that came from students. So I'm particularly proud around that. The second thing, this is actually very recent. So at ASU, we just got a grant through the Federal Department of Education for teacher microcredentialing. So the PI is Dr. Lauren Harris in the School of Historical and Political and Religious Studies. And she's heading up the history segment of these microcredentials. I'm heading up the civic ones. And Christy Roschke in our ASU Walter Cronkite School of Journalism is heading up the media literacy microcredentials. So there's going to be 3 courses that teachers take within those 3 areas, civics, history, and media literacy. After those, they have a digital badge, but can also apply that to a master's degree program and get course credit for having completed those courses.
That's great.
So we are just building out the courses. The first one went live last week, and the following ones will be following through in the summer and the fall, and we'll have 3 years worth of that. So
Great, great. And I do want to leave time for questions, so we can move down the line here, and we've got about a couple minutes here.
Sure. So I'll say 2 successes really briefly. I think one is around the civics project, the requirement really centering teacher leaders and teacher voice as the face of our professional development. And not just actually the face, but like the brains of it. I think we were lucky that even when this law went into effect, we had teachers who were doing things like Project Citizen, like Generation Citizen in their classes already, who were invested in it. And they were the ones who were leading the workshops that we ran from the very beginning through to today. We play very much a behind-the-scenes role, and I think that especially when you're talking about a requirement, no one wants to hear from the Department of Education about that. You want to hear from someone who's doing it in the classroom right now and can talk to like the mechanics of it, who can really sell it and its impact on students. So that's been one huge success. I think it's led to just a tone shift in the way that teachers experience it. The other success is not civics project related, but goes to the standards, right? So we had this problem once we created new standards where we tried to put civics at the center of them, that there weren't any resources out there that were well aligned to those standards, right? There's not a lot of good like world history courses that make consistent civic connections. And so we were like, we'll just make them ourselves. And so we have been through like a multi-year, 4-year effort now to develop comprehensive open source curricular materials for grades 3 to 7. They are available online. Investigating History is the name of the curriculum. They're great. And again, teacher voice was a huge part of that. But I think it was like truly a much more large effort than we thought it would be to just like write a full year of curriculum or 5 full years of curriculum. But it's been a huge success, and I think to like give teachers the tools that they need to do their job as the way that we're asking them to. We're asking so much of them, like let's give them the resources, and they've been really excited about that.
Great, great.
So Maryland does some really interesting things. We have some interesting commitments to the idea that students, young people, really need to get involved in governance directly. We have 5 municipalities in Maryland that allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in municipal elections. That doesn't mean they all turn out, but we do also have a great Montgomery County future voter program that is a stellar example of how to get middle school and younger high school students doing service with the Board of Elections and then become poll workers along the way. The Vote 16 also has a really interesting bill that we don't think it will pass, but a constitutional amendment that might allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in local elections, but only for the nonpartisan Board of Education members. An interesting idea. Our student members of the Board of Educations across the state are very active, along with the Maryland Association of Student Councils and our own students with the Maryland Civic Education Coalition. We're actively talking to local school boards. We're taking students to the state legislature because they have feelings and thoughts, and they want to express them, and the lawmakers are kind of excited when young people come. And it doesn't hurt to have a rather popular man in the governor's office. I don't know if you've heard of a guy named Wes Moore, but he believes in civics, and he established a department-level Cabinet Secretary, the Department of Service and Civic Innovation, and expanded on Maryland's long history of having AmeriCorps and Vista and Maryland Corps. And now we also have a service year program partnering with organizations and businesses across the state and really reaching for that equity. And that equity piece means that both that and our Civic Seal, we hope that students who are not in the AP classes are going to be the ones participating, because we want everyone to have that opportunity. I mean, there are young people who graduate from high school, and that may be the only graduation ceremony their mom gets to cheer for them at, and we want them to have that civics medal or that biliteracy medal. We want them to invest in these ideas that young people have potential.
Yeah. Joy.
I'll be quick. So one thing that came about that's really awesome and is connected to our seal, but it didn't necessarily come from our seal, is our first in the country. I like to be first at things. We're the first state in the country to have a social studies and career tech embedded pathway. So career tech has, which is CTAE in Georgia for agriculture, they have a government and public administration cluster, and within that cluster is a pathway called public management and administration. And the Georgia Center for Civic Engagement came to us and said, hey, is this part of social studies? And I said, no, but it could be. So they have 3 courses in that pathway, and so what we were able to do is align 3 of our courses, 2 of which are required for graduation. American Government Civics is tied to their Intro to Government and Public Administration. The second course is Introduction to U.S. Intelligence and National Security Studies, also the first in the country. And it's tied to government and public administration, state and federal issues. And then our Personal Finance and Economics course, which is required for graduation, is paired with the government and public administration, state and local issues. So the student takes the one course and gets credit for both the career tech course and the social studies course at the same time. So, but the standards for both courses are seamlessly integrated. Ours has the knowledge and theirs has the teeth to go do something. And it's connected directly to careers so that students become aware of and actually can intern with city, local, state governments so that they can prepare for jobs and we can fight that silver tsunami that's coming. Just Google it, yeah. And then, okay, yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, well, that's great. There's a lot of great things happening. I do want to open it up for success, and for questions, and I do see our team Pennsylvania over here has got one ready for us.
Thanks. So, hi, I'm Sam from PA Civics. I'm going to do my best to give like the state-specific context so I can just ask the question because I don't want to give a long lead-in. So, in Pennsylvania, we're a take but not pass state. So 7 through 12, you have to take a test once. And that's going to be the major part of my question. But other than the fact that civics is in the state definition of social studies, that's the only civics requirement we have. Our civics and government standards are so old that they wouldn't legally be able to enroll in a Pennsylvania high school. So based on that, we've had a weird 2023 in that there's been bills in the House, both Republican and Democrat, to make Pennsylvania a pass the civics exam state. In the same year that our largest university, Penn State, researchers there released a report that in all the, which you may be familiar with, that requiring passing a civics exam to graduate has had no effect on civic engagement. And in some cases, like the Tam mentioned, it's just rote memorization. So I have a 2-part question on that. First, have there been conversations about the efficacy of exam requirements, considering those really came about around like 2016 to 2018? And how does the exam in states that have it, that has a requirement interface with other aspects of your legal requirements, because we need a lot of them, and so we only have the one, and trying to figure that out. Thank you.
Anyone can jump in.
I was going to say, when you find that answer out, please tell us, because again, we haven't tracked data. Last legislative session, our state legislators finally decided to let's start tracking data, have schools report it to our Arizona Department of Education, because we don't know. So I can't answer that question, but I think that it's valid, and I think that, we need to know what's going on. In connection to what other, requirements, I do think that if you could explore the seal, take the best of what you've heard. I know there's other states that have it, and maybe see if that's an avenue to adopt something along those lines as well.
So there's 2 approaches, right? There's the carrot and the stick. And Georgia has 2 required state-mandated tests. In 8th grade, we do Georgia Studies, which does test the civics domain. as one of the 4 domains, and then we have high school U.S. history. We used to test in grades 3 through 8, and then 2 tests in high school. And since we lost all of the rest of those tests, what we've seen is a decrease in focus from the district, from the local level, on social studies education. But replacing that with good professional development for teachers, resources, I'm going to just plug inspire.gadoe.org. All of Georgia's resources are open source. So great resources for teachers, sample lessons seem to work really well. And I think that there has to be a balance of both.
From the teacher's perspective, I would say as a teacher that if it's not tested, it's not taught. And if it's not tested, it's not valued by the funders or the trainers or the decision makers. That being said, Marcy had a big hand in writing the test for Maryland, so it's a pretty good test, but it doesn't quite align with what is usually thought of as a government citizenship style test. So we don't even get included on the big lists when researchers say, well, all these states have government exams. Stanford History Education Group's Beyond the Bubble, and a lot of those more innovative ways of testing could make the civics exam in Pennsylvania and elsewhere better.
Let's go ahead and get to another question. I know we got a line. Let's get at least one more here.
One more? Okay. So I just wanted to say I come from Florida, as you all know, but in Florida we do have a seal of excellence, but it's mainly training the teacher, right? And it took place, I mean, I'm not the right person to talk. John Dubel from the DOE is here. And I believe 18,000 teachers, I myself took the seal of excellence. And it gave us like a diploma, and we can add it to our certificate and so forth. So that's good. But talking about testing, I do want to share that Florida, we're also one of the first ones for many things, and we instituted an end of course assessment, and not in high school, but actually in middle school, which I think is brilliant because we want to share, we want the students to know the content. Now, if you are pro or against testing, I mean, I can share my views at another time. But what it does is it is 30% of a student's grade, and it adds accountability for the school grade. So I believe Ms. Massey shared about testing and data. Here we have that data. The students are taking that test, that districts are taking it seriously, and like the exam, I was part of the item specifications in 2010. It is thanks to the great former governor, Bob Graham, and Supreme Court Justice, who passed away, came to the Florida legislature and proposed such an exam. So no matter what you feel, and even though we're not checked there, because it's not a require for a seal, it is a require for every 7th grade civics student, so it's in middle school. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Did we have one more question? Do you want to, let's get one more last question.
Sure. I'm the president of the West Virginia Civics Coalition, and we're exploring a seal or some type of recognition. What advice do you have that we should include or exclude, and what's in it for the student? Why do they want to get this seal? How are they going to use it?
So 2 years ago, my teenagers, who are 18 months apart, were junior and sophomore in high school, and they came home and they said, "Mom, I was 1 point away." I'm like, "What are you even talking about?" I didn't even know Maryland had a seal of biliteracy at that point. And they both went back to the textbooks, and they kept working with the teachers, and the next year they took the exam again. They got the seal of biliteracy. My kid got to wear a giant medal at graduation for being rather fluent in Spanish. Now, I did take them to Spain, and they didn't talk to anybody the whole 10 days we were there, but other thoughts?
I'll say a couple of things. First, it's important for buy-in. If you want your seal to work, then the people who are going to do the work have to have a voice and shape the criteria for it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is making sure there's open lines of communication and understanding that when you create that criteria, make sure it is flexible and adaptable for districts that are completely different. And to your point, though, not just the student, like why does the student want to do it? They want to do it because they can put it on their application, wear a seal or a cord. But what does it mean to the community? Like that's something that we're exploring right now. What does this seal mean to colleges and universities in Georgia? What does the seal mean to career, the major businesses? And that's something that we're trying to tackle now, and I might have done that on the front end had I thought about it.
Baked idea off of that, but I'm because again we don't have a seal, but I'm thinking about like, what are the ways to make it mean something to the community by elevating some of the good work that students are doing with those? Like I'm thinking of how powerful it just was to have these high school students and sharing the work that they're doing. We, around our requirement, have done a statewide showcase where students from lots of different districts come together. We rent a big university space, and we invite community members, parents, families, like come see the things that are happening. And like civics is so powerful when you see the work that students are doing in a way that like maybe other subject areas don't quite have that, but it's like we did a thing, we were out, we were talking to people. Let them show that off and like use that as a way to like sell that importance to community members and maybe demystify it too if there's any political, like we're looking for bike lanes. We're not trying to like indoctrinate anyone, and that can help.
Great.
I was going to say, I'll be happy to talk to you offline because I know we're running short on time, but just even being part of the coalition, I think that you would have some collective support in exploring this in the community as well. So I'm happy to talk more because we have a strong coalition in Arizona that's growing and definitely being policy advocates.
Yeah, and Christine, did you want to respond directly?
I
Christine
do,
works
yes.
in Nevada with the Civic Seal.
Hi, yes. I just wanted to add one thing that I think that we probably don't immediately think of because we're all college educated and we're really thinking on that end. I actually just had a sit down with one of our union teams in Nevada, and when I was telling them a little bit about what we're doing, they were so excited and said, those are the kids we need. They are looking for the kids that are doing this kind of work too, because that's someone who's dedicated to the community and is going to stay in the community and do the work in the community. So I just want to add that while we often think that this is going to be so good for college applications, this is also really, really good for our trades and for the kids who maybe want to go into an apprenticeship. If it's between them and someone else and they did this civics work and they're dedicated to their community, they're probably going to get the apprenticeship over someone else. So for those of you that are heavy like trade states, that might be an argument, and get those trade unions involved in your seal process. Just a thought.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful. And let's keep this going. So there's an activity I want you to do at your tables. There's a wealth of knowledge. Christine, I know the PA folks, Glenn in Kentucky is piloting some of these programs. I want you to be thinking about this program, this question at your tables in rounds. Of what can you do? How can you, in your context, prioritize, incentivize, recognize civic excellence where it is happening? And then I want you to be thinking. Just take a moment. Think about a few of immediately obvious options that you could take. Could be collaborating with someone else. Could be revising, like Arizona, taking a look at what they've set up and revising their criteria. All right, so take a second and think about that. And then at your tables, I want you to legitimately brainstorm, because these are the folks in the room from all across the country that have the power and the tools, and we have, happen to have a curriculum that can help you do some of this at the center to tackle some of these issues. So go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves. We're going to have, we cut into our time a little bit, but I didn't want to stop a good conversation. Take about 20, 15 minutes to talk amongst yourselves before our break. Oh, and a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you, elementary friends. All right, thank you for joining us, staying with us for the afternoon. I know it's getting a little late and we're getting a little restless, but you are being troopers and champions for civics, so we truly appreciate that. We are excited to be here with this esteemed panel to discuss the intersection of STEM skills with civics. So what we're going to do first is have everyone on the panel introduce themselves, and then we'll get our discussion started. How about if we start on the end?
Oh, okay. Diana Owen, CERL.
I'm Deborah Tominski. I teach at Fayetteville Academy in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
I'm Maureen McGurl. I teach in Jamestown, Rhode Island at the middle school level.
Hi, I'm Katie Hartzell, and I'm also with CERL.
And I'm Kelly Reichert. I'm with the Center for Civic Education. So just as Diana's students showed us earlier, we want to start by grounding ourselves in the what is exactly the intersection of civics and STEM skills? We want to get a definition. So Diana, would you kick us off with how do we ground ourselves in that?
Well, I think the definition part is kind of difficult. So last weekend, I happened to be at the Mid-Atlantic Social, Middle States Council for the Social Studies Conference, and was presenting on some of the findings from Project Citizen and how teachers had integrated STEM into the curriculum. And the question came from the audience, what really is STEM? And I said, well, good question. How do you define it? She said, I'm not really sure, and none of my colleagues are sure either. And I think that is part of the problem with this notion of integrating STEM into the civics curriculum, because teachers are actually doing a lot more of it than they think they are. They're doing it, but not naming it. I just was going to give a little bit of an overview about the Department of Education has actual STEM policy goals that advise, quote, that all young people should be prepared to think deeply and to think well so that they have the chance to become innovators, educators, researchers, and leaders who can solve the most pressing challenges facing our nation and our world both today and tomorrow. And the department actually has something of a roadmap that looks to the future of STEM education, and that also says in its preface that, quote, the complexities of today's world require all people to be equipped with a new set of core knowledge and skills to solve difficult problems, gather and evaluate evidence, and make sense of information they receive from varied print and increasingly digital media. And they do spend a good deal of time in that roadmap on the technology part and the digital media part, which is a topic that's come up in here today. I think it leaves, they definitely advocate for STEM and STEAM across the curriculum, and they give some broad guidelines, but I think it's up to the civic education community to really define what that looks like and what that should be in, kind of the topics that we're involved with. Project Citizen definitely addresses these requirements as stated in the roadmap directly, because it talks about, kind of designing a curriculum that's designed to build students' capacity to use their mathematical, technological, and scientific skills to tackle important issues and to engage others in developing solutions to problems by using these kinds of skills. And I think there's a lot of other civic curricula out there that do this as well. So I've been very interested in this topic and have done what I thought is a pretty thorough research look into the literature on STEM in the civics curriculum. And what I really find is that there's not much out there that talks about STEM being incorporated into the civics curriculum, but there's a lot going the other way. So there seems to be a lot more effort to have science classes look at policy issues. And so integrating, kind of civics kinds of problems into science classes seems to be a much more prevalent exercise. I think that's a good thing, but I also think that it works both ways. There's, the little effort, the little research that I have found shows that it can be very effective and gives a lot of it's more anecdotal, which I think maybe is a good thing, where we start now to try and see how it is actually being used and then come up with a set of bigger guidelines. But as I said, I think part of the problem is that civics teachers seem to have a limited sense of what STEM means. I think you throw out, science, technology, engineering, math. What does that exactly mean? Those are very big terms, but what does it mean in terms of how we can concretely put that into the civics classes, and what kinds of skills can be built in relation to those disciplines in the civics classroom? So I guess, to me, that's the state of the field, is that we're in the beginning. It's been around, it's talked a lot about. I actually think maybe we're in the beginning to kind of look at it systematically. We need a lot more research and analysis on it. We did do some. Katie will present the results of what we did with Project Citizen. Part of the requirements of Project Citizen were that we're supposed to integrate STEM competencies into the curriculum. So we do have some research on that. But I think it's kind of, we're at the beginning of how do we systematically make that part of the curriculum, because I think it could be a very effective and important element of that.
Thank you, Diana. I think that I love that you're saying it's a hopeful moment. And,
it is a hopeful moment.
And at the beginning of a journey. So I think it's important that we pause, and I may be a little biased here, but I think it's important we hear from the practitioners in the field. So in this case, we need to hear what the classroom teachers are experiencing. So I'd like to turn to expertise of our classroom teachers, and if you would share some insight, how do you see this connection between civics and STEM playing out in your classrooms? What skills are your students gaining from that?
So first off, I was really interested in what she had to say about it, working more in integrating civics into STEM. And I'll be the first to admit that science and math are not my forte. 2 years ago, my students decided to do very science-based projects for their Project Citizen. And it was a learning experience for me. I was like, oh no, let me go find my science teachers. What is this? They did Gen X contamination of the Cape Fear River. And I was like, what is Gen X? Is that a generation? Are we contaminating the river? I don't know, but I learned about it. But I think that over the course of the last 3 years that I've been using Project Citizen with my 7th graders, one of the most amazing things I found is that skills and STEM and using that language is one of the best ways to sell it to your administrators and to your parents, that this is a project about those skills, and those skills are translatable into everything. I too also had notes, so sorry. But I had last year my students fill out kind of a post survey that I did myself just to see what they were taking away. And out of my 13-year-old 7th graders, I only had one snarky response that they didn't learn anything, which I think is pretty impressive for some 7th graders. I was expecting a lot more. I only had one. But I wanted to share with you a couple of the things that they said, because I think it speaks to the skills that they're learning. And one student said, I think my teamwork skills definitely improved over the course of working on this year's project. It really helped me to learn that sometimes you need teammates to help you during times of confusion and stress. And teamwork is one of the fundamental skills in STEM and STEAM. And I spent a lot of time talking to we have STEAM and STEM teachers at our school, and they said teamwork is the most foundational skill for us, but it's a foundational skill for all disciplines. So I think that that's a really valuable skill that we can see through Project Citizen. And then compromise, to be able to see different perspectives. That's a skill in STEM, and it's a skill in what we do. I had a student say, in one of the questions I asked them to give advice to the 6th graders, not everything can go your way, deal with it. You have to be able to compromise. And I think that those are two skills that are invaluable in every discipline, no matter what our students are going to do. We're teaching them these really fundamental skills. On top of statistics, looking at data, this year my students are doing child abduction in North Carolina, which is a huge topic. They just got cell phones, a lot of them, and they're seeing Amber Alerts for the first time. So it was very relevant to them. But being able to analyze the data, being able to conduct a poll, all those types, even design skills, thinking about how to do the portfolio, what would look nice. I had a student suggest that over the course of our portfolio, we update the number of kids missing in North Carolina periodically with the date to kind of create a narrative throughout the story. So that design thinking of like, how can we incorporate design elements into our presentation, all of those things are invaluable skills that they'll use everywhere.
So for me, it's perseverance. Students learn that when someone disagrees with them, to take what they have to say into consideration and then go get some more information. And I see this from a group population of 8th graders who, when people disagree with them or they give critical feedback, that, oh, that person doesn't like me, and stop. And so to get them to go beyond that and say, okay, that isn't completely working, what else could we try to do? And how can I get that person who disagreed with me to work with us, to help brainstorm? And technology, which is my little taboo, is something, because it's changed. When I first started teaching, there was no one-to-one initiative. And we did boards. And we interviewed people, we sent out letters. And now we send out surveys. And my entire project is technology. And what's great is they see how it's my kryptonite, and they become the facilitators, and they see their agency. So to me, it incorporates all of those things. This year, my students are looking at, we have a creek, and we have a bridge that goes over that creek, and it's flooded out 3 times, which meant school couldn't happen because you couldn't get from one side of the island to the other. Well, you can imagine this is a lot of engineering, a lot of math, and a lot of science. And like my cohort, while I'm not afraid of those things, it's not intuitive. So I have had to make it a team in terms of my teachers to come in, and what that creates is what we were talking about before, is seeing the connection and why it matters. Why does civics matter? Why does my engagement matter? And so they can see that it's multiple viewpoints. And for me, that's the connection.
I can definitely hear the passion in both of your responses, so thank you so much for sharing what's happening in your classroom. It's a really good window for us. A couple of things I picked up here: teamwork and compromise and perseverance. I don't know if those necessarily come to mind as skills right away when you think of STEM, but absolutely are necessary in the classroom and necessary in civics. So I appreciate you lifting up those words. Also, I loved that you mentioned the collaboration that has to occur, not only for your student-to-student interaction, but then also as you as a teacher. You have to collaborate with the others in the building because we're all in this as a community, and we're lifting each other up. I loved that you mentioned those things. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to get to some of the data behind all this. We had the anecdotal, and now we're going to get some data. So what does the research say about educators who implement Project Citizen and the evidence of the utilization of STEM skills when they are using Project Citizen?
Okay, so we asked teachers in cohort 3 questions. First, we asked if teachers had students use STEM skills when addressing a problem in their school or community, and this was a yes or no question. And for the pre-survey, they were asked to reflect on the past 2 years, whereas for the post-survey, it was just for the academic year. And as you can see from this graph, for the Project Citizen teachers, it jumped from 25% to 50%. In contrast, the control teachers stayed flat at 34%. If they were doing it before, they were still doing it, and if not, no change. So the second question that was asked was how much emphasis teachers placed on having students apply STEM skills to address a problem. And this was on a scaled response from not much, some, to a great deal. And in terms of emphasizing applying STEM to solve a problem, in cohort 3, the percentage that placed a great deal of emphasis, it dropped. But this was true for both Project Citizen and Control. But what was more interesting was that there was a lot more growth for Project Citizen teachers who went from feeling like there was not much emphasis to some emphasis. So the not much emphasis answers dropped from 50% to 28%, and the number who replied that they gave some attention to STEM increased from 28% to 61%. In comparison with the control teachers, the ones who said that they gave little attention to STEM declined to 45%, which is still higher than what the Project Citizen teachers were reporting. And the and the control teachers who said they did some, it rose to 48%. Again, that's lower than the Project Citizen teachers were reporting.
Actually, Katie, go back to that.
Sorry, did I?
Yeah, this is my favorite slide.
Oh,
because this is the teachers were asked how confident they felt integrating STEM into their curriculum, and this is the percentage that said that they felt very confident, and it changed from the Project Citizens teachers from 3% all the way up to, I think it's 42 or 43%. It was a huge jump. It was one of the biggest findings in the whole study. So there was a tremendous, just because it was part of the professional development program, and because they, actually were doing it, kind of learning by doing as well, I think their confidence in being able to integrate STEM and being aware that they were doing it, that they were intentionally doing it, really increased their confidence in doing it. As compared to the findings throughout the entire study for the control group teachers, is that nothing changed from pre-test to post-test, and it was a very low level to start with. Sorry, Katie, I just didn't want to miss my favorite slide here.
It is the best slide, and I had my notes out of order, and I'm looking behind me, and
it's not her fault. The person, Bradley, who's on our team, fell ill this morning, and after he had made a really good presentation, he prepared, and so Katie was jumping in.
I'm filling in. Okay, so now we're into the fun multi-cohort questions. This was on conducting surveys. So Project Citizen teachers were more inclined to have their students conduct surveys during the year that they taught the curriculum. In cohort 1, the percentage of teachers who used surveys at least sometimes increased from 51% to 88%. In cohort 2, 6% of teachers reported that they frequently had their 6% of teachers reported that they frequently had their students conduct surveys on the pre-test, compared to 16% on the post-test. And the percentage indicating that they never use surveys in their classes declined from 21% to 9%. And these findings were somewhat less pronounced in cohort 3, but still indicated a greater propensity for teachers to have students conduct surveys. Unlike the Project Citizen teachers, control group teachers' use of surveys in their civics classes did not change much from the pre-test to the post-test. So now we're on to percent of Project Citizen teachers who had students use technology to engage with the community. Teachers who taught Project Citizen were more likely to have their students use technology to engage in the community after the professional development program. The increase in the percentage for Project Citizen teachers who had their students use technology for civic engagement frequently or sometimes went from 33% to 63% in cohort 1, 41% to 62% in cohort 2, and 37% to 48% in cohort 3. In contrast, control teachers, except for cohort 1, were somewhat less likely to have their students use technology to engage in the community during the period of the study than they had reported in their pre-test and what they thought they had done in prior years. So now we're on to student data. So students' use of STEM in the civics classroom was measured by 5 survey items to which students could either disagree strongly, disagree, neither agree nor disagree, agree, or strongly agree. Students' belief in their ability to use STEM skills to address policy issues was measured with 3 items. And one of them was, I can use my math skills to work on problems in the community. The second one was, I can use my science skills to work on problems in my community. And I can use my technology to work on problems in my community. And so I just want to make sure that I have the right graph on this.
Basically what it shows is that the Project Citizen students were much more likely to use their STEM skills in their classes to solve problems in the community. And actually, there was a decrease in the percentage of, in some of the categories of the control group students. So basically, the Project Citizen students were using it, they felt more confident in using it, and that's the basic findings. I think that's probably it. There's poor Bradley, so.
We miss you, Bradley.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Katie, for filling in. We appreciate your work for jumping in here at the last minute. Two things I think struck me in your data. One, obvious, the interdisciplinary connections, that Project Citizen provides, the overlap into all the disciplines, again, allowing the students and the teachers collaborating with the other team members in the building. And I loved the part about the teachers' growth and their confidence. What better gift could we give our educators right now than to let them know that we trust them and we believe in them and we have confidence in them and their skills and abilities. So I really appreciate hearing that, and I'm sure the educators in the room, are happy to hear that by participating in this program, we're building a whole team of teachers that feel confident in what they're doing. So back to our teachers. I am curious if you would share with us how this experience has impacted your students as far as student engagement, civic readiness, or creating informed citizens or taking informed action.
Sure. So in my small island, we didn't have a place for teenagers to hang out. And I had some students who decided to do that for they wanted a teen center. They wanted a place like the senior citizens have a center. They wanted a place where they could meet and not necessarily be all organized. So they did their project. They interviewed the stakeholders, particularly my rec director, as well as the librarian, and some different groups that would be supportive of it and opposed to it. And they didn't get it. The rec director said, well, I make programming and you don't come to it. The librarian said, well, how about a teen advisory board? And so these teenagers, who were in 8th grade at the time, created a teen advisory board. And they're no longer my students. And in 9th grade, they go back and make a presentation. And they get money, but the rec director kind of says, we don't have money, and the money that they do go get for it is kind of put into a trash pickup, which he calls, civic engagement and something for the teenagers. It wasn't what they wanted. So now another group of students. These are my students in 8th grade. They have siblings who are now juniors in high school, and they said, we want to go back at this issue. So when we talk about civic engagement and doing it not necessarily because you're going to benefit from it, when we finally got the teen center built, at the behest of my students, they weren't the ones that were going to benefit from it, because it took, like any public policy, 4 years. And what students really learned is you might not get everything you want, but you can circle around to it and pull data. And they did pull data because they showed the attendance that when you make programming, the teens will come, that they'll come. They use that data to persuade other stakeholders, and at some point realized that the rec director just wasn't going to support them, so they became flexible in finding who would. And they made a presentation on their own time to the town council. So it wasn't a civics project. When you talk about civic disposition, civic engagement, and civic readiness, they got it, and they keep on doing it. Thanks.
That's really cool. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For my students, they have chosen some pretty huge topics that require lots of state level policies. So some of them are still in the works, like the Gen X river contamination. The governor of North Carolina has made that a priority. I hope in part from us pestering him over the course of a year about it, but they are going to start a new initiative in with the EPA to try and get some more data on how that's affecting the Cape Fear communities. But I think the biggest thing is that my students are walking away with an understanding that they have efficacy, even if they're not voting. And especially for my middle school students, I think oftentimes they are, when you're talking about government or civics, they're programmed to think, well, I can't vote, I can't do anything. And that's one of the major changes that I have seen with Project Citizen. 2 years ago, when I did my little post survey, I had a student who said, I also learned as a citizen I can help solve a lot more problems than I was led to believe by getting facts, finding solutions, and talking to the representatives of government. And that then I was led to believe really stood out to me. I'm like, who led you to believe that? So I think this is part of just such an important job that we have as educators. And we talk about being partisans for democracy. Part of that is registering kids to vote and making sure that they feel that their vote matters. But it's also showing our younger kids that voting isn't the only way that we uphold our democracy. And this project allows kids to see that side of government that they clearly haven't been exposed to before. And now for the first time are seeing that someone will listen to them even if they're not showing up on election day. Someone will take action on their behalf if they take the time to do the research, to find the statistics, to advocate over technology. We send a lot of emails in my class. We do a lot of surveys. We use Google Forms. Google Forms has been a godsend. If you didn't already know, from Google Forms now has an embedded MLA citation machine. Yay! So we do a lot of that research, but it's the change in their understanding that it's a voice that matters, not necessarily a vote. And one day their vote will matter, and it is important, but it's their voice that matters now, and they can still use it even if they're 12 and 13 years old.
Could I jump in with a story also? So one of the most rewarding parts of the research on Project Citizen is being able to go and witness the portfolio presentations. And one that sticks in my mind, I think some of you may have heard me tell this story before, but it was just so moving. There was a special needs class in Rhode Island, and it involves STEM, because it shows how STEM could be adapted easily to put into the Project Citizen curriculum with any level of students. And so the students chose, they were actually at a school that merged. They came from a pretty poorly resourced school, and during the pandemic, they merged it with another school, and they were really kind of dismissed, I have to say. Their principal didn't want to come to their showcase. He said he cared more about the AP students and all these things. But they soldiered on. There was about 8 of them in there, and they were at all different levels. And their teacher, who was going through cancer treatment at the time, had figured out a way to, find a good task for each one of them. They each had a role. And the project that they chose was a school-based project because they couldn't afford, most of them in the class could not afford to buy the school lunch. And a lot of them were eating out of a vending machine that was there. And they didn't like what was in it, and they also felt that it was too expensive. So they wanted to kind of advocate to get things changed. So they actually went into the school, took a picture of the vending machine, and there was a mouse in it at the time. So there you go. So to make a long story short, they had researched, kind of what alternatives they could have, but the math part was they took all the different things that were in the vending machine and they figured out an alternative and looked at what is the nutritional value of what was in there versus what they could replace it with. And it was just so impressive at the end. And talk about the idea of having a voice. The late Michael Trophy, who is well known to many of you, was there, and he said, well, you've gone through all this. What does it mean to you? And they did get some changes made with what was in the vending machine in the end. It took a while. And they said, we learned that we have a voice. And I thought for special needs kids who kind of struggled to do some of the math but were so proud of it and really did have a project that was something that meant, was meaningful to them, and I think helped to change their lives for the better. So, sad that they have to eat out of the vending machine, but at least they could get an apple instead of chips. And I just thought, here's the way that math is built into this curriculum for, it shows the flexibility of bringing STEM into it.
Absolutely. And you all had a very similar theme, having the chance to sit back and listen to you. Diana, it's obvious you saw the students were given agency in that opportunity and how powerful that was for them. And Maureen, I could hear perseverance peeking through. Your students stuck with it and finally got that center. And that's an important skill to have, no matter what path you choose, college, career, whichever, to be able to persevere through when things don't go your way. So fantastic that you were able to have the students, experience that and become better for it. And Deborah, I could hear empowerment from your students, your story with your students. Definitely that, they are hearing someone is listening to their voice and what that meant to them. So thank you for sharing those stories about your students. I think that helps us see the picture of this program and why it's so important. So Diana, it comes back to the teachers again, and we need you to help us get the message. So what is the message? What's the advice that you would give that we need to get out to our social studies educators? What do we have to take back to our states and to our districts so that we can be sure that STEM is being integrated with civics?
I think the first thing, and something we've been dealing with a lot in this day of the conference, is kind of definition. What is STEM and what does STEM mean in the civics classroom? And I think that's something that could be one of these kind of joint projects between researchers and people who are in the classroom. And I think we should do a survey. I'm talking a survey like a kind of an accounting of how STEM is really being used and that people might not notice. And that way we can establish some best practices, have more examples, because I even looked to find, I'm looking for the literature, and I didn't find much even in newsletters about, how STEM was going to be used in the civics classroom. Again, I found a lot that the other way around, that, but how civics was put into STEM classes. But I think that would be the message that I would have, is that this is a project that I think should be undertaken. And I think, once awareness is made, like both of you gave examples of, maybe I was not quite comfortable with it, but knowing that people do it and having a bit of, I'll call the word roadmap, of how that could be achieved might be something that could be very productive for integrating STEM into the civics classroom.
I do know what Gen X is now. I learned. You don't want it in your river.
What is it?
It's a chemical that's used primarily on like nonstick cookware and things like that, but it does not degrade ever. And so it won't go away on its own. And once it gets into the river, Duke Energy was putting it in the Cape Fear River. It's there forever and it causes cancer. And there are whole neighborhoods in North Carolina that get bottled water from the government still because of the Gen X contamination of the river.
Oh, okay. That's a hard follow-up. We do have a time for maybe one or two questions. If anyone would like to ask a question of one of our fine panelists here, particularly our educators or our researchers. There's our friend from Georgia.
I just want to say we have a lot of STEM lessons driven by social studies in that Inspire platform I mentioned. So go look it up. We have a specialist that works with our STEM leads. I'm curious if you guys know in your state, does your state have a STEAM certification program? And do you know if your social studies DOE person plays with them?
I don't know that we have a certificate. I know that it's been integrated into our mission statement as well as our 5-year plan. Every 5 years, our school has to come up and meet with different stakeholders. And it led to a class called Rock Block, which incorporates a combination of some STEM skills but also some agency to pursue something that a student is interested that might not be part of the school curriculum. So, but Geraldine, I know we put STEAM practices into, like how it could be incorporated into our lessons, but is there something specific?
Georgia has a state level certification as well. So I just wondered, is that sometimes they compete? So I didn't know if the state was helping, because then you could be part of the process.
I'm at a private school for many, many reasons, but I know that at least at in North Carolina, there's been a big push. The universities, the Research Triangle have been driving that to incorporate STEM. I don't know if they've added a certificate or a medal, but I know there's a lot of incentives from UNC to do that, at least at a district level. And we have introduced STEAM and STEM requirements for graduation for our students at our school. And a lot of them were modeled off of what we're seeing from local districts.
And I'd like to also say that, as was mentioned by Diane, the definition of those acronyms is like a spiral because our technology changes and opportunities, at least at the middle school, there's a big emphasis on a team approach. So we don't like to be in silos. We do want to see that crossover because the science teacher will have an expertise regarding what's the difference of oxygen levels or having a certain size fish. So the students, it's good for them to see that we're collaborating, that he values what I'm doing and I value his knowledge base. So I think that's the benefit of it. So it's not officially written in other than our strategic plan, but I think it's something we all acknowledge as a necessary skill.
Thank you. Marcy?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering if anybody has a program in environmental literacy that connects with STEM and civics. It's something that we do in Maryland. I don't know if it's just a Maryland thing, but we always played well in the sandbox with our environmental literacy people and our STEM people and our civics people. It was just something we always did. So when we wrote our environmental literacy policy, environmental literacy framework, which is now as a requirement in Maryland, kindergarten through 12th grade, everyone has to have an environmental literacy experience. We made sure that we sat down with the STEM folks and the science folks and all of our social studies team. So it really is 40% social studies or social studies skills and STEM and science. And I can send it to all of you, or you can talk to me tomorrow about it. But it's this wonderful marriage with all focusing on environmental literacy through the lens of public policy, because standard one is Project Citizen. So the STEM people were so happy to go, oh, you already have this in social studies. Let's just join together with you and make sure we put the science, the STEM piece in. And it's just this requirement now. And I think it's almost flawless that folks are doing this and they don't even realize that it was really purposely designed in 2012 with a lot of lobbyists out of all of our environmental groups in Maryland. So we're happy to share it with everyone. We have lots of partnering organizations that work with it. But is it just, I know for a while people were looking at environmental literacy. I'm just wondering if anyone else in the room or on the panel is doing anything with that, or is that just
My
something?
7th graders, their science is environmental science. So they are taking kind of that course while they're in my class, and I'm very lucky that all of my major core discipline teachers play well. We all play in the same sandbox. But we do it that way. I wouldn't call it necessarily environmental literacy, but they do have that embedded into our curriculum.
Did you want to add?
I would just say it was very similar to what Deborah said in terms of it's more organic. I think we're a hive of heretics in Rhode Island, so we tend to want that kind of, we might work together, but outside the local, I think it's more difficult to get from a top down. Not because we don't work together, but it's just there's a lot of local control. So I think right now the focus has been on right to read and a lot of training. So whenever you have these different mandates, sometimes they compete against each other, and others will take more priority over others, although it seems like a perfect blend, as you were just mentioning, so good idea.
Thank you. We're going to put a pin on Marcy's idea and come back to that in just a minute. Glenn has a question, and
Just a real quick question. I know that in your research, did you ever look at STLP, the science and technology? Most schools have STLP teams or groups of kids that basically identify problems. There's a national competition with that. So, and I'm wondering if any of the teachers, if your schools actually had STLP groups that you might have worked with in terms of your projects. I'm sensing no.
No, I've worked with my robotics crew, and they developed an underwater rover, and they wanted to use that to gather data for Project Citizen project. So I collaborated with something they did in 6th grade, and then so I collaborated with the 6th grade teacher to get her data, and then the students built off of that. So it's not formal. Our robotics league does a lot of that problem solving that seems like what you were talking about with STELP. So that's how they've integrated it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that our school has used that program, but I can talk to our STEAM teachers and our STEM teachers. The only program that we've worked, or I've worked with in the upper school is with the AP Research and AP Seminar. It has a very similar process, and that's often science focused. So I've done a lot of work with that teacher as well.
Okay. Thank you.
all right. So a couple of things. First, we need a round of applause for our panelists. I hope that you have taken in some different thoughts about what it means to have STEM involved in your civics education and have a different view on that now. I know that I do after spending time with you. I appreciate that. We're not letting you off the hook yet. We need you to continue this conversation, and what we would love for you to do is at your tables have some discussion about what are your experiences with the best practices when it comes to STEM and civics. So whether it's, as Marcy said, environmental literacy, or it's media literacy, or it's tech literacy, or what are your best practices that you can share with your team before you escape to the beautiful outdoors or something like that. You're going to give us a few minutes of a round table, and we really appreciate your focus and your attention. Thank you.
So, they're teachers. Thanks so much. So, for our last session before the storytelling event and before the bar gets open, I'm really honored to introduce Provost Robert Groves, who will be giving a talk on the very timely topic of AI. And the title of his talk is going to be Artificial Intelligence in the Learning Experience. Provost Groves is the Gerard J. Campbell, S.J. Professor in the Math and Statistics Department, as well as the Sociology Department at Georgetown, where he has served as Executive Vice President and Provost since 2012. Provost Groves is a social statistician who studies the impact of social, cognitive, and behavioral influence on the quality of statistical information. His research has focused on the impact of mode data collection on responses in sample surveys, the social and political influences on survey participation, the use of adaptive research designs to improve the cost and error properties of statistics, and public concerns about privacy affecting attitudes towards statistical agencies. He has authored or co-authored 7 books and scores of peer-reviewed articles. His 1989 book, Survey Errors and Survey Costs, was named one of the 50 most influential books in survey research by the American Association of Public Opinion Research. Other books, including Non-Response in Household Interview Surveys and Survey Non-Response, have received prestigious awards. Provost Groves serves as the director of the U.S. Census Bureau between 2009 and 2012. He serves on several boards and advisory committees, including the Committee on National Statistics of the National Academies and Pew Research Center Board. He is an elected member of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, of the National Academy of Medicine, of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and of the International Statistical Institute. I'm really, really happy that Provost Groves has agreed to talk to us, and I think that we'll have a really stimulating discussion based on what he has to tell us.
So it's great to be with you, but I know I'm dead, because if the bar awaits this, knowing a group of instructors and teachers and faculty, I'm dead. So maybe I should cut this down somewhat. Or maybe we should start drinking now. So I'm really honored to be here, and deeply, seriously, let me be one of your fanboys on how you're spending your life. What you're doing is really important. If on the tough days you forget that, remember it. We need you. We need what you're doing. This country, the world needs you, so don't give up and keep pecking away. Now, the organizers of this event that should be thanked, if any of you put on an event like this, it's horrible. There are like a million details, and people change their mind at the last minute, and everything happens that's going to happen when you assemble 100 people. So I thank them, first of all, and hopefully, good. But they made a mistake when they invited me. First of all, if anyone has ever met a provost, you know they really don't know much of anything. And they certainly don't do anything. So you're kind of stuck with me, but I am surrounded, you've met some of them, I'm surrounded by some of the best faculty in the world whom I adore. And we're trying to do some things together to figure out this thing, first of all, to define this thing called artificial intelligence that is thrown out by everyone you meet on the street corner in an undefined way. And then to ask the question, if our job is to prepare a set of young minds for a future, and it seems pretty high odds that that future is going to be infused with what we think of as artificial intelligence, then we can't ignore this. And we can't say, as I was told, I think when I was in junior high, don't bring a calculator to math class, you know. I mean, we just can't ignore this. We have to somehow integrate it. And it's a big revolution that we're trying to figure out. The problem with this one is that, like, every week it changes. So it's a little different than other technological change. Jason Kwan, whose current role as the chief strategist at OpenAI, is a Georgetown grad. So we've been talking to him, and he's a good Georgetown alumnus who believes, like all Georgetown folks, that we're incredibly privileged on this earth, and our job is to use our talents to make a better world, and he's trying to do that. So he was telling us the story of when they went live with ChatGPT-3, and within a couple of weeks they had 100 million users. This is a rate of change that is unprecedented in human history, that many people use something that quickly. So just to underscore the fact that, you know, things are moving pretty fast. So I'm going to, forgive me, because the other thing that's wrong with provosts is they tend to be kind of myopic about the university they're involved in. So forgive me, there's a lot of Georgetown stuff here, because as with each passing month as being a provost, that's all I know anymore. So I'm going to talk you through some things we're trying to do. And I want to say once again, we don't exactly know what we're doing, because every day there's a new problem. So I will not claim that what we're doing other people should emulate. I'll just tell you what we're up to and some interesting examples of it. Okay. So the first thing is to get some language right, and it's horrible right now. I end up talking to some private foundations, and all of them want to reorganize their portfolio around AI, and I say, so what do you mean by that? Well, you know. It is important for us today to separate a few things. Machine learning has been an approach in computer science and parts of mathematics and statistics for decades. And we've seen it, you've seen it as a consumer forever, right, with product recommendations or audio robots that do things for us. That's the simplest of work. And so as a joke, some people in this field say, machine learning is what we're doing now. Artificial intelligence is what we hope we're doing later, and everything else is in between. But you'll hear this term of deep learning, and what that means is going beyond a fixed algorithm based on fixed data to do layers of algorithmic discernment of recognition of some sort. So all the facial recognition things that you're experiencing. How many people flew here, or took a plane, I should say? Well, I don't know whether you were subjected to that now, but it's hard to get out of Reagan without getting your face captured by Homeland Security. So my face is there, and that's using that. And then what we're all talking about now are generative AI from large language models, LLMs. You'll hear that, and that's what this ChatGPT thing is. How many people have just gone on there and played with it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm going to show you an example of my playing with it 2 weeks ago, and then. All of these things begin with training data. You feed in a whole lot of data. The approach to estimation and algorithmic design looks for patterns in the data. And there are kind of two ways of doing this. This passive learning is you define a data set and that's it. and all of the queries that are answered if you quiz the platform are based on the lessons from that one data set. What is interesting about the new world is a much more interactive, ongoing learning of a platform. And then that's to be contrasted with supervised, or the contrast between supervised and unsupervised learning is important. A lot of the recognition platforms rely on human assistance. So there are tons of things that, is this image a cat or not? I don't know what it is about cats and the internet, but so there's a lot of things, is this a cat or not? There are a lot of examples. And that usually involves a human saying, yeah, this is a cat. This is a picture of a cat, in order to help the training go on. So you have human identification of the link between the input and the output, and that helps the system learn. Okay, so what are the key issues in pedagogical use on this that we worry about? So this is, now I'm going to start to say, here are our concerns that we're watching. There are a bunch of ethical things that I would assert you have to keep in mind. Some of them are really basic legal issues, like FERPA, that does not allow us to reveal identifiable data about students. But let's say I want to analyze a data set that has personal IDs on it of student grades, just for statistical. I want to see patterns of grades. Well, that's then stored, unless you have a private instance of the generative AI platform. So that's a problem, right? Universities are wonderful in so many different ways. One of the wonderful things is people just do things. And God knows what is happening right now at this instant on this campus. They don't inform me. I sometimes learn about them later, and they're usually the bad things that are happening. So it's unusual for a university to have lockdown central control on some features of this. So FERPA is an obvious thing. And then depending on the training data set, as if you've read a single article about AI, you've been alerted to the fact that the algorithms are only as good as the training data set. The training data set filled with a bunch of human biases. The platform will faithfully reproduce the biases we have, and that's a problem for us. So the use of AI to assist in grading by an instructor, so you start feeding in essays, you have to worry about whether the grading algorithm itself might be subject to implicit bias that you can't discern, right? So we have to worry about these things. Anybody in an educational environment has to worry about this. Equity and access. The wonderful thing about campuses is that everybody's on the same internet backbone. Things are fine, but our students, some of our students, have exotic computing devices because they're pretty rich kids and they're doing stuff right at the edge of computing. Other kids, don't. And so we have to worry about that too. We don't want to introduce software, use of software at a student level that requires exotic computing devices. So we have to worry about that. Faculty and staff training, I'm going to return to that because we're trying to jump on that now, but anyone of a certain age finds this stuff almost magical, and it's bad to start trusting magic. So understanding the guts of things is important. One of the things that Jason Kwan taught us, the OpenAI guy, which is a little frightening, is, these things don't replicate because you could enter in fact, you should do this. Go home, enter the same query twice, and you'll get a different answer, right? So that's a little disturbing, right? You can't replicate answers. And so one of the calls, I'll show you the president's executive order on this, is, boy, we need to clean that up. We need to understand a little more from a user perspective what's actually happening in order to discern whether we want to use the output for our purposes, right? So that training is important. The pedagogical changes I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, and then technical infrastructure and cost. There are a lot of different versions of this world you can enter. You know, you can do free stuff. You can pay. Let's just focus on OpenAI as you know, you can pay them $20 a month or something, and you can have a lot of plugins and do all sorts of really cool things. Your institution, at the other extreme, can purchase what's called a private instance of OpenAI. Now, why would you ever want to do that? You could guarantee your users that when they upload something, let's say I upload an essay and I want to grade it or anything, that it isn't entered into the data for future learning of OpenAI. It stays on your campus, in your compute domain. That's kind of a nice thing. It's pretty pricey. And so that's a bad feature of this, because the richer institutions are going to go for that. With a private instance of AI, you can, one of the things that some institutions are doing right now is feeding absolutely all of their employee policies into OpenAI and creating chatbots that allows somebody to go in and say, I got this problem, an employee, what should I do? Or what policies are related to this? And the funny thing is, the first thing they find out is that they have policies that contradict one another's. But, you know, we're only human. Okay, so, and then cultural resistance. We went through a period of a couple of months, and in fact, we're still in it for some faculty, that was more like the don't bring the calculator to class group, you know. Let's ban this stuff. We cannot have this. They're going to cheat. You know, everything is going to explode. Everything I believe in, everything we believe in terms of pedagogy has been destroyed by this. Don't let it happen. And we ended up on the other side of the fence, that if we produce a set of graduates who don't know how to use this, and in fact, don't know how to be a human overseeing the output of this stuff, that is to critically examine it and say, this doesn't feel right to me, or how can I do better than this, then we're failing a whole generation of folks. The problem is the students know more about this than the faculty right now, so we're trying to catch up. And then on quality and effectiveness, this is best done by my favorite example. So it was late one night, and I can't remember why I entered this question. For some reason, I was interested in subscriptions to Facebook. So I do this. And ChatGPT has if you've done this, you know, it always begins with this first couple of sentences that says, here's what you asked me to do, and I'm going to do it, sort of. So that was pretty good. And then it has the bold, you know, I asked for, well, I guess I didn't. It bold faces the key issues. That's pretty good. And if you let yourself read the one under privacy and data handling breaches, just, it sort of makes sense. And then let yourself go down to market saturation and read the unbolded text. It starts to get kind of weird. And then look at these. So it was pretty late at night, and I wasn't trusting my own cognitive capabilities at this point. So the next morning I looked at this and I said, this is absolute garbage. And there's another paragraph I didn't show you that is just a set of prepositional phrases, you know, to the sky, comma, on the plane, comma. It had nothing to do with it. So I said, wow, did I do something wrong? And in newspapers, not well advertised, the next day, they had a 4-hour blow-up of ChatGPT-4. Why did they have the blowout? You know, a 23-year-old developer introduced an update on the algorithm. You know, all this does, you know this, right, is predict the next word based on the other words. That's all it's, you know, it does it in an incredibly clever way, but that's all it's doing. They updated that algorithm to estimate the probability of what the next word should be, and they made a little goof. So what's the point on quality? It's, well, now I can go to Biden's order. So I've forgotten the date on this. I think maybe October 23, I can't remember. But the Biden administration is trying to, and Congress right now, I mean, there's a lot of hearings and activity on legislation, but there seems to be a quasi-consensus that we need to expose the black boxy nature of this a little more and address issues of replicability and standardization. And so you see, I highlighted the key words on this. What you've read a lot about is that last one on provenance. And that's an issue that already is happening. That is, how can I discern, looking at an image or a set of text, that was made by a human or not? And they're working on that real hard. My hunch is there are going to be breakthroughs on that. And already things have happened on DALI and other things with marking that. So what's the point of this? The technology is moving very quickly, and it appears that this country is much more motivated for regulatory intervention than it was on other parts of the internet. So all this is stay tuned, things will change. Now, what have we done? In October of 23, I think, yeah, October 23, we announced this, the Georgetown Initiative on Pedagogical Uses of AI. Just rolls off the tongue. And the goals are those that you see. We aspire to be a student-centered university. When we're really good, we are. But that's what we want to be. And our students, and they're probably your students too, are radically different than you and I were at that age, right? Georgetown students want to get out of the classroom as fast as they can. They want to learn by doing. They don't want to listen to somebody for 50 minutes or an hour and a half. If you walk in a big lecture hall and walk in from behind and look at the laptops, some of them are listening to the lecturer, others are doing all sorts of other things, some of which is OpenAI platform use. We are big on interdisciplinary work. We're very proud of forming an environment where people from different fields work together. And so all of this initiative was focused on trying to enhance those things. I'm sorry, it was April 2023. So we did a call for proposals. We got a bunch of proposals from students, staff, and faculty. Everybody was open for this. These are the thematic groups that we funded. What we didn't anticipate at the time is, and it's just wonderful, I think, that there are a bunch of student proposals that said, you know, I don't like this place, it's so bureaucratic, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to have AI-guided decisions on when should I take a particular course if I want to do a certain major. What are the costs to me if I switch major in junior year? You know, all of those things that are really important to students. So we have a bunch of students working on that. And we decided that what we ought to do is to identify a lab. Why do that? We're in essence creating a learning community of people, all of whom are just, you know, trying to figure this world out, a space where they could hang out together and say, look what I just did. And somebody else could say, well, you know, I tried something sort of like that. Why don't we put those two things together? So we're working on that too. I think that's transportable. You know, if you had a group interested in this, just get them in the same room and let them talk to one another. I want to go through 4 examples of things we're funding. One is really cool. It's a collaboration between an art historian who also teaches design and a computer scientist. So it's a course in art and design, and they will generate AI-generated art. How many people have jumped on DALL-E or things like that? Have you? Oh, you got to do that. It's really fun, I think. And so what they want to do is then to have both human-generated art and AI-generated art, and use the class as a population to say, can you tell the difference? And if you can tell the difference, what is it about it? You know, how did you discern that difference? And then they want to talk about policy stuff. Georgetown is really policy-oriented, and you can see those other questions. So this course is not going on yet. This is a course in the fall. So come back and I'll tell you how that's going. But what we're overjoyed about is that we have a computer scientist and an artist working together. And this, you know, this warms the heart of a provost. So here's another one. This are 2 computer science students who said, who are both Chinese, who said, you know, we've been using this for quite a while to help us on the writing. We have trouble writing in English, and it's helped us improve our writing, but it's kind of clunky. And we have an idea that we could enter prompts to ChatGPT on a sentence, and it could help it on that. And then we could build another algorithm to let our prompts learn from each other. So that if I want to write an essay, it will help me put in questions that become increasingly sophisticated through an algorithm they write to produce ChatGPT output faster. So they can use ChatGPT to write their essays faster. They're in the middle of this now. They're probably ahead of everybody on that. So, you know, that's students who've already experienced this world saying, we can make this world better on our own. So it'll be sort of a plug-in to ChatGPT. Completely different scheme. We have a bunch of ER doctors. You know, one of the horrible things about an ER doctor is you really have to figure out what are the needs of a patient really, really quickly. And one of the key problems is, when do you have a patient who presents that really needs psychiatric services, maybe crisis services? How do you make that decision? And remember, I mean, imagine an ER at 11 o'clock at night. It's just packed with people. The nurses and all the staff are completely exhausted. Could we use AI to help that ER doc make a decision faster and better? And so what they're doing is inputting a whole bunch of electronic records from ER visits that did or did not end up with a psychiatric inpatient service, trying to build predictive models so that the ER doc faced with a patient could enter the same data and get help faster. Remember, ER docs are not psychiatrists generally. They're really generalists. So if this helps just a little, they've built a better world, right? Especially if you could transport it across hospitals. So that's another thing that are working on. Then we have a person, a faculty member in Spanish and Portuguese department, who, this is a really cool class. I think this may be going on now. They're going to input into a chat GPT query a set of questions about Spanish culture that is indeed the content of the course. So the students are doing reading, typical reading that you'd do in an undergraduate course. But at the same time, they're using AI as another source of information. And then what they're doing, and this is what I think we should be doing for all our students, is critiquing the product of the AI. To say, you are smarter than this now. What's wrong with it? Are there certain, you can see these questions, are there certain biases that are coming out of the output that could be related to weaknesses in the training data set, and so on. So if there's a theme here, what we're trying to do is to heighten the skills of critical review of output from these platforms. That's what humans need to be able to do. We're not going to stop the output from coming. It's going to be all over the place. But we just have to get smarter at how we discern what is truth in there and what is falsehoods. So here's what we think is going on. The first one is just humility, I think. In the middle of these projects, the capabilities of the platform is changing. So, this is a hard area to draw lessons that will be permanent, and we're all going to face this. We just have to put up with this. We're not going to stop this technology. What the faculty are really working on is how can I import into my classes new tools? Can I teach in a new way? And I didn't give you one example. It's going on already. So we have a creative writing class, I'm told. And if you're a student in the class, every Thursday you have to write, say, a 4-page essay. And I reveal the topic to you Monday. So it's writing under a little pressure. The class has changed now. And what the instructor says is, here's your topic for this week. First, I want you to enter that topic into Chat GPT-4, have it write an essay, a 4-page essay, and I want you to turn that in. And then I want you to have another version of it where you critique it. You piece it apart. You just tear it apart, as a copy editor would do to you, or as I do to you, I, the instructor, do to you every week. And then I want you to do a third thing, which is your own essay. You can use what you want to use. And I think that's the world they're going to live in, basically. So we will use this as just another tool. It's an imperfect tool. It's key that the humans decide what the imperfections are. But it's a new tool. It is a useful thing for us in certain circumstances. The third bullet here is they want to celebrate students discerning when there's a mistake. And they want to learn how to diagnose the weaknesses in the output. And ideally transport those across learning environments, but we're not there yet. This fourth bullet I've talked about, no problem. And then, as I said at the beginning, getting the language right makes a difference, and we want our students and our faculty to know this. What the students are learning, we hope, is a renewed faith in humanity. That, humans are pretty flawed, but we still have some advantages. And to celebrate those advantages, and for us as instructors to build those up. What makes us different is this critical review, right? And our ability to synthesize in ways that are currently beating out any machine that all it's doing is predicting the next word in a series of words, right? And then this last point is we still have deep beliefs that old style learning has its value. We don't want to give that up, but we also want them to have fun, because when you're having fun, you also learn faster, right? We think. So this is a tool that they're using outside of the classroom anyway for all sorts of things. So let's bring it in. Let's have fun. Let them learn and have fun at the same time, and we think that's a good thing to do. And these are kind of the deep questions that we talk about when we gather the faculty together. This first question is actually an interesting issue. One of the, I was reading an essay on this that I found really thought-provoking, and someone said, well, you're criticizing these platforms as just predicting the next word in a series of words, but isn't that sort of what we do too? when we write, we know about nouns, verbs, and objects, and but we're applying a bunch of rules, and we know a lot of things. So we're having kind of deep philosophical discussions of what is an original thought, what is original to human invention, and so on. And we're on the second question all over the place. What can we do and still preserve what's essential here? And we have, you guys know the same literature I do, I suspect, in terms of learning and the value of succeeding in a challenging environment, how reinforcing that is for a learner. And how can we preserve that in a way that we want? This fourth point is not new to generative AI. It's, it started for us when Wikipedia became a source of information, right? And part of our challenge of first-year students now is to say, writing a piece of research is not going to the internet, copying and pasting a bunch of stuff. It's a little different than that. So we have to unlearn that when we get them and say, no, that's not what we're talking about here. So we're still grappling with that. And the last one I think I mentioned already. So I think that's what I wanted to say. I don't know what time it is. I'm happy to to chat more, to offer questions, to drink along with you, whatever you want to do. So do you want to? Okay. So it looks like we have a little time for questions. So I don't know how this works. Are there mics? There are mics. Okay. And you guys have been sitting all day long. You're half asleep already.
So it really does seem like you're embracing it and trying to find good ways to work with it. Have you had pushback from other universities, other people, other groups? Do you get any government pushback? It seems to be, there's, this is like so horrible, we should stay away from it.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I mentioned that, if the entire faculty of Georgetown were in here, like any issue that faculty discuss, there is no consensus on this, right? So I don't want to, this is being embraced by, right now, a minority of the faculty. They tend to be those faculty who are always thinking about, let me try something new. That's not the majority of the faculty, so I don't want to mislead you on that. I think it's my job to encourage that, even when it fails. We have to do that. I have heard no outside interference. I gave we've had several presentations to the board of directors, and they're completely behind what we're doing. We're a private university, so no legislature is messing with us yet. That helps, I admit. So far, so good. There have been no pickets, no sit-ins in the provost's office on this issue.
I had a question over here. Is that okay if I go?
I see you.
Sorry. So I teach seniors, and my college counselor would probably yell at me if I didn't ask this question, because it's one we've been discussing a lot. As a provost of a very prestigious university, how are you grappling with AI in college admissions for things like essays and portfolios?
Yeah.
How is it affecting that side of the university process?
Yeah. Well, let's see. We're a member of a research consortium that's doing a wonderful thing right now. It has ingested essays of applicants over the last 10 years. We have hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of essays. And what they're trying to do is, can we extract out of those data, out of those words, it's just a bunch of words, can we extract meaningful predictors of performance and all sorts of other things? We have not yet ingested this year's essays. Now, the other comment to note, we have a bunch of faculty who are trying to identify ChatGPT written essays. And, Turnitin? Yeah, everybody knows Turnitin. And they're rival. I mean, they're all AI assisted now. Boy, the hit rate is not very good on this. So having another AI system determine whether the product was written by an AI system isn't working. So I don't have a solution for this one. And it's a fascinating thing to look at. I can say we're trying to write questions differently that may be a little more robust, but that may be a pie in the sky hope. Yeah. Sorry.
Hi, I appreciate this so much. I just had actually two comments. I remember when Grammarly in my school banned it, blocked it from all the kids, and now that has a lot of AI generated. It will write for you too. I too was fighting this AI, but I had a couple international students when I was doing my mock trial. Their opening statements were AI generated, and I'm like, I know this is AI generated because there's not a bit of emotion in this. Oh, okay, let me go and change that. So then I ended up using that process you said. I'm like, oh, okay, well, now how can you make that better? What can we take out of that and rewrite it? Because you can't beat them, join them. So so I appreciate your input in this.
So I do a blog every Wednesday night, and just for fun, I entered a blog and I said, critique this, make this better. And you know, it caught me on some bad writing. It said it might be better if you varied the structure of sentences and the length of sentences. And by George, it was right. So, you know, again, why should we deny humans this new tool? The question is, how do you use it properly and ethically and wisely and so on? Well, let me end the way I began. You guys are my heroes. What you're doing is more important for the world right now than anything I can think of. I wish you all the best, and in those dark days when no one seems to be listening to you, remember what you're doing is bigger than what you are, and we need you, so thank you so much.
So hi. So I think we have a few minutes until the bar is open. It officially opens at 5:30 for our evening reception. And then, you know, once it opens up at 5:30, we invite you to have some drinks, have some food, etc. And I believe perhaps around 6 o'clock, then Liza Prendergast will have a fireside chat with us over our drinks and food. But in the next few minutes, my colleague Michael has a question for you to think about.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock here, but the bar opens at 5:30. So here's as you transition from one seat towards that direction, here's a conversation starter. I used to think blank about AI and civic education or something else on a topic today. Now I think blank about conversations today, takeaways from today. So just turn to your partners as you stand up, as you migrate. There's a good conversation starter for you all.